You are watching the Vodka stream.
Are you effing stupid?
I'll be your friend.
Blah, blah, blah. Fake fucking fucks.
You dick.
Boop. Hey guys, what's happening, guys? What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. It is Friday. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing good, eh? Hopefully we're doing good out there, huh? Hopefully your day was good. I know it's been a little crazy out there today. I get it, but let's we're here to relax, be good, not talk about that. Try not to talk about that at least. And we're just gonna talk some of the stuff that happened, and of course the movies and the TV shows and all that stuff this week. That's right. It's right. Got my favorite today. A little bit of bullet bourbon for the stream tonight. Yums. Cheers, guys. Cheers, cheers, cheers. I didn't pour enough. Ooh. All right. Who's out there? How's everybody doing, huh? Let's see who's out there from the stat. What's going on? We got Ryan. What's up? Tony Movie Trappy D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. What's up? What is happening there, Mr. Jose? We got Fear Jason. Lane, how you doing? You might want to stick around for this one. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see ya. Yeah, Thick and Wolf. We got Mama Film Junkee here. Hi, Mom. How's it going? Good to see you. Let's see who else we got. Backdoor unlocked. Where's she at? I skipped it. There she is. Hey, what's going on, Miss Nighthawk? Steph, how's it going? Do what she says. That's what she says. And that's what you should do. That's all I'm saying. Alakazoo, what's going on? Have a good gasm. That's right. We're going to have our own little hero gasm tonight, huh? I tell you what, we're not going to go into big time spoilers though, because it's still very fresh. We could talk about it. I don't know. I mean, we're going to try at least. We're going to try not to do too many spoilers for the boys, because I know it's a little fresh still. I watched the episode last night after I got done with home from the movie, which, by the way, like I still sitting on Elvis, man. Do not sleep on Elvis, or that sounded weird. But don't sleep on the movie, man. It was actually pretty damn good. Like, I was pleasantly surprised. I was worried that I wasn't going to really dig it as much. I thought it was going to be a little too crazy with the editing and stuff like that, which, yeah, that can get kind of annoying. It does feel like the first half is almost like a montage, but still really good. And Austin Butler deserves all the nominations. Now, will he win? I guess we'll see. We still got plenty of time. Warner Brothers, again, being fucking stupid, because, they pushed their big Dwayne Johnson Black Adam movie to October, when this movie should have been in October. The Elvis movie should have been in October for sure. That's when basically Oscar season, or, the Oscar movies come out. That's when they usually start. So that's where this should have been. That's what they should have done. But it's Warner Brothers. Toby. What's going on, Tehran? How you doing? Yeah, we're having good. What's going on, Stephanie TTT? All right, who else we got? Who hasn't said anything? Oh, this thing just jumps. We got Carrie right here. That's right. We got Zed. The vodka. Let's see, Dave. Did you see I'm not sure. I get tagged in a lot of shit sometimes, so sometimes I miss things. So I apologize if I did not. I don't know if I did. Just finished rewatch the OG Star Wars. Still cinema, of course. Always going to be cinema. Hey, yo, Tyler, what's going on? That mustache is a surprise. Didn't see you in the new episode of The Boys, right? There's like one guy. Who's that one guy who's actually a dick? Was I in the orgy somewhere? Yeah, it's an orgy mustache, huh? Hey, Cameron. I don't even know what that means. What's going on, Nikki? Good to see you. All right. Who else we got here? We got Ben Ben773, good to see you. Yeah, Elvis really, it was really, yeah, it was very artsy. Deep Enya Orgy, there you go. Hamida, oh, okay. Posted yesterday. Okay, I didn't see it. If you want to send it to me again, I'll try to catch it this time. Apologize for not. But yeah, so let's see. I haven't watched Superman Unbound yet. No. Have you ever seen the? No, I haven't. Hopefully it's good. Sounds good. I think I've heard that. Didn't that just recently come out? I don't know. But anyways, guys, hopefully you guys are having a good day, good week. I know things are there's tensions out there, but we'll be okay. We'll be okay. We'll be okay, guys. I think everything, if not, we'll all just become, we'll be the Film Junkie Empire. We'll be part of the, that part. We'll create a castle in, Mad Max Fury Road style. I don't know about doing the silver around the lips. I think we should all just get our spiky gear on and learn how to ride dirt bikes and learn how to get on those little bendable, wood things. Yeah. Well, we'll survive the apocalypse when it happens. Yeah. Go ahead and DM me with that, buddy. FB is starting a rumor that The Flash will be dumped on HBO Max. I know that's what everybody keeps on saying. I mean, it's always a possibility. I always say that it's not going to be dumped because if you look at through Twitter, if you look at what happened with the whole day and day stuff, it didn't quite work out. I mean, it didn't quite work out when the day and date movies, they didn't do well at the box office, not all of them at least. And I know that, the idea of that was still, in my opinion, the best idea at the moment, but I don't think I think they would want to get some box office, as much box office as possible. But like I said, we still got a year before Flash comes out. So I think it was like a year yesterday or something like that, right? I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think it's still going to be released in theaters unless something really bad happens. But like I said, we just got to be patient with some information. I'm sure it'll be brought up tonight. We'll talk about it a little bit tonight because there's like that Rolling Stones article that came out. There's some BS in there too, man, which was just strange. Some weird shit in there, I tell you. So I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Anybody else? Blip, blip, blip. Just sending out the invite. See what happens. See who pops in. Boop, boop, boop. Just do it anyways. All right. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it when it comes to that. All right. Okay. So see who pardon me. What? Same day release. Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah, it was a good thing, but monetarily, it was not good for Warner Brothers. Wasn't as good as they hoped it would be. It had some spikes, but I mean, some of it just didn't do as well as they were hoping for. So good to see you too, Mr. Tim Diaz. Ooh. Who else we got here? But it's oldie. Okay. So it's been around for a bit. I guess I should. Is it on HBO Max? I actually started watching Westworld finally. Yeah, it took me a little bit on that one. I only watched the first episode, and I'm in. I mean, I knew I would be in. I just always forgot that. Oh yeah, I could watch Westworld. I mean, I've watched the original film, of course, and so yeah, I was like, all right, finally, I'm going to start Westworld, and jeez, is that just hooks you right at the beginning, man. That just hooks you. So, I'm going to be diving into that because, like I said, I was telling you guys on Film Junkie Live that I wrapped up Outer Range, which I'm like, come on, Amazon, let's get season 2. I'm probably going to end up having to read the book because I don't think they're going to announce a season 2. Bastards. Those bastards. All right, well. Got the first person showing up. It's backstage, right? Meow. Almost. I got 2 people backstage now. Who's it going to be? who has shown up to the party, to the Herogasm. I swear to God, I don't know how they're pulling stuff off on the boys. I really don't. It's just I think with that episode, the new episode, I was going, they can actually show that. I think I said that more than once. So, but anyways, let's go ahead and let's get some of these boys in here. All right, we got Mr. Chris Wong Swenson, and we got Mr. Scott McCullen. What's up, sir?
Where's diabolical?
Oh, don't have one. Need one for you, Chris. Need one for you. What's going on, guys?
I just want to say this up front. I've said this before, and I don't think people believe me. The show is still tamer than the comic.
That's what's crazy. You've said that. Yeah, you have said that before. I have not read the comic books, and I can only imagine but I mean, it's just
Herogasm is even, I'm going to use air quotes here, worse in the comic than like I'm watching the show and I'm underwhelmed. I'm just
oh my God.
The way they hyped up Herogasm, I was expecting something really outrageous, and it was outrageous, but it wasn't as bad as I thought they were.
There was like one when they showed like some footage of something. I went, they could show that. I was like,
oh yeah,
because you know what streaming. There are no.
I know, but
there's no rules.
I thought there would be like some kind of I know I get that, but I'm like that particular body part. I was like, okay.
Oh, like
yes.
Okay, what the
camera in a certain spot. Yes. Yes. So I was kind of like, okay, that's total. Whoa. So I don't know.
Scott, you would probably know. I just recently, when I looked up Herogasm, what was, because I think Ben Everts was like, you're not ready for Herogasm. So I looked it up, and I didn't know that Soldier Boy is a completely different Soldier Boy from the comics. I think, right?
Okay, there is a lot about the show, and I picked up on this in season 1 because here they are.
Oh, there you go.
Of course.
The show has taken the show is not adapting the comic.
No, yeah.
The show is being inspired by the situation and the characters, and then every season they pull a plot point or an event from the comic, and then they still put their spin on it.
There you go. Makes sense.
So you can go, so the beauty of this is that you can read all the issues and you're still watching the show going, oh my God, nothing is ruined for you. And the same thing, and then the same thing in reverse. If you're watching the show, you can go and read the comics, and you're nothing is really spoiled for you. I'll give one example. The big thing this season with the temporary V.
Temporary V, yeah, right. Yeah.
They start off with all the boys take that.
I had a feeling that was an old that it wasn't a thing that they saved for later on. It seemed like something that should have been in season 1, to be honest.
What? In the comic?
Yeah, it was in the first issues.
It's the first issues because in the comic, their whole point is to spank the. I mean, I'll use this. There's to spank the soups. You cross the line, we put you in timeout.
Yeah.
And how else are you going to put soups in timeout unless you actually have superpowers?
But it makes sense though that they didn't start off like that. I actually like that they built up to that. I think that's really.
And once again, I love what the shows do, and that's what I love about how when people want to talk about canon and source material, I am digging the fact that the show is just saying, "Oh no, we're being inspired by the book, but we're totally doing our own thing with it," and I'm loving it.
That's good.
And it's getting crazier and crazier every season.
Exactly, crazier. But
yes.
Speaking of, hey, Ben's here.
Yeah.
What's going on, Mr. Everts? How you doing?
Long time no see you guys.
I think your mic's a little low.
Mic's a little low, man.
Yeah, turn up the mic. Test, test, test.
How about now?
Oh, there we
Okay,
go.
thank you.
Okay, maybe just
Sorry
a
about
little
that.
too loud. Turn it down just a wee.
Okay.
Wee. There you go.
Hello.
Hello. I think you're good now.
Okay, good.
Right.
Hey, good to see you guys.
Actually, you
Chris?
know what? Turn it down just a little bit more.
Shut the fuck up.
What,
Are you
is it still a
serious?
little? Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
just
God.
a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Okay, you're
How
good.
about
You
now?
should be. Okay, you're good now. That's
Okay,
good.
I thought you were fucking with me.
No. Listen, I was like, okay, we're good.
Okay.
All right, how's it going, Ben?
It's going good.
Yeah.
I was listening to Scott
shirt?
talking about the show, and yeah, he's spot on. I was, it felt underwhelmed because like they were selling it a lot. I was like, oh my god, we're gonna get the whole, like the comics is really crazy. Like even they change a lot of shit. Like the whole thing about the president. There's a big conspiracy going behind behind the scenes on top of the whole Herogasm. So like they changed the whole thing. I was like, oh, it's okay, that's fine. Even the Soldier Boy relationship with Homelander, that's different. So, but
Gonna have to
that's
check out those books.
Yeah.
But I do still love the fact that they when they do bring in the characters that you go, oh, you're so and so. Like when
yeah.
like because that happens a lot when you're reading the comics. You're like, oh, you're playing off of this. I mean, honestly, the other team's called Payback.
Yeah.
I mean, let's. I love stuff like that when you're like,
Mhm.
oh, okay, Payback. I wonder what that's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I like that
Definitely
they can do. I like to your point, Scott. The fact that they going in a different direction, not in a different direction, but that they taking liberties with these characters. I like that because the thing is that people do not know well enough about the boys to be gatekeeping.
Yeah,
So,
thank God.
Oh yeah.
yeah, so like to me, it's fine. Like, yeah, I know what happened, but I still enjoying the fuck out of this show because it's been amazing so far.
Yeah.
I
Can
know.
I-
And I think that's the best part is that because this book, I mean, frankly, I discovered the book because of hearing about the show coming out.
Oh, okay.
So like I downloaded it first like all digitally. Like I went on like a
same
Comixology shopping spree, but then I burned through them all, and so but I'm watching the show going, yeah, they're making changes. So what? They're doing their thing, and
Right.
I'm tuning in every week. I have to admit, this is another case where I love the weekly release model. I like only getting like one episode, one or two episodes a week because I like it being drawn out.
Yeah.
Because then you could discuss it, and we could just like we're discussing it right
Digest it.
now and stuff. I mean, that's why that's the bad thing. I mean, like and then especially when Stranger Things Volume 2 or Stranger Things 4 Volume 2 comes out, it's like it's all right there. So now it's like, oh man, I got to spin before I even like look online because you already know people are going to spoil the shit out of it. So I don't even know how many episodes are going to be in that Volume 2. Do you know?
2 episodes.
2 episodes, thank God, but they're going to be like 2 hours
2.5
long.
hours long.
Yeah, so it's going to be 5 hours worth of Stranger Things. So this is where, the model of weekly is, that's where it helps. Look at that, Butcher.
Yeah, Butcher.
Oh no, there's a reason I was looking for this one, by the way.
Is the book done or is that?
Oh no, it's been done.
It's been done. It's been
done. They actually did a 4-issue miniseries when the show was really getting going, called Dear Becky. The new hardcover omnibuses that are coming out, you can go on Kickstarter and back them. They're going to include Dear Becky in it. But yeah, the actual original run, Chris, there were also it ran for technically, hold on, let me double check this, because the problem is there were like mini series, so there'd be like the Boys number 1 through whatever, but then in between them there would be mini series like 6-issue arcs, so it actually goes on for more issues than what the series itself is numbered as, because not counting the mini series, the Boys itself lasted for 72 issues. But then there are, there's like Herogasm was like a 6-issue miniseries.
Yeah.
That would get inserted in between issue, this and that, that kind of thing. Because actually, it's between issue 30 and 31. There's Herogasm for 6 issues. So
Wow.
so really, that's kind of the deal that when you want to read, which, by the way, if you want to read real Herogasm, it's in Omnibus Volume 3
Nice.
with MM.
Mhm.
Because if you want to read it, you actually want to read it in the trades. Because at least when you buy the trades, they slip in the mini-series where they fit in. So it makes for a much cleaner, because it's not like one of these mini-series where it's like, oh, you can skip it. No, it's like plot. It's like how you have to watch Defenders between Daredevil season 2 and Daredevil season 3, or you're gonna have no idea what the hell's going on.
Makes sense. But guess who's here?
Blah, blah, blah. Fake fucking fucks.
Mr. Garza, what is up, sir?
That's a perfect drop.
Cheers, man. Good to see ya. It's like we got the old band back together, huh? Where's Steven at, huh?
Where's Steven at, though?
I mean, this is like prime, 2019, 2020 vodka stream right here.
I guarantee you, Steven's taking a fucking photo of a toothbrush or something, with okay or something.
Oh, you can see the texture of the toothpaste.
Of the
See
bristles.
the background. Oh,
Yeah,
No. It's about the lenses. It's about the rack focus. That's what it's about.
Leave Steven alone. He's not even here yet.
I know, right? That's why we're doing it.
That's why.
What's going on, Garza? How you doing?
Man, you know what? Just chilling, man. Look at that.
The boy,
Is that-
yeah.
Is that autographed?
Oh, shit. It is.
By Garth Ennis. Yeah.
Nice.
That's pretty awesome.
I'm also getting I did the Kickstarter that's going on right now for the 3 hardcover omnibuses. So instead of 6 paperbacks, it's 3 hardcovers. And all 3 of them are going to be autographed by Garth Ennis and Derek Robertson, the artist.
Yeah.
What did you think about the story, Scott, though? Because I read them after the show came out, and I forced myself to read all of it.
I will say that when you look at the story as a whole,
Right,
it drags in the middle. And I will totally agree with that. But by the time I got to the end, and I love the fact, because we're so used to reading comics where they just keep going on and on and on and on. It's refreshing. It's kind of like watching British television where you go, oh, you're just going to end the show.
Yeah.
Like there's going to be an end.
Yeah.
I found the end satisfying, because I was like, I like the way the story wraps up. I like going, oh, and I like going, I like what you did there. I also just like the fact that it ends. Like there's an ending. It's like, boop, shut the door. And as the book goes on, it was also interesting, kind of the 9/11 metaphor.
Yeah,
like the post 9/11 metaphor that
was early on,
strong in the book. Yeah, because
you know what I really love? Answering the fucking question that was asked to me before I even got interrupted, asshole. What the fuck?
You know what, Garza? You know what?
Garzilla has shown up.
It's fine. It's fine. I just remember, Garza. I'm reading.
No,
I'm reading your book.
It wasn't you, Scott. It wasn't you, Scott. It was that asshole right next
to
me.
What was the
Shut up!
You guys,
in my head, I'm like,
it's real anarchy, by the way.
I'm really trying to fucking.
What was the question?
Say something, and then this asshole's like, "Yeah, so fuck it. Well, what do you think? I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about."
All right. Well, the floor is yours, sir.
Anyways, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
Good. Yeah. How's the book coming along?
Oh my god.
So Scott,
you prick. Yeah. Oh, good. How good for you?
Oh, good for you. And how was it? Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur.
Man, dude, hey, that little word, fuck's sake. I didn't realize. So I only used that phrase for one of my characters that I wrote, and I was just making sure that I didn't use it for anybody else. So when I searched it in the because I was editing it, and I was like,
you
oh
use the
yeah, like,
Control F.
yeah. So I looked the entire document and I was like, she is the only one that says it, but she says it just like he does. So you notice he says "for fuck's sake," but if you actually notice, because it's only something you would notice unless you're paying attention, right? But the proper way to say it is actually "fuck's sake."
Yes.
So,
yeah.
which is weird to me, but whatever. Is I abandoned that and I just said, no, I'm just gonna use "fuck's sake." I don't really care.
Yeah, for fuck's sake. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I finished it. I've gone through it numerous times to like literally edit bullshit out of it, like a messed up comma or parentheses or something, not parentheses, but like just something that I fucked up on.
Intuition.
And it's tenuous, bro. It's so like, and here's the thing, it's 200,000 words, so it's like it's not like a fucking small little document that I can go through, and it's just
No, Garza, I will admit that when I got the file and I opened it and the page count popped up in the right hand corner, and I went, damn. Okay.
That's going to take me at least a half a day.
Well, yeah, no, and I figured
out loud.
Because he's a fast reader. But here's the thing, because I was looking at it and I've been listening and I've been doing so much fucking research about this whole thing, and it's like when you have to like figure out, okay, well, should you include certain things or should you like have certain things that you want in your story? But here's the thing is that everything that I keep hearing is for like, if you were like a brand new writer, if you were a brand new, like new to storytelling. And the way I wrote the story was like, I knew certain shit was going to happen. Like I planned it to a certain degree. Like I didn't know how things were going to happen, but I like plotted it out and I was like, no, if these characters are going to show up, they're for a reason. If they're talking, they're for a reason. You know what I mean? If they're interacting, it's for a reason. So every fucking chapter that I have, there's a reason for it. And like, if you were to look at it, like I was thinking, dude, could I even take anything out? And I'm like, well, no, because certain things happen, even though they're not too major. I mean, they are, but they're major for the story to like continue to go so that you get to build and reflect on these characters. It's just like, dude, I maybe I fucked up. I don't know. Cause it's a fucking long ass book, but I'm
and here's here's something that I would like to say to you. Like I'm not that far into it. I mean, I've got shit going on, man. But I'm working my way.
Right, and it's not like I'm sending you a text saying like, "Hey, dude, what fucking page are you on?" Like,
I appreciate that, by the way. I really do appreciate that. But to your credit, what I would want to say is the page count, while it was like, damn, I'm impressed, Garza, is not uncommon for books of the high fantasy genre. Like, if you've ever gone into the fantasy section of a Barnes and Noble and you find fantasy books that are
dictionaries, they're all dictionaries.
They are dictionaries. Like it's, I mean, high fantasy being like your Tolkien's, your Robert Jordan's, like the ones who write these big epics. They're never fucking small books.
Yeah, that's because they have to introduce like a lot of characters and world building, so that's why they.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the other thing too, is that like I wrote 9 characters, like thinking, like for me, like no bullshit. Like it was kind of, I was like, I got to find each one. And as I was writing it, and that's great. But then I was like, as I'm doing more research in it, and I'm hearing people like, oh, when they have like 2 characters, like point of view, I'm like, 2? The fuck did I literally made up 9 fucking people? Like, and they're all, and I made even more people up, within that world. So it was just like, there's no way that I could have made 9 characters have point of view and you go, yeah, no, it should be like 100,000 words. Like, no, dude, that's like, you don't get to spend time with them and all that. So the other thing, the reason why there's also that many is because you get to really, how like in Game of Thrones, you had 5 point of view characters with Ned Stark and the Starks. So you really got to feel that family, and you really didn't get Daenerys. I mean, you did, but she was by herself, and you had Tyrion. So with my story, it's like, no, you're seeing 2 families, and then so you're getting to kind of see like their dynamics and their kind of the reason why they are the way they are. And there's so many like hidden things that I've put in there, and like it just because I'm a fucking nerd. Like I'm such a geek that I was like, I gotta have all this shit.
He sent me a map I'm just that is when
too.
you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's and by the way, that's like a gag. That's like a in joke for people who read fantasy. Is literally, can I open the book up and
look at
there
the
a
fucking
map
places. Yeah,
on the
that I
front
could see.
cover?
You know where you're at.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yes.
and that's what I plan on doing, because I was like, dude, they're like, when I was thinking of this world and all this, and I was like, oh, like where could I go? What could I do with it? Because at the essence, like if I could give you kind of like an idea of kind of what it's like, it's basically like, okay, if we started out with Star Wars, but yet it was Luke and things happening on Tatooine before we even know about the Galactic Republic and all that shit. Like, it's all there. It's just we don't know about it yet, right? Like, I mean, we do, but you're not involved with that shit yet. Like, they haven't tried to come over and take out the whatever. And so that's essentially what my book is. It's like the origins of, okay, shit's about to get really it's about to get like crazy. And
did he give you that too?
No.
This was from my wife.
Okay. That's your bookmark? That a bookmark or what?
No, it's a sticker.
Oh, it's just a sticker. Okay.
It's
I thought it was a magnet.
Wedding ring.
But,
Right.
Hey,
but
but,
no, it's the it's like the okay, Junior, go to bed. Dad, just one more chapter.
Hey, but real quick though, Scott, what did you think, or have you gotten to the point of knowing what I would do for my lightsaber?
Not yet. I've not gotten there yet.
Okay. I mean, because I feel like when you realize what I've done with my version of a lightsaber, you're gonna be like, oh shit, that's
I think it's cool.
And no pressure.
Yeah.
I think it's cool.
Oh, trust me. There's no. I mean, if you're asking me to read your book, I mean, you're in for. You know what you're in for.
Yeah.
It's gonna scrutinize the fuck out of it.
Well, yeah, which is good. I mean, dude, the only person that's read it numerous times is fucking me. That's it. Like, whatever.
You need to let the baby out into the world.
Exactly. Gotta let it fly. Definitely gotta let it fly. But we got somebody else backstage. Well, here we go.
Ray.
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Flightcast? What is happening?
I'm sorry. Who are you again? I don't know
Yeah,
who
did you
you
catch
are.
the name? Yeah.
I'm an operations technician now, so those of us that had to dive headfirst back into the working world after 14
Is that what
months of
happened?
torture. Yeah, that's you know how it is.
I'm so happy for you, Ray. It's just been like, dude, it's been weird. Like, I don't. Ray and I used to go into text conversations and like we'd chat the top of a hat, and now like the dude's back working, which I'm so happy for you. But it's also like, where's Ray?
I'm it was like surreal like the first week, because everybody was like, it was as though I had been on like a 14-month sabbatical for whatever reason, and then like, oh hey, you're back. It's like, okay, it all is just rolling together. But yeah, no, I'm back in the broadcast game now. So
nice.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, congrats.
And it's been tiring. That's for damn sure.
Yeah,
but,
you got to get back in that grind, man.
Mm-hmm.
Never fun.
Well,
never fun.
I was gonna say, speaking of lightsabers.
Here we go.
Coming from our chat. I'm just like,
okay. Should we wait for Steven to be here?
Listen, man. There is no, and you can ask Ben this.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
Like, listen, I'm just gonna put this out there, okay? Full disclaimer. You can ask Ben. I was so fucking pumped for Obi-Wan. Okay, like I was just so excited, right? I was like that. It was that show.
You came during the right time, Ray.
In my head, I was like, "That's the show. That's the show." You know what I mean? Like that's got to be the show.
Yeah, stretch.
How can you fuck it up? Except for some of the
Except
lines.
Two Face was Joker. Okay, whatever.
No.
Anyway.
Oh, we're gonna go that again. We're gonna go that fucking route again. Really? I'm pretty fucking sure that they had to come out with a goddamn fucking article to say, "Hey, no, that was Joker." In the
Oh, come on,
movie.
stop it. Back on. Stay on target.
This is not
Stay on target.
And I didn't mean fuck you, Ray. I just meant fuck you for saying that's not Joker.
Oh man.
Anyways,
that was good.
Anyway,
that was
no,
good.
no.
I forgot about that. By the way.
Yeah, me too.
Bullshit aside. Okay, Obi-Wan, like you couldn't fuck that show up in my opinion. That's what I was thinking. Like you couldn't fuck it up. The only thing you could fuck up, and even if you did, I was like, well, fuck it. Like we'll see. Was okay. Well, when Vader and Obi-Wan first meet in A New Hope, the line is, "When I last saw you, I was the learner. Now I'm the master." Right. So
no, that's not the line. But keep going.
No, that is the line. I actually looked it up.
The line. I know what the line is. The line is, "When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master." Not when I last left you, or not when I last saw you. It's when I left you.
I never said last saw you. I said when I left you. Yeah.
Left you.
The only word I didn't have in there was "but." I apologize. Sorry. Either way,
well, this is Herogasm, so
it's still the same. It's still the same thing. Like regardless of what it is. Okay, so the last time when you left last time, you were the learner. I mean, listen, I'm not calling Vader a master 10 years into his into his reign, right? But I'm gonna assume that 10 years. Vader is a master at being a Dark Lord of the Sith, right? Mm-hmm. I would assume that. I mean,
10 years into it.
If you think, 10 years into it, he should be a master, right? So, okay, let's fucking forget that, because that was the whole thing that I was telling Ben about. I was like, dude, I don't know how the fuck they're going to get around that. Either they're going to break canon, or they're just going to say it didn't really happen. Like they could say a dream sequence happened. I don't give a fuck. Like, dude, I wouldn't care. Because we all know who fucking lives and who doesn't. So okay, fine. They have this fight that's whatever. I'm like, all right.
Well, yeah, the first fight was a little wonky. I'll give you that.
Yeah. The first one, yeah. I was like, if you're gonna fucking drag him in fire, why don't you just lift him over the fire?
I actually thought that was cool though.
I mean, I did. Yeah, no, it's cool. It's just there's a lot of things I was like, whatever. So. Okay, cool. But then I saw this fucking tweet that just made me laugh because I was like, I mean, technically, yeah, you're right. Like I know we're watching things, after the fact, but in A New Hope, when Leia's trying to get Obi-Wan's attention, she's like, "Hey, you served my father in the Clone Wars," like she's pleading for him, right? Like, but if she just spent basically this life-spanning adventure, why wouldn't she say, "Hey, you remember 10 years ago whenever you helped me when I was kidnapped and we deaded across a couple planets? Do you think you can help me out?" Like, I don't think she'd fucking bring up her dad.
Well, first off, before we continue, Chris, I don't know if I've really heard like what you think about the series. Have you been caught up and everything on Obi-Wan?
Yeah, I watched all of it.
I do remember you tweeting something. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I do remember.
I had issues with more of the direction of things that happen, like Leia under the cloak. I mean, that's kind of okay.
Yeah, that was
the
weird.
TIE fighters in certain scenes is like, and even some of how it's shot, like for some reason, I really don't like how it's like straight on where you see Vader and then this ship and he's like pulling it back. I wish it was a better dimension. I don't know if that's she's not using the volume correctly in that sense. It doesn't have that epic shot. It's just like a video game. It's like a sideways look and some things like that just really irked me. I don't really care for the whole Leia chase scene. I'm like, wow, I wish they would cut that better, make it look like they're actually trying to get her. So those little aspects is nitpicky. But overall, I think I love the Obi-Wan and Darth interactions. I love the fights. I love that last bit.
That last one.
That's what it should have been about.
I call, that's why he says Darth. He doesn't call him he doesn't call him Anakin in the New
Right.
Hope. It makes
He's
sense.
even got the fucking scar. I didn't even think about that when he got hit. I was like, oh,
yeah. So
oh,
it
that's
makes
how he had the
sense,
scar.
'cause it's right. There you go. That's why he tells Luke that he killed your father, because he literally did in that sense, in his sense, in that mind. So it's like that stuff. I love that stuff. It's just some of the other stuff. I felt Reva could have been its own series. They could have took that out.
Should have been left out completely.
No, fuck that.
If we can go there, we want to.
I know.
We can go there.
We all agree. Yeah, we all agree. Fucking Reva.
I think we all kind of agreed that her character was a little.
Yeah.
Even though towards the end, though, the last couple of episodes.
It's okay.
No, say what you say. Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest.
I didn't like the archetype of her character in the first episode and a half, and then it had nothing to do with how she was playing it. I don't like that kind of villain. I don't like the kind of villain that is needlessly cruel for
recklessly, stupid,
reckless purposes,
random,
right?
Yeah.
And so, but it the first conversation she had with Obi-Wan was when I started asking questions, like, okay, what, and then there was like a little line in the third episode where like, I forget what is Sun Kang's name? Like what was his name? Sun Kang, whatever Inquisitor he was playing. Fifth brother, I think. Yeah.
Brother.
But like he had said something about how she would get what was coming to her, and she, under her breath, she's like, I truly hope so. And I'm like, all right, why the fuck did you say that? Okay. And so that was in my head going through the rest of the series. And quite honestly, her whole character for me took a turn the last two conversations she has with Obi-Wan, and to the point where, no, I flatly disagree that she was a useless character. I may have thought that in the first episode and a half. I don't agree with that now. I don't consider her a useless character.
Well, she definitely got better. I will say that. Yeah. Like when we went, but a lot of people guessed who she was.
They telegraphed. They telegraphed.
Yeah. Well, no, when literally the first shot of the entire series is the younglings being massacred.
Yeah.
You're
kind of going.
And only one of them is a little black girl. Yes,
exactly.
Yeah, they telegraphed it. They did.
They kind of put it out there for you.
Yeah, so. I was actually talking to some friends tonight at dinner because I ate well tonight. Meat's back on the menu, boys.
Nice.
Yeah, Brazilian steakhouse. So,
It's kind of funny because I played Jedi Fallen Order before I watched this, and I'm like, that's the second sister. That's almost the same arc in a way.
See, I haven't played that. And apparently, it was on sale this whole time, and I could have picked it up. But it's like I don't have time to play video games.
But there's a lot of inspiration from that game in the show too, especially the underwater base, and I was like, that's exactly like the game. I know where they got that from.
Okay, so question I have for you, Chris, then is when Obi-Wan is looking at all of the dead Jedi who are in the tanks, like. They kept on cutting to shots of Jedi and spending time on them, like I'm supposed to know who all these
those
Jedi
are. Those felt like Easter eggs that we didn't know earlier.
Right. So I was just like, is that from the game or?
I mean, they are.
That's not from the game.
Some of it, no. Some of it, like one of them or two of them were, and then the other ones are from I think something else, like Rebels or Wars. Yeah.
Now I have a question for everyone here. Would the show be better, worse, or different, or would it make a difference if Reva wasn't there?
That would have been better because we wouldn't have seen it. The reason why I say that is because there was no reason for Tatooine to happen, right? Like as far as the beginning, we didn't need to see Reva there. And here's the other thing: is that we were shown that she interrogates these either Jedi or people she thinks are Jedi, right? So why wouldn't she interrogate the one fucking person that's on Tatooine that has seen Obi-Wan, right? Like you would think that she would be like, hey, I could feel that you know Obi-Wan. You literally know where he lives. You walk to him. Like why wouldn't that happen? Like in my head, I'm going, that doesn't make sense. Like you're going to show.
No
that
way.
she
They didn't explain that Obi-Wan told him where he was staying at.
Yeah, no. They didn't need to. Like, I guess he was that easy to find. I guess I don't know. That's the only thing I'm taking from how that Jedi knew who Obi-Wan was, where he was at, and how to find him. So I'm thinking if Reva is such a badass, surely she would get that out, right? I mean, I don't know. She did that to a couple of them. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's just.
I think, I know you're about to say something. Let me just spit this out. I think my issue, my overall feelings about the show have been a mess series with highlights.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how I personally felt about the show, and I hate feeling like a cliche when I say this, but it was always the Obi-Wan and Vader stuff, and it feels like I hate putting out a criticism that I feel like a lot of the internet put out there, but that was just my experience watching the show. Is like, oh, I'll watch Ewan McGregor all day long because he's freaking
and
Ewan
Hayden
McGregor,
and
Hayden Christensen, and I love the fact knowing that was Hayden Christensen, doing that, like that. Just the Star Wars nerd in me was like, yay! I felt like happy for Hayden because this is kind of a redemption for Hayden.
Oh yeah,
as we've talked about, like how the prequels have people aren't as harsh about the prequels, or they just look at them in different light, and that's actually what a lot of people said. Like when we finished Obi-Wan, my wife even said, I kind of want to watch the prequels again.
Yeah,
like it helped.
It's also a little bit of passing of the mantle because you got to keep in mind that James Earl is getting really old.
Yeah,
and somebody has to pick up the mantle after he's gone.
Real quick,
they're using like his digital voice, aren't they?
I'm sure they are, but quick though, that mix of
that shit was amazing. That back and forward, that
is so fucking legit.
Because that was arguably the strongest moment in the show, and
because that's when the show was great, when it was about them.
It's for like meta reasons almost, because even through the prequels, because knowing that you don't really see Vader in the prequels in the suit until the very end, and yes, that's Hayden, but whatever, we don't see a whole lot of him. So this was there's always been kind of subconsciously a separation between Hayden as Anakin and James Earl Jones and David Prowse as Darth Vader. And this was the first time that they felt like one and the same.
Yes.
On screen.
Absolutely.
Where it was, and where now you can envision Hayden in that suit.
And the fact that, especially in that episode 6 fight, something that I appreciated, because we got to see Vader be a badass at the end of Rogue One, where he's just hacking down those rebel troops.
Yeah.
But that last fight, when Obi-Wan's got all his juice back, is now we get to see Vader in the suit be a badass duelist.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing, because one of the complaints or comparisons that you've always had is when you watch the original trilogy, the lightsaber fights are a little lackluster because you're dealing with either old guys or Luke who hasn't been trained. So it's not like Vader has to put a lot of effort into fighting Luke because it doesn't take much out of him. We go to the prequels, and then you see Jedi in their prime. And those lightsaber fights are gorgeous.
Darth Maul Obi-Wan fight is
and Lucas himself changed the lightsaber mechanics because in the original trilogy they were supposed to feel heavy. That was the what direction.
They're supposed to be sabers.
Exactly.
Actual sabers. Yeah.
Right. And so
Kendo.
Yeah.
Right. And so the whole dynamic of the whole fighting style, the whole dynamic flipped between the original trilogy and the prequels. So this is the stuff. It's tough, right? Especially I saw somebody, I forget who it was, however many years ago, redid the lightsaber battle between Alec Guinness,
Obi-Wan and Darth Vader.
And there's definitely a part of you that's if George was going to redo anything in episode 4, why not redo that? You know,
Yeah.
like and I understand why he might not, but still, it just doesn't match. Like I don't even think that battle matches even the stuff in Empire or Return of the Jedi. I think even those ones are faster. So not like a ton, but like not like prequel level, but still like So
but
that was.
I also did like when he was facing off against Reva, like the way that he was like fighting her. She's like coming at him with a lightsaber, and he's using like force, and he just
like he's force parrying. Like I don't even have to. I can just stop your blade in midair.
And of course the best Easter egg, him fighting one-handed.
Yeah,
like that's the best one, right? Like for me anyway, it's like okay, yes, of course, that's because he totally like was in one-handed. Like this takes you right back to Empire.
Kind of reminds me of like Last Jedi when Kylo. That wasn't really Luke because that was his hologram, whatever. But it kind of reminded me of Last Jedi, in which Luke and Kylo Ren go in. He was like he's so powerful, he's just avoiding. The lightsaber, which is really cool.
Well, that's what they did in the 5th episode, where it's like they did basically a shittier version of Last Jedi, where they're trying to break into this fucking thing. And you got Reva that caps fucking Obi-Wan, gives his shit away for no fucking reason, because Reva doesn't even search him. She's not even trying to like get his shit. He just gives him all this shit, and he gets captured. And then she's like, "All right, yeah, Vader's coming." And then they walk back into the fucking room. Like in my head, I'm like, is this a Bond villain? Like this is the Austin Powers villain of no, he'll be okay. Just put him in the room. Like he's a Jedi. Like who cares? You know what I mean? Like that's what I was thinking.
Shit.
That's what I was thinking the whole time. I was like, why the fuck are you letting him go? Like you have him. Whatever.
And she had an internal struggle going on.
Yeah,
with her
right. Exactly because that. No, go ahead.
Because Obi-Wan was like, all right, there's other ways to use.
Right. No. I get that. I'm just like, okay, then he didn't need to fucking give his shit up then, obviously. Like, fuck, okay, whatever. Who cares?
Jedi way.
Well, but Ben, to your point, though, when you asked that question about Reva, I think my issue is because I'm looking, I mean, I saw Moses Ingram in the Denzel Washington Macbeth movie. And
I've yet to watch that.
She's Lady Macduff, and she gets a scene with Wayne T. Carr that is fire. Because if anyone knows what happens to Lady Macduff in Macbeth, that's just an awesome scene. And my big, especially when all that controversy blew up at the beginning, my biggest issue was I wasn't enjoying Reva either, but I wasn't taking it out personally on the actress. My issue was, well, you haven't given her a whole lot to do.
Yeah.
And to your point that like, I felt like if Reva, like Ray, you made the point that like, you felt like Reva felt more necessary by like episodes 5 and 6.
Not necessary. Necessary is kind of the wrong word because because I don't know that in terms of the creative storytelling, like when you're talking about like necessary elements, like, okay, fine. Is she definitively necessary for an Obi-Wan versus Vader story? Well, no, but that wasn't the entirety of the story. The idea, at least the way that I interpreted it, was that, okay, the crux of it is Obi-Wan and Vader, but we can't forget that Vader affected other fucking people. And that so to me, it was almost like, all right, well, you've got this whole thing with Obi-Wan and Vader, but here's someone else who's dealing with the same issue. It's almost like how you have Obi-Wan on this journey. And it's really what this whole show is Obi-Wan getting his groove back. Yes, I'm going to just say that. That's what it was. It's how this show was how Obi-Wan got his groove back.
I saw Whoopi in there somewhere. Just kidding.
Probably. But like, so the whole idea is that you're seeing him go through this arc where he has to stop punishing himself for what happened at the end of the Clone Wars. Like because he blames himself. He blames himself for Vader. He blames himself for how the war ended. Like he feels responsible, not just because of everything that happened, but also for like Anakin himself, like that downfall, right? Whether he knows the truth at that point or not, he wrestles with that guilt. That's why he's hiding. That's why he's broken. And so the idea is that when you tell a story like that, you can either follow that main character on their version alone, or you can also have kind of like not a foil necessarily, but almost like a mirror of somebody else who is also affected and how they're dealing with it from a different perspective. Because his perspective was to go and hide for 10 years. And, you know, I mean, Bale had to like pull teeth. I mean, dude called him and then showed up at his house, said, listen, get back in the fucking game, please. Right?
No, only because of Leia, which they shouldn't even included.
Okay,
she should not have been involved at all.
Well, we can debate that in a second. I'm sure you will. But at any rate, the thing is, the thing is like you've got that perspective from what he's doing, but then you also have like the perspective from another person, not technically a Jedi, but a youngling who was affected by Order 66, and you know, and I understand why there were trigger warnings at the beginning of those last couple of episodes, because some of the shit in there, especially her description, you know, like her playing dead and feeling the bodies go cold, that's scarily real to an audience these days, all things considered in the real world. So, but the idea is that, okay, this is how Obi-Wan is dealing with it, but here's somebody else coming from it. And it's almost like when he realizes this, it serves to help him as well, because he's like, okay, I see where this could take me down a dark path, and she doesn't need to go down this dark path. This now becomes also part of my journey. This is part of me becoming the Jedi that I used to be, becoming a stronger Jedi, because now I also have somebody personal who went through this shit kind of alongside me at the same time that I can help. That I can pull out of the darkness.
You know who probably went by her, like side by side, and she went and killed because she didn't give a fuck, was the Jedi in Tatooine. Because if I'm not mistaken, those same fuckers are about the same age, right? Yeah. So I would assume that they were both in the academy during that time. She didn't give a fuck about him. She didn't care about his story. She just fucking killed him, right?
Because she wasn't, because she was in a dark place. She wasn't in.
That's like a week. It's a week later.
A week, yeah.
It's like a week later.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Throw a knife at Steven.
Fucking Steven,
man. Okay, now let's get to talk anymore.
I was just about to go on.
That's when I was about to start talking.
All I'm going to say, I'm sorry. But if you're going to tell me, if you're going to try to make Reva look like she's sympathetic about, oh, I was in the Order 66. By the way, how the fuck did you learn how to do all your shit? Because obviously you didn't have any fucking trainers. Anyways, I don't really care because obviously Cal bullshit. Anyway, so okay, you're gonna kill another Jedi who was essentially in the same fucking class as you. I mean, that's what I see, because they're the same age. He knows fucking Vader. I mean, he knows Luke.
Yeah, but suddenly she has a redemptive story. Even
and I get that, and that's cool. But if you look at how Vader always treats everybody that knows who Anakin really is, he doesn't fucking let them live.
No,
he'll kill anybody that's ever seen his face. He doesn't have a problem with that. And I'm like, this dude is just letting this girl fucking know who Anakin is. Like, in my head, I'm like, I don't know, man. This shit doesn't.
I think for me personally, and Ray, I hear you. But I think for me, a stronger overall product feels like this really needed, from my perspective, this would have been a stronger piece of storytelling if it had just been a longish movie.
I knew it.
And not,
I knew it.
And not a 6-episode series. Because I feel like these 6 episodes, because this has been happening a lot with some of the Marvel shows, and people say, "Oh, it's just a really long movie broken up into 6 parts." And for me, watching this series, I felt the drag.
Absolutely.
And then another thing too is
parts of the series that felt like filler to get me to the next story beat, and just for me, it, like I said, I'm not hating on the series. I'm just saying, like I said, the series for me was meh with some highlights. Well, what would have helped it for me was if those highlights had just been a little bit
condensed.
Yeah. and take out a
Bro,
little bit more of
show
the
me,
mess.
show me Order 66 with a fucking Jedi, like Vader fighting another Jedi or something. Like, I don't need to see him killing kids again. We know what the fuck happened. You know what I mean? Like, dude, show me that.
Another reason
But to your point, Garza, though, I still blame Lucas for that in Revenge of the Sith. That, you know, the way he wrote Revenge of the Sith for Order 66, it really ended up being the clone troopers that took out most of the Jedi. And I still remember that was part of like my personal, like 2005, my angry man yelling at Cloud was I thought Vader hunted all these Jedi down and killed them. Why am I not seeing Vader killing the Jedi? And so that's always been my old man yelling at Cloud.
I think for me, like, well, you know, and I even said this, I think in my review, was like what this series kind of suffers from too is like we know who survives. So it's like there's the stakes don't feel there. I thought when it came to the last battle, they did a good job, you know, with the rocks, and then of course all the stuff. It's like, all right, how is he going to get out of this? How is this going to end? Sure, you know that they're both going to survive. You know that Leia's going to survive. You know that Luke's going to survive. You know they're all going to survive, and I think that does add to it. Where it's like you know that
when Reva knocked Owen off the cat.
Look over here.
You mean when Reva knocked Owen off the catwalk, you were clutching, like worried that he was gonna. I was like, oh no.
The only thing before I get the only thing I looked at in this entire fucking show where I was like, holy shit, is that about to happen? Because I was so fucking into it because I was so like excited. Can you guess what it was? It was whenever fucking Vader got both of his lightsabers, and he walked up to Reva, and I thought he was about to fucking
got the head off.
Dooku. That fucking
I actually
thought
you were hoping. You were admit it. You were hoping she was going to do that.
Oh, absolutely.
Me too. I was fucking praying for it.
He needs to be in.
My God, they're going to do that.
Evil incarnate. He's supposed to do that.
I thought he was going to do that too. To be honest, I was like, oh man, he's going to Dooku her.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, dude. Listen, even I already knew it, and Avery was like, "Oh shit, is he gonna do? Is he about to do his?" And I was like, "Just keep watching." Yeah. Everybody, if everybody was thinking that, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Sorry, Steven, go on.
Oh no, I was just inserting it.
Everybody was not thinking that, but whatever. Go ahead, Steven.
Well, I was just making a one-off joke. I don't know where it's a danger to just give me an open platform.
I wanted to say like, how you doing, Steven? How's your night going? You know,
it's going well.
For joining.
I don't know if you saw the note in the chat, Scott. Steam summer sale, Jedi Fallen Order is $9.99. I bought it today, and that's why I was late. I bought it and started it before the stream. But yeah, so it's still on sale.
Okay.
But I bought it. I got it for free.
Oh man. I think I had a chance to get it for free a while back, and I didn't. I just haven't had time to. I never had time to play it anyway, so I just didn't. But yeah, I don't know. I was mostly quiet because I agree with a lot of kind of what's being said. I think per what Scott was saying about it being a movie, I actually have a piece going up on ScreenRant.com tomorrow about that.
Drink.
But the thing that really jumped out to me about the series is for all of these, the Marvel ones included, they all feel like an assembly cut of a movie. And this one has that very same quality, but in addition to that, we know it started as a movie, and so I don't know how similar the final show was, but when you outline like the character arcs, you have like a great movie, like basic movie plot, except in the act of stretching it out and turning it into episodes and adding the individual episodic arcs, you don't have a climax, as much of a climax. Like obviously it gets more intense as it goes on, but you don't have, because each episode ends whatever its mini arc is, it lacks the kind of gradual climb that a movie would have. And then when you look at like, if you were to outline it in movie structure, you realize that that situation would be Obi-Wan goes to get Leia, and then like they go to that planet, and then instead of like to the desert planet, instead of them fleeing and going to the other planet with the rebels where the attack happened, like a lot of that would be condensed, and even like the Inquisitor stuff is extra, because what happens is Obi-Wan's arc is the exact same in the last 5 episodes, where he goes to save somebody, and then there's a threat that's going to kill them, and then he says, "Go on without me." And like so we've got when he's fighting, they're running from Riva on the first planet. He's like, "Leia, go get on the ship and take off. I'll hold her off. I'll delay her until and so you can get out of here." And then
he's got a death wish. Like a death wish.
And then in episode 3, Vader shows up and he's killing people, and Obi-Wan's like, "You guys go to the ship, get out of here. I'll go slow him down." And then they go to get Leia from the Inquisitors, and they're in the tunnel, and the water's breaking, and Obi-Wan says, "I'll hold the water. You guys get out of here. I'll slow it down." And then Riva's attacking the base, and he says, "Hold on, I have a plan. I'll give myself over to Riva, slow them down, so you guys can get out of here." And then they get out of there, and the Death Star is chasing him, and he says, "Hey guys, I got a plan." and that's a fine character arc, but like if you condensed it so he doesn't do it literally five times, and have it so he like take out the middle one with Riva, take out the first one with, and you can have those similar moments without him like giving himself away. They just narrowly escape or whatever. And then you have a situation where when he's on the ship, the realization is he's looking at Leia and he's like, "Oh wait, no, this is the next generation of the galaxy's protectors. Like I am of the past. Leia is the future. They are the future. I will let them protect her, and I will go face Anakin." Because we are the last two of that like that, and that's a great film arc. But you don't have that. Like the moment exists, but it's not the climax of the whole movie was leading to this, because he already did that 5 times. And that's consistent with all the characters. Like even Haja is useless after the first episode, and just every time he shows up is just, "Oh, I'll do this, and it's like every single episode that he's in, there's some little like brownie points over, "Oh hey, look, he's not a scumbag anymore," and that's even and then he doesn't even do anything. Like when they're on the when he tells him to guard Leia, he just stands there and then he's like, "Good job, you guarded Leia." And then they're on the ship and he's like, "Do you protect Leia now?" And then he goes and fights Vader, and then like we just never see him again. Leia gets back to Alderaan.
We never see the Star Destroyer around the fucking planet whenever he leaves.
Right. But like there's the
he just showed up out of nowhere.
The culmination of Haja's arc is, "Good job, you decided to do a good thing." And it's like, so why do we need a minor character that just does that every single episode? And that's
because Kumail
like
Nanjiani got a cameo. That's what it is, and it was.
I didn't even hate his character. I thought he was great, but like he didn't even show up after the first episode.
I 100%
didn't need to be in that planet.
He was 100% useless. I could have done without his character.
But I do want to say this. I do want to say this though, because I paid attention just in part 6. Because we're spoiling. We're just
we're not even holding back
right.
on Obi-Wan now.
But the makeup on Ian McDermott for the hologram at the end.
Oh,
I mean, that felt like Return of the Jedi.
You liked it or you didn't like it?
No, he liked it. You liked it.
I liked it because I've always had an issue with the way he looks in Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, see, I had people saying they didn't like it because he didn't look enough like Revenge of the Sith.
See, my thing was I liked it because he looked more like Return of the Jedi.
I actually liked it better.
My biggest issue was for me, I was like, it doesn't make sense why he looks this way like because it wasn't like a weird.
You need to have his hood down lower.
I don't know. I wasn't too particular about it, but it was just there's a lot of times in the show when makeup shows up.
A bit too much face.
There's a lot of times when makeup on this show just feels not. It's fine. It's just not.
I'm not particular.
Ray's over here like.
What do you want? What do you want?
It's not that simple.
What do you want?
No, this is just my role now when it comes to Star Wars. I'm going to be the one that likes things, and everybody else is going to be the
You've
one.
had plenty of practice with Star Trek. You had plenty of practice.
You have to be
Ray,
the contrarian.
I guess what? This is the one thing that Star Wars TV has done.
Yeah, that has been shitty. I know.
No, that has been mad for me.
Tell us how you really feel.
I get one.
Listen,
I get one.
I am just fucking around. Here's the two.
I know. We're all
two
good
things. The only two things that I was really pissed off about was one, that they did not use any of the fucking score whatsoever, except for the
that really
is true.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed in that. But at least it creeped up at the end. I was like,
at the end.
But the moments they did bring it in though were like it was so on the nose.
I mean, they own it.
Are you talking about the Imperial March?
Yeah.
No.
And
No,
the
Battle of the
partly.
Heroes.
and
I'm
the
talking about
Force
Battle of the
theme.
Heroes.
Yeah.
Or
you
even
Duel of
give me
Fate.
Duel of Fates.
Duel of
I don't give a
Fate,
shit.
yeah.
Wait,
Dude, you have it in the trailer. They
I
had it in the
feel-
fucking trailer,
okay,
dude. I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't know, man. I feel like that's a little contradictory because
What?
on the one hand,
Fuck,
no,
Ray,
the reason-
just say yes, man. It's a fucking battle of the fate. Are you
Battle
No,
of
no,
the
no, no,
I wish they would have had that when
No,
I'm like a
Anakin
casual
is the flashback.
fan.
No, because the
That would've
problem is on one hand you're saying that it's just a collection of fan moments and not a big thing, but then you're upset because you didn't get fan moments.
No.
Well, I
That's
don't.
what Battle of the
Additionally,
Heroes
No,
would
I
be.
think
I'll
it's
say-
Literally,
I wasn't a big fan of the movie, but I will say
fucking
Williams'
fine.
music for Star Wars is really specific, and Duel of the Fates is not Anakin and Obi-Wan's
that's-
song.
Yeah,
That's
I know,
Darth Maul.
I know.
Right,
That's
exactly.
what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm okay with that. Like, fuck, dude, give me Battle of the Heroes then, motherfucker. Like, sorry, I don't know.
Mhm.
Fuck.
Well,
That's
but
just-
it's
in my head, I'm going, I don't know why you're gonna give me this shitty fucking music all throughout the series. Even in the first meeting, they gave me shitty music, and I was like, dude, okay, fine.
So you're
Maybe they're doing
calling
that for a
John
reason. They're
Williams-
building it up. Maybe they're building it up. I don't fucking know. And then you're gonna give me Leia's fucking theme. What the fuck? I don't need Leia's theme. She's fucking 10 years old. I need fucking Obi-Wan and Vader battling it out. Don't give me a fucking child. theme.
I'm seriously just hearing all you're saying is they didn't do what I wanted them to do. That's all you're saying.
No,
It's
all I'm
literally
saying
all
is
you're
they
saying.
they gave me a Vader fucking fight twice. Okay,
Mhm.
cool. I don't give a fuck. I'm okay with that. I'm like, fine.
No, you clearly do, but it's okay. It's all subjective. It's all right.
How am I upset? How am I upset about that, Ray? Please tell me.
No, I'm.
How am I upset about it?
Listen to your voice.
What's
That's
going on with my
that's
voice?
his normal tone. That's his normal tone.
Please, please tell me how I'm upset about that. Please.
Are you happy?
Fuck yeah, I was happy, dude. I loved it.
No,
Ben,
I mean, are
did I
you?
not tell you that I was
That's his-
excited about
that's
the
his-
show?
yeah,
That I
that's
loved
his-
the two fucking fights.
Yeah.
I said I didn't
Yeah.
give a fuck anymore that they were. I don't care that they were breaking canon from what I thought. I didn't give a shit anymore. I enjoyed it, and I was like, fuck yeah, I want to see this shit. I don't care anymore. Give me the fucking track then. If you're gonna do that, then fucking why are you gonna give me Leia's theme? I didn't give a fuck if they would have never played the Imperial March. They would have never played Leia's theme.
Well,
I wouldn't
the
have given
Imperial
a
March
shit.
is even once again that's Imperial March didn't show up until Empire Strikes Back.
Exactly.
And they
Right,
honored that with
exactly.
Rogue One and Solo. They used
Right.
the
I know.
A New Hope Imperial theme.
Correct. So I'm like,
Um,
dude, if you're gonna give me those two themes, why the fuck wouldn't you just give me a goddamn Battle of the Heroes then? Like, or at least some rendition of it. I don't need to have you trying to pretend like you're fucking John Williams. I know you're not John Williams. Give me something, dude. Like, fuck.
I smell an edit coming, you know.
Well, no, I'm just
but here's but okay. First of all, I mean, you do know that Williams scored the theme for the show, right? You know that.
Scored the Obi-Wan theme. Absolutely.
Yes,
He didn't
okay.
score the rest of the fucking show. And I
No, he
give
didn't. The rest,
now.
no, the rest of the show is Natalie Holt. So
I know it
it's
is.
like,
I know.
Okay, but here's the thing: it's like I dealt with this like with Giacchino when he did the score for Rogue One, and yeah, I remember there were people complaining that like you only get Imperial March like in that one scene where like where Krennic goes to meet him on Mustafar. But I appreciated that Giacchino instead, like Steven just
Chose
said,
to do a different rendition.
well, no, he didn't it wasn't that. For the majority of that movie, he took the cues from A New Hope before the Imperial March even existed. And I appreciated that because Rogue One takes place right before A New Hope. So chronologically speaking, if we're really being like correct here, we don't need to hear Imperial March.
No,
So it's
you're
like,
right.
all right, fine.
Absolutely. Chronologically speaking, you're absolutely right. We should have
But
done
also-
Battle of the Heroes then.
Well, okay, but also by the same token, like I guess this is just a creative freedom thing because I look at Natalie Holt and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to hold it against Natalie Holt if she doesn't use Battle of the Heroes. It sounds like you're holding it against her that she didn't use Battle of the Heroes.
No, I'm okay. From my perspective, I'm not holding that against her. I will, however, say that subjectively, for me, the music was underwhelming throughout the series, and that's just, I mean, and I haven't watched Loki to hear her work on Loki, and I heard good things about her work on Loki. I'm just saying that for Obi-Wan, it was just kind of there, and there were moments that I felt like what I was seeing on screen for me were more dramatic than the music I was getting to underscore it. And let's be frank, Star Wars historically has never really been very subtle about the like
No.
like you know
Look at the Mandalorian. Even the Mandalorian with its new theme made it such a fucking iconic theme.
I was gonna say though, what's interesting is with Mandalorian, obviously that music was more iconic, but like like the theme from that, but the rest of the music, not that it doesn't stand out, but it's not like normal, because Star Wars, part of that is like the George Lucas just like put the camera on a tripod and let John Williams play, right? Like that's just like a ton of Star Wars, and it's awesome, and there's so much storytelling in the music. And with the Mandalorian, it has that like original trilogy vibe, but it's not a like Star Wars. It's a lower scale. It's not the same, and so the Ludwig music on that is different. However, what's weird about this one is it really leans back into that original trilogy level. I mean, you have Vader, you got all this stuff going on that feels more like core Star Wars as opposed to like spin-off Star Wars. And so they've got scenes in it where you would expect it's not just Williams' music. It's not that they need to lift it directly, but like if you look at like what Kevin Kiner does with Clone Wars and with Rebels, it's all new music, but Williams developed a language, and so you've got the motifs and stuff that you drop into the songs and you use it. And so it's not that they should have. I'm not really as preferential about Battle of the Heroes or not specifically, but that is the type of thing where the rhyming of the Star Wars storytelling in music, you would drop that in there somewhere, like that is something that would tip it. And I don't know if that I don't know if I want to say if it's right or wrong, because it was a different style, but because of how close this was to the core Star Wars story, it felt like it was supposed to be told with that same language, and it wasn't.
Well, here's the second thing that I would say is the only thing that was like, God damn, okay, I guess there is a difference. So, okay, music, fine, fuck it, whatever. It's the cinematography that I realized that Greg Fraser, what he did with the volume in Mandalorian is hands down fucking unreal, because this show, and I don't mean any disrespect, it felt like a TV show. It did not look.
No, there's some shots that were like, oh my god, this looks amazing.
You know what's funny about that? You know what's funny about that? Seeing clips from Thor: Love and Thunder where they used the volume 2 looks like shit. I'm telling you, the clips. I was like, God damn. I'm like, that looks like it's a TV show as well. And I'm like, fuck, man.
Yeah, show that last trailer.
I cannot wait for Zack Snyder to school some motherfuckers when it comes to shooting the volume. I'm just saying, promoting Rebel Moon already. Amen to that. Cheers.
Yeah,
he's not shooting with LEDs on that anymore.
Yeah. Oh, what?
Yeah,
no shit.
He's not.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh fuck. Well, exclusive.
Or maybe I don't know. Maybe he is. He's not. I don't know. But it's not what it was going to be. They changed from the original whatever. It's
because they let off 300 people. That's why they laid them off. That's why.
Mm.
Now we know. Now we know why the fucking Netflix laid them off.
And that fucking thing is expensive too.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying. Either way, listen. This was. Obi-Wan Kenobi was there. I know. I was just saying. Listen, Obi-Wan was there.
We were about to go into Thor: Love and Thunder.
We're about to get way into that.
I was gonna say, did you guys talk about the technical stuff or mostly story?
Well, you wrote that article kind of about technical.
Well, no. And I'm glad you wrote that article, because I remember watching. I was like, why the fuck does that look so weird? It looks so. It didn't look like a. I don't know. It's just weird to me. I was like.
Well, because you were literally seeing spectrum of light that you're not supposed to see.
Yeah, it did look strange in some parts.
That didn't bother me at all. Like all that lighting thing, it didn't bother me one single fucking bit. I guess that's one of the benefits of being a casual Star Wars fan.
With that one, I'm willing to accept that. I'm not going to claim so much that is a demonstration of how it's bad, because there's people that liked the style and thought it was a stylistic thing.
Right.
To me, it was a persistent issue throughout the series of that wasn't like they chose the wrong color blue. That was like the light, they lit it wrong. And that's objectively speaking, they used lights with a camera and they lit it in a way that you're not supposed to. And you actually have massive color clipping. I posted some of the pictures on Twitter, but I explained the process in the article where they were peaking out the blue level. So like you have a RBG channel on digital cameras,
right.
And so all color is a combination of red, blue, and green. And when all three levels are at 0 and equal, it's black. When all three levels are at maximum, it's white. And then anywhere in the middle, if they're equal, it's gray, and then otherwise it's whatever the mix of color is, and that's how it determines each pixel. What happens with the blue LEDs, for a variety of reasons I won't explain here because it's way too long, but check out the article because it's color.
What's the article on?
Which article?
It's on screen. It's called an on-set mistake that made the fight scenes unfixable. But the point is that what happens then is that it peaks. The blue LEDs, for a variety of reasons, peak out only the blue channel, and because it's not broad spectrum light, which normally would contain some of all three channels, digital cameras it'll treat that one pixel as totally saturated blue with nothing else in it. And it behaves as if it's an overexposure, which is normally like a white glow or like a shine on skin or whatever. You'll see it'll be a white glow. Yeah. And so it behaves functionally the same way, except only in one color channel. So all the other colors maintain detail around it. And so in a lot of these shots, you'll look and they'll be like, and it's not even on shots where light is supposed to be shining. It'll be on shadows where frequencies of blue light that we can't see with our eye, but the camera can see, are hitting the shadows, and it turns the shadows dark blue. And the problem with that is the data is just gone in the footage when that happens. It's not like they can go in and color grade it. Actually, in fact, if they color grade it, it oversaturates the blue. But that blue isn't even supposed to be saturated. So they have to have it. Like, if you noticed how the show wasn't particularly dim and had pretty good contrast, but like the fight scenes, especially in the last one, was a really low contrast, really dark scene. And that's because if you take screenshots of a lot of those scenes and start to pump up the light, the brightness even a little bit, Obi-Wan's got like bright blue raccoon eyes because the shadow is clipped. The color is gone, and it's just replaced with exclusively fully saturated blue pixels. And so you can't fix that in color grading because you've got blue and red lights all over the place inconsistently. So if you just key out the blue, you're like, it fucks everything up. And once again, that's because that's in the original footage. Like, you just have to reshoot it. And so to me, if people like that stylistically, that's fine. This isn't even a comment about style so much as, how the fuck does that happen? How the fuck does a show end up on Disney Plus with it's like the equivalent of, like, maybe it's not as bad as having the lens cap on, but it's the equivalent of shooting an entire scene fully out of focus and then being like, well, we just got to roll with it because we don't have anything else.
Yeah, Dream Lens.
And there's and throughout the show there was like in the second episode, the ones that stood out to me were the first episode, or maybe it's the second one, when Reva was doing parkour. We talked about that already.
Oh, fucking shitty!
Where it cuts around and the rooftop is changed. It's a different rooftop, and like logistically, it doesn't make any sense. There's no continuity in the edits. And then when Obi-Wan is fighting Vader, it shows him run off stage right, and then he comes back from stage right, but what happened was they broke the 180-degree plane and went somewhere else with the camera, but it looks like he's just running back for a second. Or like Reva goes to open a door with the Force, and it cuts, and she goes to move her hand, and then it cuts to a shot from behind the door, and her hand is stationary, and then it cuts back, and her hand is moving.
How many times did you watch the episode, Stephen?
This literally jumped out the first time. And every episode was full of just like little things like that are, once again, you don't notice it or you don't mind it. That's fine. Like, shows are, quality is subjective, but like that's basic stuff. And it's the kind of stuff that like George Lucas, for all people complain about, nailed all that kind of stuff in the edit. He wouldn't.
Well, it's the same thing that you like, even though I didn't want to admit it. I didn't argue against it, but it was never in the Mandalorian, the Boba Fett episode that was directed by my boy Robert Rodriguez. Mm-hmm. It does the same thing. That 180 kind of plane kind of gets broken because you're seeing it kind of from different angles.
People are running right, and then it cuts, and they're running left, and you're like, wait, did they change direction, or is this from another angle?
Thing. But we got somebody. Hold on, before we got somebody, a Star Wars fan coming in here.
I don't know.
Enosh,
Steve,
what is
I
happening?
don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to get on. Steve
That,
started talking. He's talking. I don't know. He's talking about blue lights and raccoon eyes and like pixels and stuff. Who the hell knows if I'm ever going to get in here? No, I'll be up there sometime tomorrow. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in. Oh, hey, what's going on, Steven? How you doing, buddy?
What's up?
You want a cherry? You want a cherry? How's it going, guys?
Hey, what's going on, Enosh? Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you all. Good to see you all on this
Dude,
beautiful night.
I was literally about to say, so what we know what a shitty fucking episode and series looks like. How about the boys? Because
right as Enosh gets in here,
I know that's what I was about to say, but
yeah, I know.
I mean,
Look,
I don't know.
I'll just say flat out, I loved it. I don't care. I don't give a crap.
Thank you.
I just don't give a crap.
Thank you.
I don't care about. Look, yeah, did the thing look really dark to me? There were lots of episodes where like it looked really dark. I don't care. There, like episode 3 looked like they were shooting in my backyard. I don't care. It was just awesome and fabulous, and I loved every minute of it. And you had to have some of the people were like, I don't like this part of the story. I don't like that part of the story. I don't care. It was great. I was going into it saying also, I don't need this. I don't need this story. I don't want to see them go at it again. I didn't want there to be any kind of interaction.
I wanted that shit to happen.
Now, see, I'll be honest with you. I didn't. I at first I was like, I don't want there to be that interaction. Right. I'm good with episode 3, episode 4. I don't need anything in between. I'm good with he's just a hermit. He's just this. And now I'm like, heck yeah. And you know what? Bring on season 2 if you want. I just don't care.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get to. Like, as soon as we get done talking about this, is like, is there a possibility? What do you guys think about a season? Because they pretty much kind of wrapped it up in a nice little bow of like, all right,
you wrapped it up in a nice little fucking turd bow. Okay.
The door is open. As much as it will pain Garza, the door is open for them to do a second season because
they could milk it. Absolutely. Look what they did to Obi-Wan. They could fucking milk it.
Okay, so how did we all feel about finally Qui-Gon showing up in Force Ghost?
Finally, that's like I was waiting. I was like, you better so
Chris just came back in right on time.
Why wasn't he credited in the episode?
That was a question I had.
He should not have been a Force Ghost. He should have been just a voice because that was the whole thing.
I thought that
but
too,
they can
but
learn.
I
liked it because Force Ghosts can still learn and they can still adapt. And he even told, like, what is that story? Because there's obviously more to that because he even looks at Obi-Wan and he says, you just weren't ready. You just weren't ready.
Right. And they foreshadowed in the very first episode too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, when he was like master.
Absolutely. No, they set you up. They prepared you. You're going to see him
gonna
at some
happen.
point.
Yeah,
it was funny because
I was not surprised.
Yeah, when he said that, like in the first episode, when he says master, and you're kind of going, huh? And then nothing happens. You go, okay, maybe he's not. And then Liam Neeson goes, oh yeah, I don't do TV shows. What are you kidding me? And then all of a sudden, during whatchamacallit, oh yeah, Liam Neeson's gonna come back and voice Qui-Gon for the animated show, and we're like, he's fucking showing up in the last episode.
That interview was like,
but I was a little nervous though. They saved it for the very end.
Yes.
I was like.
The only thing that could have made it better would have been if Ray had driven 10 minutes across town and actually watched it with me.
Here we go again. Here we go.
Azteca is absolutely right. Ray is literally. I mean, I'm good friends with his wife, and he still doesn't care. Like I don't know if that's the thing. He's like pissed off that I was friends with his wife before I was friends with him. I really don't know what he's pissed off at. Like I really don't know. Azteca, I don't know.
It's because
he just doesn't like me. He just doesn't like me.
It's because you got to meet Shatner and I didn't.
True.
No, not really.
But hold on. Did you futuristically know that thing? Because you've been pissed off at me ever since the beginning.
He does that.
You just look like a guy that's met Shatner.
I mean,
do I have that look?
Yeah, you look like a guy that met Shatner, and then somehow you were like, I got to go to the bathroom, and Shatner was in there, and you had a conversation with him.
He was Shatner in there.
He was shattering in there.
You've been Shatner.
Enosh.
Wow! Somebody coined that.
Enosh thinking that I hate him aside, which I do not hate you, Enosh. I'm
No, you just don't want to hang out. I get it.
Oh, whatever. Anyway, no, like it's not that at all. But like,
okay.
At least the state of Michigan doesn't care and liked the show for what it was, right? Like as far as because Steven, I read your article. I did. I read the whole thing.
Wait, you two guys speak for the whole state of Michigan? Really?
Yes, we do now.
In the show, apparently.
Yes.
Well,
We got this district wrapped up. All right, get yours under control.
Good. Yeah.
Stop the count.
But oh my God.
We got. Clemson handles Hawaii. I handle California.
I handle Jersey.
Coast,
I
Jersey
Steven,
sucked.
I saw the your post initially, and then I was like, I saw the word mistake, and I was like, oh, great, let me read this. Let me see what's going on here. And
Colbert, you magnificent bastard. Read your article.
It might objectively be the most like technical article you've written.
Yeah,
because
more technical than all that blue raccoon.
That's what it was.
All in the article. That's all in the article.
Because I got to the center of it, and I'm like, okay,
I haven't even talked about Obi-Wan yet.
Okay. No, the 3/4 of that article is not about Obi-Wan.
Yeah,
it's about and my eyes work like this, and the color. All right, yes, half of this I knew. Okay, that I didn't know. All right, okay. Is the science class over? All right, here we go. Okay, so no, it was a very, very technical article, and I caught none of it, man. I didn't. I'm one of those people that when I saw when I watched the show.
And that's
I just want to point out real quick. I've met that dude too.
You've met them?
I've met that dude too. Yes.
You've met Vigilante?
I met Vigilante. Yes, I did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we had a great conversation. Yes, I did.
He seems like a nice dude.
Yeah.
I tried, despite my other
Do
thoughts
I look like
on
that guy too?
I was gonna say, despite my other thoughts
yes,
on the show, I tried to keep the article as separate from like less of a judgment on
because you wanted it to be good. That's why
the quality versus like
cheers, Garth, with the ball.
I think it's totally possible for that to be a thing and for someone to enjoy it. And it doesn't even like I watch it and it's like it bugs me, but it's not like a thing where I'm like, this is proof it's bad. It's just like I was saying, it's an example of like it's not a like an oops, we had a bad we forgot the coffee cup when we cut away. This is like this is your job to know how these lights work and and then you review you do test footage and then you shoot the scene and then you edit it and you color grade it and then there's steps and approval processes throughout this entire thing and that is not a thing that someone should look at in that quality assurance and say that's cool. And to me that was a consistent thing with the show where even if you don't notice the continuity errors, even if you don't mind breaking the 100 degree plane, even if you don't mind the color issues, there's a question of how does that they're spending money. This is not a cheap show.
Bro,
they're spending.
That's the whole thing.
And
wasn't there
and this is once again, this is not even objective about your enjoyment of the show or not so much. It's just how does that happen? And not just one mistake. It's so many. And and even for example, I was talking to someone else about this, and we said what's really, really, really weird to me. And I think what bugs me the most about this is that to me, and this might be unique to me because I'm the guy who didn't have the Star Wars movies when I was a kid. I had the making of Star Wars on VHS, and I watched that to get my Star Wars fix. So I come at it from a very I'm really, really fascinated by the models and the matte paintings and the all of the way
You're
that they
unique,
did that kind of
Steven,
stuff.
We know it's okay. We've accepted you into our tribe.
But
yes, those of us who are around, we're okay with you now.
What makes to me, and this again, it doesn't need to apply to everybody. To me, so much of what makes Star Wars is that George Lucas didn't have a huge budget and was constantly faced with these absurd situations and you watch Star Wars and it's known for its, I don't want to say it's low budget or bad effects or B movie or anything because everything is very well executed. But it exists in spite of that. And there's all sorts of little things about Star Wars that make Star Wars that are the way they are because someone fucking didn't know the way blue LEDs interacted with the camera, and then they would do something to fix it that would
Right.
define what Star Wars is. Like, and I even mentioned in the article at the end, like Attack of the Clones, it was the first movie ever shot on digital. And because there was no experience and process for it, they didn't know that the camera was emitting a noise frequency that directly was the same frequency as everybody's voices, so they couldn't like filter it out in post. So they had to go back and like re-ADR every single line in the movie. And so what's weird to me is watching something that's Star Wars and see that level of like technical struggle, and A, not find a way to overcome it in the movie making process, and B, not find a way to like fix it in the edit repeatedly throughout every episode. That's just, it is so, I don't know, maybe it's even wrong to be holding on to the like, oh, this isn't what George Lucas made anymore, but like that's why I love Star Wars and film in general as a whole, because of all of the movie making aspects of it. And this series and Boba Fett and others is just like doesn't give a shit about that stuff. It just kind of does a good enough job, and so long as it sounds like Star Wars and looks like Star Wars, that's the part they care about the most.
I think the hanging on to the Lucas stuff, I mean, that's where you lean more into the subjective part of the discussion. Like if you are using that as a tenet of what you're saying, of your point that you're making. However, like it's funny, we talk about like the technical aspects of particularly the Disney Plus stuff, because I don't know what it is like with it, because like I said, I had 6 episodes of that show, and I think I saw what you were talking about. Like as I was reading the article, I was like, and I saw the examples. I did see the examples that you posted, and I'm like, okay, well, they're the examples. And I'm like recalling when I saw them in the episode, and I'm just like, I didn't think anything of it. I really didn't. And like even Garza was talking about like the cinematography, and I've seen people complain about the shaky cam that was used in the show, and I'm like, I don't know. There's just something about the aesthetic when they do it that I don't really care about or notice. Conversely, though, like I will be the first person to like watch something from the MCU and be like, they're shooting that in a fucking empty room. And you know, I saw a picture yesterday. I don't know how I'm starting to wonder like how true some of these are, but like a picture of Anson Mount wearing a mocap suit, because apparently that wasn't a real.
He didn't have a real suit. He didn't have a real suit.
So
it was funny that everybody was freaking out about that, because when I watched it, literally he popped up and I go, oh, I wonder why they gave him a digital suit. Like,
yeah,
and then,
but it's pretty interesting. But we have somebody who's joining right now.
Oh, great Odin's Raven.
Showing them muscle. What's up, Travis?
I don't think I deserve that. I go to my gym and I just look like the smallest guy there. So thank you. Happy Friday to everybody.
Hey, what's going on? Thank you for joining, Travis. Appreciate it. Yeah. We're just talking some Obi-Wan. I know you have some opinions on it.
I heard.
But how many people are really going? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No.
You go, Ben. You go, Ben.
Yeah. How many people are really watching this and say, "Well, the lighting's now bouncing off"?
Thank you.
Right.
That's why I keep on saying it's not about this ruining the show, because there's plenty of stuff out there that has low production value. It's that there's a question of it's not about I watch this and this makes it unwatchable. It's about I watch this and it there's a lack of, I don't know, effort care or something.
But if you don't care about us, those things, do you really know that that's going on? That there's no effort?
I mean, no,
or
it
care?
definitely looked different to me, and I didn't know about the fucking.
Yeah, I didn't know until I read his article either. I was like, "Oh, this looked
that
amazing to me."
No. What I'm saying is, I know that it looked weird to me, but I didn't know the technicalities of it.
Right.
I just knew, I was like, "There's something off about this fucking show," just in general. Obviously, they didn't really utilize the volume.
Okay,
like
can I ask you guys, since we're having these really technical conversations right now, because I was dealing with an issue the day that I watched the Obi-Wan finale, where the firmware on my television decided to go through an update, and I had to worry about, it screwed up my Dolby Vision. I had to do a hard reset and like do all this, and thanks to Steven, I knew a website. I knew about the website to to adjust the levels for my TV, but something really weird was happening because I'm working with my Dolby Vision on a different setting than what I because I read the settings wrong. So I've been working with my Dolby Vision on a completely different setting. There were several scenes in episode 6 specifically where the light was low. It really hit me on the ship when they were escaping, if they were like in a like a darker room, like we were talking to Leia, or when we were at the farm and it was really shadowy.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Did it look really grainy to other people on other people's
I know what you're talking
TVs?
about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
There was a lot of film grain.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
I wanted to make sure this wasn't my TV. It's something that got screwed up when I got the update.
It felt like some of those first Blu-rays that you got like really early on. You're like, oh, this is not ready for prime time.
That's one of the reasons that one of the things that I pointed out why I think that it's important to understand the LED issue, because when that happens, even if it's only in a couple shots and it was in more than it was persistent throughout, that dictates the way you color grade that entire scene. And
because I knew there was a difference, like when they would either be full daylight shots or the CGI, space shots. The picture was like 4K crystal clear, but then any of those low light level shots,
well, even the bridge of the Star Destroyer looked very, very dim.
Right.
It was like, hey, we need to install a couple more lights on the bridge here.
Right.
Like it's a little dark.
But one of the things with the graininess in the shadow scenes that I wanted to add. Literally, this is a purely selfish question because it's like, was my TV screwed up because of the firmware update, or was this actually in the show?
Because of the blue clipping, and you've got those chunks of pixels in that scene that are fully saturated blue, you have to have a low light and low contrast on it. Otherwise, I'm not saying like it becomes more glare. I mean, like literally, it would be like he was wearing blue war paint, like from Braveheart level of like that's what it would look like if you upped the brightness on those scenes. Because of the blue LED bands hitting his face in different crevices and stuff. Because it's not light, it is like the LED spectrum is in the crevices here, and it's color that we don't see with our eye, but the camera does. And so as a result, even though it's not where light should be, it's blue. And so in order to hide that, because they can't key it out, they reduce the brightness so that it looks like a darker blue shadow, and they have to bring down the white levels also, so the highlights and the peak levels. They crush the dynamic range, because otherwise the blue sticks out. And because they have to do it in those scenes, they have to grade the whole fight that way. And because they have to grade the whole fight that way, you can't then have just this one scene that throws everything has to be timed. It doesn't have to be exactly the same grade, but it has to feel like it belongs in the same episode, right? And so I think one of the things that they did to hide the blue, because it's very blocky, it's similar to like when blacks are crushed. If you from streaming, you get that a lot, where it's like very pixely. I think adding a grain would be one of the ways that to hide that and counteract that. But again, you can't just add the grain for the one scene. You would have to add it for the whole, because
the whole thing. Yeah.
And also, it's not just the blue that clips; it's also red. And so, like, since Reva was using her lightsaber, you'll notice you don't have the same clipping issue as much with Reva, where it just goes full saturation. But you do lose, because it's blowing out the red band, you lose a ton of contrast and detail on anything the red light hits, because of the type of LEDs they used in the lightsabers. So once again, so even for that scene, you also have to do something similar for the color grading. And so and I think that the intent stylistically was they were thinking, oh, we'll light things with lightsabers as the primary light source, and then we will have everything else dim. So when they shot it in low light with the lightsabers, intending to be like, oh, we'll crank this, it'll be really stylized, it'll be really cool. And then they get it, and like, not only can we not crank it, we have to subdue it even more, and we have to make it all fit together.
Well, remember that scene in Attack of the Clones, where, I mean, it was actually probably the best shot. I mean, when Anakin and Dooku are facing off, and it's like it kind of slows down, and all you see is their faces illuminated. I was like, oh, I mean, that's like my least favorite.
And that's like the only time in the entire Lucas. I think maybe one or two other times, but that was an exception to the rule, where normally there was no light from the lightsabers on set whatsoever.
Yeah.
So
but it like looked really good. Like I thought that was a really cool shot. It was
Here's
just like,
what I'll say is technically, if we look at it from a technical aspect, it wouldn't have done a good job to make the show any better. So I don't really give a fuck about it, and I only have a problem with it because when I look at another show, and I'm gonna fucking transition again.
Please do. Okay.
Well, hold on, though. Hold on.
Yeah. Well.
No, wait, Garza. What I wanted to ask though before we first off, Travis, I wanted to get your like the finale. I know you were.
What do you think about blue LEDs?
Yeah, so fucking blue LEDs, man.
He loves green. Look at him. He's more about green.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I got some blue somewhere around here, right? There you go. Oh fuck. Does this match it?
Oh, look,
we got
he's
blue
flipping.
over here.
Yes, you look at all the edges now. How the edges got.
All right. All right.
Boring.
Or look at the mic. No, look at the mic shadow on his face. See how the mic shadow is blue?
Travis,
the shadows
turn
don't
yourself
have color.
into Steven's Exhibit A.
I actually have nothing to say. I just came here to model for Steven and just like look at the light, look at this. But no, I was somebody that I understood some story problems, but I loved majority of the season up until we got to the finale. I thought it was pretty messy. I thought we had some rush moments. I'm with a lot of people that I did really not like Obi-Wan just walking away from Vader at the end of that thing. It doesn't really make much sense to me at all. It just, I get it. It's, he can't kill him. It's too emotional. But it's like, he was fine to kill him the last time. And I think it just, it's not that it breaks canon. I'm not one of those guys. I just don't know how well it flows in episode 4 of. So for the past 10 years, Luke was supposed to be the one hope to take down Vader, but Obi-Wan at any point could have just gone on his ship and be like, you know what? I could just kick his ass any day of the week. And I get it, because I was talking about this with one of our listeners, like, well, would you be able to kill one of your siblings if they did that? I will never be in a situation, I don't think, where one of my siblings will have killed thousands of children, but I think I would take my sister out if it had happened, and she's going to take out more. So I just didn't buy it.
She's going to take me out.
Well, yeah, and especially when they had in that episode him bury him in the rocks. I wish they had. He's about to kill him. Vader buries him, and then Vader just by the skin of his teeth gets away because he has to recover. They had so many ways of getting out of that. So just a few moments like that. The Reva stuff, I was fine with the character, but it just didn't. It felt too Home Alone-ish. That whole fight scene with Beru and Owens and stuff. It just
Home Alone-ish.
It did with them setting up traps and Reva turns a corner and Beru's like, yeah,
Okay,
so
somebody out there make a picture.
No, there was I saw a meme. It was like Beru was like, "We're enough." And
I saw that too.
The stormtroopers, yeah.
So overall, I liked it. I just wish the finale landed a bit better. But Ewan was great, and that's what I wanted from the show. They gave him great material. That scene with him and Anakin, he acted his ass off. So
you had a lightsaber in your pocket. You're just happy to see it.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over that. I was just curious, Steven, can you just tell me how my camera's working? Is the blue still good?
It's still shadow.
If you look at the way that that it casts a shadow, look at the.
We're not going back to this shit again, man.
Look at under
I know, Ben.
He asked the question. I can even.
Boring.
Thank you.
I mean, I could bring in 5 other blue ones and a couple red ones and a green.
Hey, listen, I've been trying to literally change the subject for fucking 20 minutes.
Okay, and listen,
you're gonna ask about season 2, right? That's what you're trying to ask, season 2?
I wanted to ask about season 2. What do you guys think if they do a season 2? See, in my eyes, and I even think I saw a thread that somebody said, if they do a season 2, do not do any Vader, no Skywalker, no nothing. Attach it to somehow the Clone Wars or Rebels or whatever the fuck.
Mythology story.
Ahsoka should be a part of it.
Yeah.
And I don't know
he shows up in Rebels, so you can bridge to his appearance in Rebels.
Well, all you got to do is read a couple of books. There are some great adventures. I mean, that's all you do is you're able to still utilize Obi-Wan without him having to be attached to Vader. I mean, you can always that can always be out there, but he's done with that now. He's that's the one thing I love about the series. It presented to us an Obi-Wan with PTSD who was blaming himself for Anakin, who was literally dealing with this stress and this hurt, of having felt like he let down his best friend, that he failed Anakin, that Anakin was his biggest failure. And then just in the space of Anakin looking back at him, and it's still not true because Anakin's not completely dead, and we know that. And I love that moment where it's blue. His you know, he's casting the blue light, and then it turns to red. You know, so like he wants so bad to be done with Kenobi. Vader wants so bad to just be able to be done with Kenobi, but he can't because there's still that little bit of good in him. And Anakin's not been killed all the way. But just saying that, mouthing those words, giving Obi-Wan that moment. Obi-Wan is free. Obi-Wan.
It was almost like when Anakin said that. I liked how he actually did say like, "I was not your failure" or something like that. It was almost like Anakin said, was like thought to himself like,
"Hey, you're making."
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I actually was like Anakin, kind of like, you know, he wasn't.
They did listen.
I really like the part because
I
I even mentioned that because like I don't know, not everybody here is a dad, but like I mentioned this before that. When you have kids, you try to give, you know, you're a fucking flawed individual and you try to give your kids good advice. And sometimes you're afraid that whatever advice you're giving your kids is the fucking wrong one. So I think there was a way to on Obi-Wan's shoulder that weigh heavy on him, thinking that maybe I steer him in the wrong direction. Maybe I give him the wrong advice. Maybe I train him improperly, and that's why he turned to the dark side.
You get that in episode 1 where he was like, I could, you know, maybe some training, and Owen says, like, you trained his father.
Yeah,
he slapped that right.
I love that
line.
Bam. I love that line.
Chris, are you in agreement with me if they did a season 2? Okay, listen, season 2, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Basically, it's 9 years later. Okay. And basically, Obi-Wan finds this Luke that's passed out. He gives him his father's lightsaber, and they actually go to the Death Star, and he fights fucking Obi-Wan, and we see that fight again.
By the way, everyone know what Obi-Wan does when they're on the Death Star, right?
I saw that joke this week.
They all go on the Death Star, and then he goes and turns the tractor beam, and then and then Vader's there, and he tells everybody, "Hey, everybody."
But you know what would be a really great note is if Obi-Wan like did this little finger thing and like made a noise that stormtroopers heard, like over here. Like we could write this thing, man. I'm telling you, we could write this thing.
Trooper whistle.
Yeah. That's what season 2. If that's season 2, cool. I mean, they already did remake fucking A New Hope with Force Awakens, so might as well just give it. You're gonna fucking just do it. Might as well.
One
do
thing they
it,
shouldn't do is they should not go with a Reva route.
No. Then you can have the line of dialogue with, "Hey, remember 10 years ago when we faced each other and I was kind of the master, but it was good." Oh yeah.
When are we gonna get
okay,
that Star
but you know
Wars
what? You know what,
multiverse?
John? But here's the thing, Garza. You know, like I was very much along those same lines with this, right? I was very much along those same lines with it. I really didn't want this because I felt that it was going to break continuity. Actually, for me now, it actually strengthens that because when they last fought, like, you know, this whole time I thought, well, yeah, he was but a learner. Now, you know, he's the master. No, he wasn't a learner. He was literally killing Jedi. He was leaving the Jedi, becoming a Sith. He was not trying to do anything regarding that. When he meets, the beautiful part about this series is that all along the way, you see that Obi-Wan, even though he's not as powerful as Vader, even though he's not as powerful as Anakin, he knows Anakin.
Yeah,
he knows every move that Anakin's going to make.
That line though, the learner, like. When was the last time that they met each other?
Okay, but see again, Garza.
I'm asking that question because he brought it up. Yeah, because I don't give a shit.
But I think that's something that I liked about the "I'm not your failure" line. That one of my compliments for the show is that I think the thing that I haven't seen people pointing out is that that's not just about Obi-Wan. What was the whole point of the flashback with Anakin? What was the whole deal they were establishing with Anakin in that scene with Obi-Wan? He has to win.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so he can't be Obi-Wan's failure. He refuses to be somebody else's failure. He killed Anakin. He won.
Right.
He's not Vader because Obi-Wan sucks. He's Vader because he's the boss and he killed that bitch Anakin.
Well, if you look at his face when he says that, he almost has like a little evil smile,
Totally.
Yeah. Like he's like, "I'm not your failure," and it's like, yeah. And then just the way that he said it, they did that. They fucking.
Would you consider him? Would you consider him a master of anything at that point?
No, he's a learner of
Well, hold on,
No,
because
come on,
when he
come
does
on.
that, what does he tell Padme? He's trying. Vader's whole thing from the very beginning is he never really wants to follow Palpatine, right? He thinks that he's going to go right in, that he's going to take Palpatine out, and that he's going to install in his own empire, right? He even tells Padme that he tries to get Padme to join him, and he says, "Come, I have established peace for my galaxy." He looks at himself as the master of his domain, as the master of everything that's happened. Like he is putting it together because he is trying to save Padme, and that Palpatine is only an ends to a means to an end. Like he doesn't even look at Palpatine as like the controlling one, that the Phantom Menace behind the whole thing. He looks at himself as being in control. By the time you get to this fight, and he's all chopped up by again and beaten down, he said he's saying like he realizes that he didn't know what he needed to know, because now he sees that Obi-Wan one-upped him even when Obi-Wan didn't have the strength to do it, because he knew who he was. So he says, yes, I was but a learner then. I was still learning.
So you're saying that Vader is not, he's not in his prime at this point. That's what you're saying.
No, I think maybe he's in his prime when it comes to Rogue One.
Well, the learner versus the master.
Yeah, I think it's after this. Yeah, I think it's after this that we would really consider Vader in his actual prime.
Because what happens with the conversation with Palpatine? The purpose of that is him letting go of Obi-Wan, which is to become a Sith. It's with the Jedi, it's like you can't have attachments for other reasons, but with the Sith, it's like a conquering thing. And so what he's doing there is that's his like ascending to like let the rest of Anakin go, or like to purge himself of or not the rest of, but more of.
You see Anakin's anger still here, where he's not in control. Like when he runs in on Reva and he's yelling at her and stuff, and he just picks her up and stuff like that. You notice in episode 4 and episode 5 and episode 6, he's not doing that kind of stuff. He's not losing his temper. He's not losing his cool. If somebody pisses him off, he's just like, choke mid-sentence.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? I'm not running up on you.
Right. We didn't, yeah.
I'm not running up on you. I'm not making those mistakes. I'm not getting rash. I'm not getting all that stuff. I'm in control of myself now. I've gone through all this other stuff. I went through my pissed off angst period. Now I'm looking to where my future is going to be. Who is going, am I going to destroy the Emperor? By the time he finds Luke in episode 5, what's he say to Luke? He makes the same thing to Luke. He says, come with me. We can destroy the Emperor together. We can rule the galaxy as father and son. He's got career goals now. He's thinking about retirement now.
Well, and the other parallel I like there too, which if you haven't thought of this, you'll like it, Enosh, is what is you flip that. What is the last thing that, or not the last thing, but what does Obi-Wan tell Maul when Maul finds him on Tatooine?
Yes.
He says, look what you've fallen to. And the thing with Obi-Wan and Maul was always Maul taunting him over the dark side. And so what he told him in the Clone Wars was,
look what you've become.
He says the dark side, of course, he says the dark side is more powerful. He's like, well, that's why only the weak embrace it. It takes strength to resist it. Yeah. And so like you tie all of that together, and it's a really cool thread through this. And so I loved moments like that. I wish that that didn't lift the rest of it for me, but there was some cool Star Wars bits in there like that I did appreciate.
So we all kind of like agree that like season 2 there was none of that anymore. Do we think like Darth Maul shows up in season 2 if there's a season 2?
No.
Not
if they follow continuity. Not if they follow continuity.
Okay, I was about to say, because I'm not with the whole like Clone Wars and
because he hadn't seen Obi-Wan from Clone Wars to the end of Rebels.
That's a massive deal in Clone Wars that they can't really.
No, it wasn't Clone Wars. It was Rebels.
Or no, it was Rebels. Yeah.
But that's the only way they could do it. The only way they could do it is that they said,
let's redo.
Well, Rebels doesn't really exist.
Well, or
which they're not going to do
the same battle into live action.
Dude, they could, and theoretically they could with that kind of story.
Here's the thing that, and I'm not saying they can necessarily bring back Maul, but I think that's one of those things where like we said, oh well, you can't bring in Vader, and then they bring it in. It's like, okay, I guess that works. And this, all of these series, this one especially, but what's weird about all of these is that people freak out about it breaking canon, and the problem is not that it breaks canon. The problem is that like at every turn they cut it as close as possible. And so there's stuff like Reva chasing Luke down the canyon, where it's like if she turns on her lightsaber, this is like a big, and she doesn't, and you're like, I don't know, like.
Then Luke doesn't look down the barrel of the
right.
the
You're like,
lightsaber.
I guess they didn't break anything because he didn't see the lightsaber, so he's got no experience.
He also hit his head on the way down.
Yeah. I guess, but like, why set that scenario up at all when like that's not necessary for the story? So like, why cut it so close to like, why stretch it when you could have just not done that and it would have been good also? Like, it's. And once again, it's not just that one moment. It's just like every single thing they do is like up, but it doesn't break canon. It's like, well,
yeah, but see, part of that though, Steven, is like, you know, they're this is where like earlier, you know, your technical thing with the lights and everything, which I don't want to go back into, but you were talking about like how
he wants to talk about blue.
It almost, you were talking about like quality control, right? And so like, you know, when a lot of times when you're dealing with a massive franchise like this, you have continuity checkers. Like there are people like on set, generally speaking, I mean, Star Wars, Star Trek, whatever, that are sitting there that are like, okay, this is where we're at. Like, this is what happened in the continuity, just so that you know where your place is with respect to the rest of the franchise. And that's where like attention is being paid, because yeah, they might be skating it, but there's somebody on that set going, I know what they're gonna fucking say on Vodka stream and YouTube and all this other stuff. So let's just.
I hope they say that.
It's like we know what that Stephen Colbert screen. He's gonna write another article if we don't get this right. Let's just come right close because we still want to tell our story. But dear God, we can't break canon. Garza and Colbert will kill us.
I would actually prefer they cross the line at that point.
I know.
Because it's not as like it's like the superior version of not just that one, but a lot of this stuff is like if they cross the line, but instead they're like, well, we'll do the soft version that doesn't break. It's like, why not just avoid?
No. They're doing the whole.
Why tease the thing? It's like when I tell my kids where I'm like, don't say another word, and they're like. And I'm like, okay, it's not a word, but like, you're still being
out, dude. Like, I don't give a fuck. I honestly, when I saw that Obi-Wan, because here's the thing, I was thinking maybe they're gonna do some fucking mental fight. I don't know. Like, I don't know how they're gonna get around it, because that was the whole thing. And I told Ben this all the time. I was like, I'm only curious on how they're gonna get around this whole continuity, if you want to call it continuity. I don't give a fuck. Like, at the end of the day, I'm just down to see cool shit. But the way that they did it and they executed it, I was like, that is so fucking lazy. Like, if you're gonna do it that way, then fucking go all out, dude. I want to see them like go and fucking head to head, like all out. Like that's just what I care about. I'm sorry, I'm a fan, and I want to see this exciting shit. That
don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that, because you can be a fan.
I'm saying that as in I can fucking say that because that's how I am, dude. I don't. Right. Nobody can tell me how I need to fucking watch the shit. If I'm watching Star Wars and I'm going, dude, if I'm not gonna really care about A New Hope and any of that other shit, I should be able to watch this just as watching it, right? Like, I shouldn't have to be, oh, well, I need to fit this in this sort of canon, or I need to put this in this little box. No, just give me a fucking good episode.
Just go Fox X-Men shit.
Well, yeah, dude. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, X-Men is the perfect example. It's not like I was watching fucking the first one, or no, what's it called? First class. Going like, oh man, I don't know if this really works. And no, dude, I was just like, whatever.
No,
I don't give a fuck, dude.
But even multiverse.
Yeah,
what was that?
Like, it was.
Oh no, just make the Star Wars multiverse. Just have
that's what I was thinking too.
Like imagine if those show ended and he was like, forget Luke, Leia, we're going to train, and like that was just like Star Wars Infinities. Like that's the cool ending. But
okay, but part of me. But part of me.
I cannot believe we're having this conversation right now. This is actually making me a little sick to my stomach. I'll be honest with you.
What are you talking about? The multiverse is trendy right now.
Yeah, no. I don't want any Star Wars multiverse. No Star Wars. No Doomcock theories about how they're gonna get rid of the trilogy, the sequel trilogy.
Fuck off! Get out! Fucking out!
Like, no Veil of the Force garbage. None of that.
Kathleen Kennedy's been fired again.
Well, she's been fired 4 times since this thing whole began. Since this episode of the
just keep
Vodka
hiring her
began.
back. I don't know what happened.
No, but no. What literally like what was just said there with the whole multiverse thing kind of ties into what Enos just said. It's almost like there are fans, and I'm not necessarily saying that you guys are doing this, but there are fans that use that as the excuse to forgive the show for what it did that they didn't like. You know what I mean? They're like, okay, well, and I see this in Star Trek because like there are people like the purists that like hate all the Paramount Plus stuff, you know, because Discovery is too woke. The whole fucking franchise has been woke since 1966, whatever. But like it is arguably the most woke franchise ever made, but whatever. But like they hate like how the phasers look or how big the Enterprise is, and they're like, this isn't right and that's not right. And so there's a bunch of them that are like, we're just gonna treat it like it's its own timeline because there's no way it lines up with the Prime timeline, and it's easier to watch then. And it's like, fuck off.
No.
Just have the balls to say that you don't like it.
If I look at Obi-Wan Kenobi as a fucking Elseworld, whatever Star Wars, it still wouldn't be easy to watch because it's a shitty fucking show. And I apologize. And I say that I'm over exaggerating. It's not a shitty show. I'm fucking around. All I'm saying is that
I mean, parts of it at least.
It could have been fucking good.
Up and down, highs and lows.
No. I'm joking when I say it's a shitty show. Like, no. There was parts of it that were good. I'm not going to say that it was a fucking stellar fucking show. But all I'm going to say is that if you told me that this Mandalorian show in 2019 that had nothing to do with anything that was canonical, right, was going to be this fucking hit. And then they were going to go, hey, but check this out. You know, the Mandalorian, there's almost like this similar character that named Boba Fett. You remember him? We're going to bring him back. And guess what? We're going to do this. And then you see that show, and then you're like, oh, okay, all right. Hey, but guess what, though? You remember Obi-Wan? Bro, it's like you had that like the moment you were like, Obi-Wan, like, how could you fuck that up? How could you fuck it up?
Subjectively.
Right?
It's all subjective.
Subjectively, how could you fuck it up?
Well, in my mind, subjectively, they didn't fuck anything up. Subjectively, they didn't fuck anything up in my world.
Subjectively, they didn't fuck anything up. The whole fucking 6 episodes is perfect. You're telling me that all 6 episodes, subjectively, they are not fucked up.
I enjoyed all fucking 6 episodes of that show. I enjoyed all 7 episodes of Boba Fett. I enjoyed both seasons of The Mandalorian.
You have a new fan, Garza. It's Mr. Andrew Knight, apparently.
And that's great. I'm so happy that you can enjoy 6 episodes of that shitty fucking
show.
I don't know what else to say.
Well, you know, and look, you know, and Garza, just as enthusiastic as you are about that, I'm enthusiastic about this, about the fact that I, yes, 100% unapologetically loved it.
Absolutely. And the same thing.
And that's fine. And that's fine.
And everybody that's like, hey, dude, Multiverse of Madness or whatever. I watched that fucking shitty fucking film. Like,
shitty.
Are you kidding me? That fucking film?
Okay.
Anyway,
yeah, it's okay.
All the way around, like the Brady Bunch, we're all like,
After hearing all the shit that everybody's talking about with Raimi.
Go back to Joker being Two-Face again, seriously.
No.
That's where I gotta disagree right there.
I watch The Boys, right? And I'm going, dude, this is what a show.
You've been trying to
forever. Let me make that segue. Hold on. You all know what I do. And I'll be honest with you, I love The Boys. I love every minute of The Boys. But you know what? As much as they freaking hyped up the Herogasm thing this week, it was a dud for me. I was like, what is there? What is there that's okay? I saw some tits. Okay, great. I saw a penis walk by and some simulated sex. I thought that this was supposed to be some like Greco orgy, like really hardcore. What the hell? That was nothing. That was absolutely nothing.
It's coming from a pastor too, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sitting there going, I like before, and I'm like, hey Tiff, it's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. They're Herogasm all the way, and we're like tuning in, and we're both looking at each other like, What the hell? That's a Tuesday for us. What's going on here?
The first episode was far more raunchier than this episode.
I was about to say the first episode was the one that made me go.
Yeah.
Name a
Okay,
show.
okay. I agree with you, Scott, that the first episode I was literally eating when that was
Okay.
happening. Why the
All right,
fuck
all
did I
right.
decide to eat?
Yes.
Please.
Oh, I know. We're not going to do
All right.
spoilers. Don't worry, Ray. We're not.
I have
gonna do
not watched a
spoilers.
single episode of the season yet, damn it, unfortunately.
We'll be
I haven't
okay.
started
We'll
it
be
either.
okay. We'll be okay. No,
You're
no.
on stream, buddy.
We're leading into it, but I also wanted to lead into like the whole everybody's thoughts about what's going on with DC.
Reboot it.
and-
What?
Reboot it.
Oh,
There's
here
something
we go.
going on with
Okay,
DC?
that's what I wanted to
Here we
talk
go.
about. Okay, because Mr. Swenson here to my left. Hey, little Swenson, he could chime in too if he wants to. Because I remember you posted a little poll that said, what should everybody do? Should should we reboot the whole thing, or should we recast just some?
Oh,
And-
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that. So what was the results first, and what are your thoughts when it
Release
comes to what's happening?
Well, most people say release it in theaters. Actually,
What are you talking about? The
Release
Flash?
yeah. Are we talking about? Wait, which
No,
poll?
no, no,
I
you
did two polls, didn't I?
Yeah, you posted
Yeah,
you
you
posted a poll that said like, what should they do with the DCU? Should they reboot the whole thing or just recast?
Oh yeah,
some of the
yeah,
characters?
I did see that poll. Yeah.
56% says recast some characters,
Okay.
and 43% was reboot the DCU. That's out of 1,400 votes.
Okay.
That's-
So what are your
that's
thoughts? What are your
closer vote.
thoughts? Give us your
Honestly, like, for me, like, if I'm Warner Bros. Okay, let's go two-faced. For me, myself personally, I'd say you can probably recast some characters. I mean, I feel like these characters are above and beyond. They're above actors. Like, they're more.
They transcend
should
them,
be
you
made.
know.
It's like they transcend the actors. Like,
Right.
if an actor can't make it for some reason, it doesn't mean you take the character out of the show, or you take the character or never use the character again. It's like, that's insane. These are DC characters. You own these characters. Go make a Superman movie, especially. Go make a fucking Superman movie and do it now. Like, I don't care. I don't know what Henry Cavill's doing. I don't know how much money he's asked. I have no idea what's going on with that. But that doesn't mean you wait and say, you know what, let's just put in Supergirl and Flash. Oh, let's put, let's just do this or not. It's like, I feel like these characters are much more important than that, and that sense. And in the other sense, like, do it like Marvel. Like, they they change Rhodey from one movie to the next, and then they do these things so that universe can still continue, and they don't even explain anything. They just do that, right?
They changed
But
Hulk
if
too.
it's- Yeah, but do they explain in Iron Man 1 to Iron Man 2 why he looks different?
No, there's no
No, he
explanation.
just says,
for
"I'm
why
here,
Hulk looks
deal
different.
with it,"
So
and
there
that's
is
it.
no explanation. They can just literally do that and selfishly do that, things like that. But in the Flash movie, they could actually, if they needed to, and hopefully they don't. I mean, if everything works out with Ezra Miller and nothing happens, although like every week something happens. But as a studio, as Warner Bros. Discovery, I gotta be thinking, even though the stories are true or not, it is negative publicity. It is
so much.
something they don't want attached. And you never know. I mean, I could be wrong. It could be like the Joker situation, and the Flash comes out as $1 billion because everybody's like, I wonder what Ezra Miller really is like in the movie or something like that. It could be the opposite. I don't know. We won't know. But as a studio like Warner Bros. Discovery, who just took over, they bought this company, I feel like Dave Zaslav just doesn't want any baggage at all.
Yeah.
Like, I feel
Well,
like
and what
those movies aren't successful box office wise, if these movies aren't successful, and we'll
What are
know
you
soon enough
holding
because
on
Black
to?
Adam, Shazam,
Well,
all the other.
Yeah,
Well,
I agree with Steven. What are you holding on to? Because one of the things is that when they changed those two characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is because they had a larger story to tell. So they couldn't just change. They can just reboot the whole thing. They needed to recast those characters. The DCU has a larger story to tell where they need to keep continuity in keeping those characters in there. So they really don't. So they can't just reboot the whole fucking thing up.
Yeah, but okay. So like it's fine. Dave, your super chat you had earlier, Keltrick. He's like one of my regular listeners, and he's been pushing DCEU reboot on my show for weeks over at the Flightcast, and I have flatly, I still disagree. I wish I don't have a drink, but cool.
Why do you disagree? Let's hear it.
Yes.
So the thing is like, well, first I want to speak to what you're saying, like answer your question. What is it that they're hanging on to? In the most objective sense, what they're hanging on to is what their currently scheduled slate is going to do. Because if you reboot the whole thing, like, then what do you do with Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom? What do you do
saying
with
reboot it now.
Fear of the Gods? Well, okay, but like, when would you reboot it?
Well, after the Flash.
Okay, okay. So then here, no, but see, here's the issue though, and this is hypothetical. I'm not saying like we don't know. Like we'll find out in time, like how these films are going to do. Yeah. But let's say Black Adam is a hit. You know, let's say that The Rock, you know, regardless of what the test screens say, let's say that is a massive hit. Let's say he hits $1 billion or whatever, right? And let's say that Shazam: Fury of the Gods does what Jumanji: Welcome to the Jungle did when it was released alongside Star Wars.
Yeah.
Say what?
What if the Flash makes $1 billion?
Right. So that's my point. Is if they succeed, how do you throw that out? Like how do you toss that out? So
I feel like
that's my whole thing.
A plan, like a secondary plan, if all
there
these
definitely is.
movies don't have a box office success. They're like, we invested all that money, so we have to put it out. There's no question. These movies are coming out in theaters. There's no question. They ain't canceling shit.
Right.
You know,
Well, yeah, and then that whole thing about like you're just gonna put Flash on HBO Max. It's like, after a theatrical run. Yeah. After a theatrical run, sure, but not right off the bat.
It's either gonna run in theaters or it's gonna get scrapped. Those are your only two options.
Yeah. There's no way
you're not gonna scrap it. Is it the theater or HBO Max?
Well, right. Well, like
I had somebody that was hitting me up saying like, "Oh, this is going to be put on HBO Max." I'm like, "Yeah, after a theatrical window." I don't know. Yeah, I mean that's
if one of these Ezra Miller stories actually provides a witness that is credible, which that's a whole other story. Like if it gets worse, then I could see
Ezra kidnapped somebody on the run. Holding up in a house with like
that's not true. But he didn't kidnap anybody. Like that's
exactly.
Yeah,
but see, in the court of public opinion, though,
I haven't given a shit about
DC sounds good
or anything.
You haven't been given a shit about it,
No, sorry, like I haven't. Like I've been looking at like, sure, Black Adam looks cool. Hey, the trailer was all right. It didn't do anything special for me. I'm gonna go see it. Who cares, right? Like, like, all right, cool. I'm gonna see the Flash. That's cool. Do I really give a shit about anything else? No, not really. Because here we go. Because I'm liking certain other shit that I'm liking with superhero shit. Like
there you go. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
No, there's
nothing wrong. You know what's funny? You know what's funny is like I saw Elvis last night, which everybody should see. I thought it was actually
this afternoon.
What'd you think about it, Scott? What'd you think about it?
I enjoyed it. I was intrigued that while there was some Baz Luhrmann has this interesting
zoom cuts, like zoom.
There's a lot of the first. The first half is
first
like
10-15 minutes. It's always like the first 10-15 minutes. Look at Moulin Rouge or Great Gatsby.
Or Romeo and Juliet.
It mellows out for the rest of the movie.
Yeah,
and Elvis did it too, but Elvis wasn't as assaulting your senses as say like a Moulin Rouge was, and I love Moulin Rouge, but Elvis was definitely a more easier pill to swallow with Baz Luhrmann's style. And overall, is it my favorite Baz Luhrmann movie? No, like I was actually ranking them. I was like, but it's still an entertaining movie.
No, but I just was like, what? Did you see the Black Adam trailer before?
I did.
Okay, see, that's the thing. And you know what my immediate thought was? I was like, all right, I should be watching Black Adam right now and Elvis in October. Why the fuck is it reversed? That was my initial thought because I was like, this movie should not be releasing.
Elvis feels like Oscar bait, doesn't it? It feels like a word.
Exactly. And it definitely is. It definitely is because Austin Butler should get nominated for awards because he did a fantastic job. He acted his ass off. He did a great job with the role. And when I walked out, that was like one of my immediate thoughts was like, why the fuck am I watching this in June? And I'm like, well, it's fucking Warner Brothers again. But then at the same time, you know, you hear about stuff about Black Adam and how it's like maybe the test screenings weren't so well. And we saw that, you know, when Dwayne Johnson was posting about the reshoots, and you know, essentially it did a lot. They did quite a few reshoots, or at least, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe almost a month, 4 weeks of reshoots. But I mean, we're all hoping that Black Adam's going to be good. But yeah, let's face it, the trailer, I don't know, you know, Garz, I'm with you. It was kind of like, all right, that's what it is. I'm still going to see it, but it didn't go,
It felt like the Rock's superhero movie. Like if you look at any, and I didn't dislike it, but it was like, you know, when you see a trailer for the Rock, or when you see a Rock movie, like
you've seen them all.
Missing a jungle shot, you know, where
not even that. Like, look at the Man of Steel teaser trailer. Like,
oh my god, that trailer!
Still get chills watching that shit.
Well, I mean, we're not under no circumstance.
No, I know that.
As much.
But my whole point though is that you can have a teaser like that, even like Dark Knight, where it's like it feels cinematic. Where when you look at the Rock, it just felt like
one of his movies.
Well, and I think like a Fast and the Furious movie. Like
that's exactly that's the only reason I'm excited for this movie is just for Dr. Fate. Then
I know
that, I'm not.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny, Ben? Like my mom was sitting next to me when I watched Elvis, and when she heard like the first voiceover, she's all, "That sounds like Pierce Brosnan." And I went, "Good job!" And then all of a sudden he showed up, and I was like, "Good job, Mom! You recognize that voice?" And I was like,
"Hey, did you watch Herogasm with your mom or?"
Oh no!
Smiling inappropriate.
She was disappointed too. She was disappointed too.
He was like, "Wait a minute, there wasn't enough raunchy sex."
Thank you.
No, but
thank you. Hashtag more raunch in my Herogasm.
But
oh my god!
I think Warner Brothers.
Herogasm, Enosh, if you would like.
What's that?
They're raising his date.
I could show you some Herogasm.
Lord.
Hey now.
Okay.
This is going in a weird direction.
Is that a proposition? Is that a proposition, Scott?
Oh.
Yes, it's a proposition to show you some Herogasm.
He's got the literature. He's got the literature of Herogasm.
We had to know where that was going.
Yeah, I'm glad you cleared that up.
Yeah, Scott was about to get
too.
Dave's channel taken down there for a second.
Yeah.
Right. About ready to put on my new Superman shoes and run away.
Oh man, those are pretty.
Aren't those pretty?
Yeah,
I actually got something like this in a size 15. I'm so happy.
That's like, how big his feet are.
No. He had to throw that in. I'm a size 15, by the way.
Well, I am. But seriously,
at the beginning of that scene of Herogasm.
Yeah. Okay.
But Ben, seriously, like my whole life, I've worn a size 15 shoe since I was 15 years old. And
shit, dude.
Yeah, and so and the same thing, my ring finger is a size 15. And so but I don't say that I don't say that to be that way. I'm saying it because I'm happy about this freaking shoe. You don't know, man. Listen, as a kid who was named Enosh, who was named Enosh, who never got a personalized nothing, okay? Like, because my name was never on anything.
They call you fire hose in the in elementary, or
just saying.
Oh, boy.
But no, but
hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
But the fact that I actually got something like this in an actual size that fits me, I'm very, very happy.
Oh, dude, be careful, Scott.
All right. I'm not.
That's Soldier Boy and
Soldier Boy, right?
Don't hit the stream yank, Scott.
That still looks a little raunchier than what I saw tonight.
No, it was way raunchier in the comics.
Okay.
Oh my lord,
well,
man!
Okay, spoilers aside, I think hasn't that been the case that people have said that the comic is far worse, like in terms of
that's what we were talking about this before you showed up, Ray. Like Scott was just saying, like, oh yeah, it's underwhelmed, and even Enosh was saying the same thing. Is the fact that it's like, yeah, and I haven't read the books, and you saw my tweet. I literally said a couple of times, they can show that. I mean, I know it's Amazon Prime, it's streaming, sure, but I'm like, they showed that. I'm like, wow, like. But then again, I like their disclaimer that they put right at the beginning. It was fucking beautifully written, so beautifully written. I was like,
the disclaimer was.
Oh yeah, I started laughing. I was like, all right, this episode's going to be just bonkers.
This is literally what I've been trying to do for the past hour. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
had I not known, like, okay, for
Don't
all
you know how long vodka streams go? Come on.
For all the bullshit that Obi-Wan is, you know.
I would go for no.
Don't even say Obi-Wan anymore. Steven just got back. He's gonna start talking about like the fucking rocks in the sand.
It's objectively the best show ever created. That's fine. Listen, all I'm gonna say is that when you look at a show that's created that way, right? And you look at The Boys, and you go, holy shit, every episode there is stakes. There's something happening where like, I don't know what's going to happen. And yet every time the episode ends, I'm like, holy shit, like, dude, this is great shit. You realize I don't even need to know, like, they're getting put in situations regardless. Obviously, I know that Homelander is going to be, you know, doing certain things and all that, and he's a great villain. It's just the writing, the I think the production of it as well is just on a different level.
I get what you're saying here, and I've thought about this because, like, you know, obviously, like, superheroes for all the people that keep saying the superhero bubble is going to burst. No, we're not even close to that. But you have a situation where, you know, like, everybody, especially in the streaming age, everybody's like gobbling up IPs. Everybody needs like a flagship IP to like hang on to and like push their original content. Obviously, we know what Disney and Warner Brothers have got, right? You know, even outside of the comic book realm, Paramount Plus has got Star Trek, like that's their big thing, and then, you know, like Sonic the Hedgehog and stuff like that.
Beavis and Butthead, yeah.
Right. And so in the case of Amazon,
I gave up watching that to come here.
I know. I want to watch Dude to the Universe. Yes,
but like in the case of Amazon, I mean, and not that, you know, The Boys and Invincible is all Amazon has. No, they have other things. They have Reacher. They have The Marvelous Miss Maisel. They have Jack Ryan. Okay, cool. But like, the thing with it is all of those are properties that don't have the same level of heightened expectations for the end result. You know, because fair or not, The Boys doesn't have, I mean, it has a fan base, but
there's still a quality difference. So, like, look at what Netflix did with what's the Miller?
Jupiter's Legacy.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at, though, Steven, is like, you know, you have a situation with Amazon where, okay, I think they see, I mean, obviously this is the third season of the show, so like there is a franchise potential, and quite honestly, I love the social media marketing that they've done, like the whole Vodka commercials and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, that's fucking chef's kiss. I love that. But it just seems to me like Amazon is more willing to allow that type of creative freedom, even in terms of the production. You know, where it's like, okay, maybe spend a little, especially when you talk about the kind of money that they have behind them, and not that the others are broke or anything, but Amazon is a whale compared to the others, right? If Bezos wanted, he could buy one of the others, two of the other studios. Like, yeah, I mean, it would take regulatory process and all that other shit, but like,
yeah, but we don't know that's the case with the Netflix shows, though. Because we don't know, like, for instance, you mentioned the Millar show, Jupiter's Legacy. We don't know if that was the case with them, where they restrict them to a specific budget for marketing purposes. That show just suffered because it was poorly made. It's not because it was not because the marketing didn't work. It just
that just goes to show you
it was poorly executed.
Right, but and that's what I'm saying. Even using Ray's fucking, you know, point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, dude, if you don't have a fan base, or at least a dedicated fan base, you could get away with all the shit, because guess what?
Correct.
I watched Herogasm and I went, dude, this is fucking hilarious. I didn't read the comics, so I wasn't going, they're not doing this, or they're not doing that.
Gatekeeping. Yeah.
There's no equivalent of there's no red trunks or no kill argument attached to the Boys.
And that's what, and this is something I said. This is why Peacemaker was so amazing, because there was no gatekeeping.
But that's the thing, though, too, is that's the reason why, even with, if you look at Obi-Wan, there was nothing there, even though there was. But they could have. I mean, I felt like they could have had a story there. And you look at what
bringing up Obi-Wan.
Shut the fuck up with Obi-Wan, bro.
I'm using it as a fucking example, asshole. That's what the fuck I've been doing for the past fuck.
so sorry.
Like, fuck, dude. I've been literally
that was Benny Garth.
A fucking hour ago to do this shit. You fuckhead. Fuck.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh
no,
god damn.
I can't.
No,
I'm sorry. I meant fuck Obi-Wan, not Ben.
Well, I mean,
the other Ben,
right? Yeah,
old man.
No, but I do. No, but I mean, listen, like even from a subjective standpoint, like even though like all the stuff in Steven's article I did not catch watching Obi-Wan Kenobi, I could still look at the boys. You know, even like I mean. Okay, if I talk about the 2 seasons I have seen, that very first scene where A-Train fucks up his girlfriend, like from that moment on, I'm like, well, shit, okay. That's, you know,
there's a lot of stakes. There's a lot of stakes in the boys. Like when it comes to like anything that's when it comes to stakes that are missing in Marvel or DC, the boys are like, oh, we have all the stakes. That I mean, just imagine like having a Flash that ends up running through somebody and obliterating them like they did. Like, I mean, I remember watching the first episode of The Boys too and being like, oh shit.
Right, that's in the first 5 fucking minutes of the show. It's like holy shit.
Not even killing them off. Just like what this season has done is, it's picking out characters that you're like, dude, you're not expecting all of this stuff to happen, and it's like I don't.
And you don't know what's going to happen too.
Yeah, I really do believe. Like I understand what you're saying, Ben, in terms of like the difference between a poorly produced show like Jupiter Ascending and a better produced show. Would I say that? I mean, I haven't seen Jupiter Ascending, or no, what is it? Jupiter. Whatever it was.
Legacy.
Yeah, Jupiter's Legacy. Yeah.
You thought about the Wachowski movie.
Yeah. No, like right. I knew I was saying the wrong title. I couldn't remember.
Shut up, Meg. I said that out loud in the theater at the trailer. We watched the entire freaking trailer, and that looked like dog crap. And when it got really quiet at the end, I just went, "Shut up, Meg!" And the entire theater just erupted. Yeah,
because Mila Kunis.
No, but I get what you're saying in terms of like the difference between like a poorly produced show and a better produced show, subjectively speaking. But I do really believe that Amazon has a freedom with the boys that Marvel and DC, for whatever reasons, fair or not, don't have. As far as
I think they're playing deeply. They're playing deeply on the fandom. They know what the fandom are tuned into. Is Marvel and DC the Snyder Cut or anything like it? Anything that lives in the sphere, they know what works, and that's what they satirize in, and that's why it works so perfectly.
I also don't.
We see something and we identify right away. Like the whole fucking singing with Gal Gadot. I was like, oh shit! I couldn't stop fucking laughing.
Yeah, that was
that was so good.
That was so good.
Yeah. So they know. They understand the fandom. They
the whole release the Bork cut thing. That whole
the Bork cut.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're totally they're making fun of everything, even like the I mean I wouldn't even be, you just that's what you got to do. You got to be you have the finger on the pulse. Sorry, Steven, you were gonna say something?
Well, I was just gonna say like I don't know the boys' source material either. So I don't know how much this is true, but a sense that I get from like I got this from Jupiter's Legacy, but also like a lot of Marvel and DC stuff and Star Wars stuff. Very often feels like you watch it, and it feels like they're telling you, they're not telling you the story they want to tell you. Where like you'll watch the first season of something, and it's always like, well, wait till what they're setting up is what's cool, and like the boys. Was for me at least was engaging from the beginning, but you watch something like Jupiter's Legacy and everyone's like, oh, it's too bad it's not going to get more than one season because after that is when it actually gets good. And it's like, well, so why did you? I understand like you have some constraints from comics and stuff, but also like you can't. There's a point also where like that holds you back, where you're like, oh no, we can't tell the good story.
That's like, the Netflix. That's the TV and experience from Netflix when you when you
Cowboy
don't
Bebop was that way too.
It's like when you don't come with like network TV understands this. Where like TV veterans understand you must hit the mark in season 1 or you won't get a season 2. You can't assume just because you were in a different medium, like with the streaming age, you can't assume that you're going to get it. You must, you must.
Don't feed into the source gatekeepers right off the bat. If it's a new it's a new something, and I think that's what they were trying to do. They're like, oh, wait a minute, there's going to be those the diehards that are going to watch this and be like, that's not how it started. But when it came to the boys, and what we said at the beginning of the stream is like when Scott was explaining, and even Ben can contest to it, it's like the fact that it's like, they decided to go, hey, instead of like starting off, when it came to certain things that happened, like the temporary V, which that's not a spoiler, that was actually in the trailer, so don't worry. Where like, you got Butcher and, taking some temporary V to take on the Soups, that was actually right off the bat, but they saved it. They built up to it. And now when it comes to this season, it's fucking working like fucking gangbusters, especially in this last episode, because of what happens in like,
and they're making a thematic and they're making a thematic journey about it that was not an issue in the books, but they're turning it into a character thing in season 3. So once again, I could tell you from the first episode, this isn't the books. The stuff I recognize, like A-Train running through Robin, that was that's like how the book starts. But other than that, it's like I know that what I'm watching is and is inspired by. It's not a direct adaptation of.
And like Scott, the whole thing about VOD is not even a big thing. But VOD is like correct me if I'm wrong, Scott. It's like a conspiracy theory that everybody thinks that is happening, but it's not really out in the open like it is in the show. In the show, they make it like the biggest thing there is. Like, we're VOD and we have the superhero working for the government, and that's not how it is in the comic.
Well, because in the show they made VOD like Omnicorp.
Right.
From like RoboCop, it's like VOD runs everything.
Correct.
VOD owns everything. It's once again, it's that show going in a more, like I said, sort of an 80s satire way, a South Park satire way of, we're just going to skewer anything and everything. And the attacks they make on corporatism is
big time.
Scary and funny all at the same time.
There's for sure. But that's what I'm saying is like, because there's nobody clutching their pearls again about Red Trunks or No Kill or there's nobody doing that with the boys. We won't see that on Twitter where it's like, well, they didn't
that's
get
not my
that
Soldier
right, or they
Boy.
didn't do this.
Oh my god, what's going on with it?
Like
they
don't understand Soldier Boy.
Well, and I think sometimes I think the thing that we haven't mentioned also is the creative team behind the boys is like not
Seth Rogen.
It's not slouches. Like and like even though like you mentioned Seth Rogen and like people don't really think of him as a producer or a writer, but like he's done a lot, like and not just not just comedy stuff either. There's a level of like it's almost like how you can smell fear, where you get this stuff that like they're not afraid on the boys of just like going wherever they're going to go. And so often on other shows, like I said, where they're either not following the comics or maybe they are following the comics, where it's like there's either a fear of like, well, we can't go all the way there because we can't alienate the like general audience, and so it's like a soft version of it, or they'll be like, well, we're gonna deviate from the comic, but like not enough to like fully realize our cool idea because we don't want to piss people off. And it's like you need people who are like and this is very much what happened with the Snyderverse and everything. You have Zack Snyder who's like, no, this is different, but like this is a vision for like what this is going to be. And obviously people reacted poorly to it, but like what made it good though was the fact that like Zack committed to it. He wasn't like, well, I'll do this, but then I'll throw in this thing just to satisfy people. Like, no, you have to commit to whatever the vision for whatever is. And so much stuff either doesn't have a vision because visions for like a singular creative vision or is not as accessible always to as broad of an audience, but also like you need someone who's got the balls to be like, no, this is what the show is. It's gonna be different. Deal with it. I don't know if it's producers or if it's the creator, but like
Yeah.
Well,
to your
but
point,
also
that's
you
what
get-
it
you
is.
get Eric-
It's this story that we want to. I'm sorry, Scott. Go ahead, dude. I'm sorry.
He was so
But no,
nice. He was like, oh.
I know.
Sorry. I didn't hear you.
Sorry,
Like, I
Steve.
got a delay. Go ahead, Scott.
But you get a showrunner like Eric Kripke, who made his his big thing was doing Supernatural on WB and then the CW. But there's a guy who went, I have a 5-season story to tell, and when it got renewed past season 5, he went, have fun. I told the story I was going to tell. I'm out, and he left the show after season 5 because he went, no, I conceived this as a 5-season arc. I'm done. That's all I've got. And he just pieced out. And you get it. And so when Steven's talking about people who have visions, there's a guy who the show went on to season 13 or 14. But the guy who created the show bounced after 5 because he went, no, that's all I got to say. That's all I got.
Well,
and so he goes and does this show, and it's just kind of cool, especially this season with Jensen Ackles coming in as Soldier Boy and all the supernatural Easter eggs they're hiding in the show. It's like, thank you, Eric.
Hey,
Eric, I appreciate that.
Let me ask Chris this because I'm interested in Chris thinking it just because he's a big Superman fan. Like, is Homelander not the fucking greatest fucking villain I've ever watched? Where I'm afraid of him, but it's not like I'm rooting for him. I'm watching. I'm like, dude, I have no idea what this guy is gonna fucking do.
Yeah.
I actually thought of this many times. Funny you said that because I was like, as I'm watching each show, and no matter how much of an asshole he is, I'm like, I hope he finally flips out and kills everybody. I want him to totally nightmare scenario this whole thing because he's such an awesome character. I love him more than any of the other characters in this show. I don't mind him just offing anybody. I'm just like, this guy, even though he's an asshole, and I probably would not like to have this guy around the world. I want them to go balls to the walls crazy, nightmare this scenario, this world, and that would be pretty nuts. That would be pretty.
And that's what's so amazing about his character. I honestly don't know how he's gonna, and not even like talking about it in depth. Just I don't know what's gonna happen from here on out. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the shows, every single episode, you're just like, dude, what the fuck is gonna happen with this guy?
Yeah. Who the heck is going to take that guy out? That's the thing. It's like with each week, especially this season, with each week that they've keep doubling down, and it's like he seems more powerful and more in control and everything else. And it's like you said, he's scary. He's literally scary. And it's like, well, how in the world are they going to take him out? And it's like this episode. Well, I can't get into this episode.
What's scary? There's no kryptonite. There's no give him a red sun and he could be weak. It's like no, you have to find somebody on his level.
But the thing is that what I really like about the show is that this episode is that every time we see a superhero movie, they are always like, yeah, let's go and get this guy. Let's go and fight this guy. Let's go and beat up this guy. But he was like questioning himself, like, holy shit, this motherfucker could beat me up. What if he fucks me up? What if I get killed? You know what I mean? Like all those things, because he was facing his own humanity, even though he knows he's all
right. It's making him more human.
Yeah, exactly.
Which way? And I don't know, like which way do you think they're going to go? Though, are they going to find somebody on his level, or are they going to find a kryptonite?
Without going into spoilers, you got to watch it.
Well, you haven't watched the season 3.
So this is all right. They're built.
Right.
Yeah. They're covering the topic. They're covering that topic.
Crazy with.
I'm just dancing around the subject. Don't worry.
It's fun because Steven brought up Rogan a bit ago, and I get to bring this up because Seth Rogen is an example of one of these types of comic book visions that I subjectively hated the hell out of, which is the Green Hornet.
That movie.
No.
Oh Lee Winnell is gonna.
Do it. And I this is now my excuse to officially watch Upgrade and The Invisible Man. Because
you haven't watched those yet?
I've seen neither of those
movies.
Dude.
Right.
Dude, you're missing out, man.
I have to watch them now, Dave. I have to, because here's the thing: is the reason I hated the Green Hornet in 2011 is because I'm a massive fan.
Yeah.
I'm a massive fan of the show. Like, I love the show. It was only one season, like 26 episodes, and the problem that I had was that the show, like, because it was William Dozier, because it was the like the Batman 66 guys.
Yeah,
Rogen and Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg just assumed, let's just take the campy Batman 66 route with it. The show wasn't fucking like that at all.
No.
The show was actually a gritty, like, crime drama where, like, people
They could have
died.
gone the whole dark tone like they did with Batman, and this could have been like another Batman type of
Absolutely,
series.
and that's what I hope. That's what I hope Leigh Whannell does.
He will.
You know what I mean? That's what I think of Green Hornet.
No, if anybody's going to take on that, Leigh Whannell, I mean, like, that guy, I mean, everything that guy has been a part of, all the way down to he had a small role in Matrix Revolutions. I don't know if you guys remember that. Do you guys remember that
dude
Leigh
that got
Whannell
killed at the beginning?
Yes, right at the beginning, he had like he had a brace on his leg, and he's like, "Oh, they're coming!" And then all of a sudden he like tripped, and he got killed right in one of the ships. I'm like, "That's Leigh Whannell. He's right in there." It's like, holy shit! I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right. He was part of the Matrix Revolution."
That's literally the only Leigh Whannell thing I've seen to this point.
You haven't seen Saw? You haven't seen Saw?
I'm not into it. I missed the boat
that's
on
right. You're
Saw.
not into that.
I missed the boat on the Saw movies.
That's why you and Scott, you don't like that. Yeah.
And it's not that I don't
love
like
the first. I love
that movie.
I love the first Saw movie. Liked the second Saw movie. Got 15 minutes into the third Saw movie, and I was just like, I just can't do this right now. I turned it off.
I thought when it came to the Saw as a trilogy, it was good, but then when it came to the fourth one, that's where it started going like, all right, you guys are just now.
Yeah, by the time the fourth one came out, I was kind of glad that I dropped off. Like when I started seeing some of the stuff, I was just. But that first Saw movie though, that first Saw movie is brilliant.
Fuck me up.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely brilliant.
That's brilliance
100%.
right there.
Okay. Well,
when we were just trying to one up like every new movie, it's like, ooh, what's the new trap and what's the goriest, craziest thing that we could do? That's where I was just like, I don't care about that. You give me that story though. You give me that story, man. Where like, are you going to cut your own foot off? Are you going to kill somebody else? Yeah. And that first one was a great story, and then that twist ending was like, boom, man.
That was James Wan just going, let's do this fucking shit. And it was James Wan. And like, that's what, I mean, the reason why they were like, all right, how do we shoot a thriller horror movie type for a very cheap budget? Oh, let's just shoot most of it in a bathroom.
Right.
One spot. And they did it. And then you get Danny Glover and you're like, oh, now you got fucking Murtaugh on this shit, and it's like,
heck yeah.
And it just, because it's not even an anti-horror thing. In fact, the year before the pandemic, Scott helped me figure out what it is. Like, he helped me figure out like my horror movie preference, because that was the year that we saw, what was it? We saw It Chapter 2,
Dr. Sleep,
and Dr. Sleep. Yes. And I loved both of those movies. Like, they were really, like, I had to watch Chapter 1 first, like that day, and then saw Chapter 2. So it's like, I need that type of story and character development in horror movies. Like, that's the type of. So is the first Saw movie like that?
Oh
yeah. Well, it's a little gorier.
Supernatural horror.
But the story's great though. The story is definitely there. Yeah. It's definitely there.
I mean, it's when it comes to it, it's like, yeah, there's going to be some times where you might just go, like, because it's not supernatural, so it's all like puzzles, torture porn. There you go. Thank you, Chris.
See, and that's the thing is like, I guess I do like because I love Event Horizon, like that. I love that movie.
But Ray, you may like the first one. You may be like me because I don't like the torture porn crap. Like that, just I leave that at the door. That's why I stopped watching it.
The first one's the best one. The first
one is more like that kind of like cop drama, like who done it, how is it being done, are they going to find the people before they die, kind of thing. And then the second one leads into that even and is still really
kind of like
good.
The Cell. You ever see The Cell?
Oh yeah,
with
Jennifer Lopez and
Jennifer Lopez.
A long time since I've seen that. Yeah, and the second one kind of leads into
Vince
that.
Vaughn. Vince Vaughn.
Yes, Vince Vaughn is.
That's right.
Yeah, that puffy motherfucker. That's from Entourage. That's
And
from
both of them ended up playing brothers in that in the breakup too. By the way.
yeah, that's right.
There you go. That's my knowledge of kind of. But I want to kind of get back to the subject at hand of like, okay, when it comes to DC, obviously, when it comes to obviously David Zaslav, he wants to find somebody that's Kevin Feige-esque, and I always I've gotten this question. Goddamn, Enosh, you probably have gotten this
every night of my life.
Chris, you probably gotten this too, just and maybe even Ben, just because I'm just talking to the guys who are doing like the YouTube videos. It's like everybody just asks like, who do you think is going to do it? And I'm like, Debbie, yeah, fuck, dude. Anybody who says Debbie Snyder, please shut the fuck up.
Enough
Stop
with those
it.
fan
Okay?
casts. Can we stop fan casting GMs, please?
No, Zack Snyder's coming back. He told me.
Yeah.
He's just going to take over the whole thing.
No. He was standing in front of a building that said.
I'm just saying.
Oh my god, I missed that whole thing until last night. I'll be honest with you. I was like out for like a little while, and so like I didn't see that whole thing, and then somebody showed me that last night, and I was like, "Oh my lord!" Okay, all-time low.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, stop it with the Debbie Snyder stuff. She does not want to run a studio that is a mess. And I've even reported, I'm like, hey, there's people that just do not want to take the job. Eventually somebody is. And who knows? I mean, it could be like in a couple of weeks. It could be months from now.
It could be James Gunn.
Yeah, I know.
I doubt that.
No, not even him. Not even him.
I mean, he's got a better
James
chance.
Gunn, James Gunn's a filmmaker. James Gunn wants to make films. He wants to make story. He doesn't want to run a fucking studio. That's the thing.
He doesn't want to be a suit.
It's going to be a name that most people have never heard. I mean, like, look at Kevin Feige. It's going to be a dude who's been a line producer on like 100
Nobody knew who
things.
Kevin Feige was.
Yeah. We will not know who this. When we're going to say there's going to be a bunch of WTF. Who is this person? You're not going to know who it is.
And when that person shows up, it's gonna try to make their own mark on this fucking universe.
Yeah, he's gonna reboot the whole fucking thing.
Look, I honestly, whether the new person reboots it or not, I am just looking forward to DC Studios actually fucking existing.
Yes,
that's what I want.
Yeah. I want to see that logo already.
Be no longer under. Stop treating it like a tiny ass division under Warner Brothers. Give it its own fucking studio because it literally has a larger catalog than Marvel. Think about this for a second. Consider this: Marvel still doesn't have their entire lineup. They had to spend billions of dollars just to get X-Men and Fantastic Four back. They were never getting Spider-Man back. It's never happening. Sorry. Sony is hanging on to that. Like they will remake those movies.
They will make 20,000 shitty movies before they release that.
So Marvel,
we're gonna get it's Morbin time.
So Marvel doesn't have all their characters, and yet they still were smart enough to be like, give them their own studio with their own CEO, with their own autonomy. And Warner Brothers is over here like, well, DC's small enough. They have every fucking DC character, and it's a division. It's been a division under the studio for all these years. Get the fuck out of here. Give it its own studio. I don't give a fuck who is in charge of it. Just make DC Studios happen.
Exactly. Okay, but before we continue, we got some people that got to check out. We got Steven, Garza, and Ben that I got to check out right now. So
we're on the east side, man.
Yeah,
I know. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm just surprised on Steven, to be honest. No, but anyways.
Once the blue lights talk started, calming down a little bit. Steven was like, "That's
he gave all of his. He gave it all right there.
He blew his load.
He had his Herogasm right at the beginning of the show. If you missed it, you got to go back and watch it, man. It was amazing. It was like opening the door there, and that episode is like.
No.
Blue light! Blue light!
Oh no,
bro!
When I watch that episode, I'm going to be like, "Son of a bitch, Enosh."
Right? Yes, what you're going to say. That's exactly what you're going to say, Ray.
It's not my fault.
I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Garza, go ahead and promote yourself before you leave.
Fuck Obi-Wan. And no, I'm just kidding. No,
you're not.
Okay, but who would you kill and marry?
Okay. Well, you're gonna give me those options.
That's a good question.
I'm gonna kill Vader. 'cause it'll die.
Dave liked that one. Yes. Okay.
Oh, that was good. I like that one.
That was a good one. Yeah, no. I mean, you can't really find me anywhere because I've been so quiet. I'm like a hermit now. I'm like Obi-Wan. So you get to my buddy right here doing his thing, right, Benjamin?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Natural transition.
I haven't done a live stream. Live stream is fucking taxing, dude. I'm fucking drunk.
It's fun watching someone and it not be me. This is nice.
Yeah.
This is really nice.
I'm fucked up.
Oh no, we got to get drunk Scott back on here one of these.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I already had half a bottle of wine at dinner.
We need your son to be around, fucking moving around and fucking around now that he can like move and shit.
Yeah.
Not down
right.
here. He's not.
All right, so you good, Garza? That's nothing to promote other than that. You good?
No, nothing right now.
All right, Mr. Ben.
Thank you for having me, guys.
I feel like it turned around real quick. Like you were here and now you're not.
Nah, I'm gone.
It's like you just got called on in class to answer a question and you don't want to tell me.
It's your turn to read. It's your turn to read.
Yeah.
For everything everywhere all at once when she has like the two things going on and Ben's like trying to focus. And...
Where am I right
Listen,
Thank you,
reboot the
Captain Gator
DCU and fuck Reba. Good night.
Oh my goodness. All right.
All right, Steven, you gotta say fuck somebody because Al Garza.
You're gonna say fuck the blue lights.
No.
I like the blue lights too. I don't give a fuck about
I am Stephen Colbert. You can find me all over the place at SM Colbert. You can find me writing about blue lights at screenrant.com. For real though, check it out. Like even if you love the show, at least I think it's interesting. Just because I like the technical aspect, but like check out the it's rare that you get to see that kind of thing in a movie or show because normally they fix it, and so it's a really good example of like the production process. But yeah, so check that out, and I've got more stuff coming up this week, and also listen to me and Dice on BVS by the minute. Still working through the Lex rooftop scene.
Yeah, I love how you guys have like fucking 80 goddamn shows by the minute. Y'all still haven't finished fucking BVS. So I'm like, bro, I know y'all aren't gonna get that Man of
You know
Steel.
how long that movie? You remember how long that movie is?
Yeah, I know. Fuck out of here.
But this is what happens when Steven doesn't read Lolita before he records an episode. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because I listened to that, I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I got it. I love the insight to it. Absolutely.
I'm really good at research. So like I can do the research, I just don't always do the reading. But yeah, so check out that stuff. I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Get the fuck out!
All right, guys.
Bye, guys.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Take it easy, and we'll probably wrap up the stream, soon, for the remaining people here. But I mean, I still want to talk about what's going on when it comes to DC and all that stuff. And like I said, when I saw Chris post that poll, I was like, oh man, look at Swenson right here going, hey, because I saw some of the responses. You got some responses that were like, wow, Chris, what the hell? Like, how dare you say, how dare you even talk about rebooting or something like that? It's like, and that's what's so crazy. But yeah.
But Chris is all controversial. Somebody messaged me this week and they're like, hey, why don't you like Ray Fisher anymore? You and Chris Swanson both turned your backs. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like I wanted to get a hold of Chris and go like, Chris, did you know this? Did you know what was going on? We've changed our tune completely, Chris. We got to get this back. We got to get together on this.
What's funny about that is they already cast me out into the cornfield way before that. They're like, oh, you. And I'm like, what the shit? And I'm like, what did I do? What the hell? Yeah. So you guys are, join me in the cornfield where I'm just like, I got long hair and I got a mustache now. So, yeah.
So are you the children of the corn?
Yeah, essentially. I know. I got to turn my hair white, or something. But,
No, I saw Chris's poll, and like, you know, I still think it's interesting. What you said, that 43% voted in favor of a reboot.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's interesting to see. I thought it would maybe a bit larger on one side than the other, but it's like super close. You can really see the division. And it's only 1,400 people. I don't know really, but you know, but if it was a wider spread, what would that number be? And I'm even wondering, like you said, Dave, that a lot of these people who are trying to say, hey, you want to be the head of DC Studios, and they're like, nah. I'm wondering if the conversation is like, I don't really want to, because there's a lot of is division part of that, you know, or
you know, when it comes to this, I mean, from what I've gathered, it's just like, you know, Zaslav is all about like, let's go. I see the numbers, hear the numbers. Let's go. Let's get this thing going. And he's been doing a lot. Let's face it. Like ever since the merger, he's been doing a lot. There's people that are that are getting out the door. And even though, you know, Toby's not fully out the door, he is kind of. I mean, he's got that little charge. Yeah, he's not in charge of what he was. And everybody was like, oh, he's still friends with them. I was like, yeah, but he got like a deal to get kicked out. John Berg got the fucking same thing. And it was like, oh yeah, John Berg's going to go over here now. We don't hear about John Berg anymore. We're probably not even going to hear about Toby Emmerich anymore. I almost said McGuire. Jesus Christ.
New head of DC Studios, fucking Toby Maguire.
yeah, he will save it. He will save it.
No one knows what the hell he's going to do, but...
No, but like, you know, that's just what happens when it comes to these. That's what happens when it comes to these elites and these studio heads. Is like they don't just fully just go out the door. Yeah, exactly. Scott's doing
are we sure drunk Scott's not here?
I was gonna say, it took over his body for a second.
No, that's wine, Scott. That's wine.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. No, but you know, we don't know like when it comes to that, and I think Hamada maybe will get the same treatment, but as of right now, it's like until somebody is like gets hired on that studio head, and then but who would want to actually take the gig when it's such a mess right now? But I think somebody's going to eventually do it, sure, and it's probably going to surprise us, and it's not going to be a name that we know. It's not going to be Jay Leva. It's not going to be Jim Lee. It's not going to be. No, yeah. When people keep on suggesting those people, like recently, and I think even somebody in the chat said, hey, Jay Alieva should do it. I'm like, no, he's a filmmaker. And, you know, even though he does a lot of animated stuff, it's still he's making movies. He does not want to run a studio. He wants to make the content. And Jim Lee wants to still make content. He doesn't want to run a movie studio that is just messy right now. It's got to be somebody that has vast knowledge of the characters, like...
Dave, people don't understand though what a studio head is. I mean, look at why they hate Kathleen Kennedy. They act like she's a creative. They act like she's writing scripts for God's sake, and that and they're like she hates Luke Skywalker, so she's in there every day going, "You better not use Luke Skywalker." And then it's like they snuck him into the end of Mandalorian. Like she didn't know, you know, like
she thought it was Plo Koon.
Yeah, I mean, like she's literally over all of Lucasfilm. And people act like she's doing it. So like that shows you right there that people don't understand that like just because like they want John what's his name to be head of Favreau to be head of Lucasfilm, right? Or Dave Filoni. And I keep telling people you don't understand, though you don't want the creative people. You want the creative people out there making the content, you know, making the creations, man, making the stuff that you love. Let somebody else go sign the checks, work the deals, do the things. But people don't understand that that's how and what Feige does. Like, yes, Feige has a plan overall, and he's getting people to execute that plan. But that's because he's a good businessman, you know, and he's a creative. Like, he's got a creative mind. Obviously, he's got a creative mind. I'm not going to be here like, well, you know, Feige's just not creative. That's not my point. It's just that people, they automatically go to the people who made the cool thing that they like, and they're like, make that person in charge, right? Yeah. But they don't understand what those people do.
Thank you, Pino, right here. I don't know what NIOs are, but yeah. Speaking of Kevin Feige, I mean, what if he is dipping into Star Wars too, which is interesting, you know. Yeah. But what if it's inspired by Seven Samurai? It's not going to be as good as Rebel Moon. Sorry.
Probably not.
Anyway.
but no, Enosh, to your point, I feel like that one of the most important things that people should understand about Kevin Feige is exactly what his title is. It is CCO, Chief Creative Officer at Marvel Studios. And so the question is, do you want a CCO of DC Studios or do you want a CEO they're not one and the same. That's where, because I think people look at what Feige is, because with him being the PR, and that's the other part of this, right? Is because he's doing the PR, he's at the cons, he's talking to people, and he speaks to the fans more than Walter Hamada ever has thought to, right? But they don't have the same type of jobs either. But like the thing is, because you hear all this stuff about how we just had a Marvel summit where we plan the next 10 years of content, and you hear what Gunn said about how he's in the edit room during the
and then we're at SPCC. It's like they're gonna have a big Marvel fucking Hall H thing.
Yeah, they're back at Hall. Yeah, I heard that today. Yeah,
and that's gonna be huge, and like what's DC have right now? They don't have anything.
Well,
it's
it's kind of like what I was saying earlier about like when it comes to the whole reboot or not thing, like DC, it's not even just that like they're in a tough spot where people don't want to take the job. They're in a tough spot where they actually have a bunch of shit coming out that like hasn't come out yet. Like they're kind of stuck at the moment. Like they have to wait until like someone was posting earlier, like the Batgirl account posted at Adela Larby. Apparently they're doing editing. They're back at Warner Brothers. They're doing editing for Batgirl. We still have no idea when that movie is going to come out, whether or not they are going to give it a theatrical, which I think a lot of us think they are going to. And then how does it relate to, because of Keaton, how does it relate to The Flash? Do they have to wait until after that movie before they bring that out? So we could be dealing with another year and a half of DC movies releasing that are currently in post-production or filming, like Blue Beetle, before we can even think about pressing a reboot button. That's a tough position to be in. It's a really tough position to be in.
The devil's advocate, though, is at least it buys them some time that they can put this stuff out. Most of them will probably make money. I imagine turn some sort of profit. Like I'm sure a few could maybe disappoint here and there, but I think majority of them are going to be successful. I don't care what's happening with Ezra. I think the Flash overall will be profitable. Now that's depending if they were to reshoot a bunch of stuff, which I don't think they would. But Flash, the name, and plus Keaton coming back, that's going to have some pull. Aquaman sequel to $1 billion movie. I don't think Blue Beetle has like a massive budget, so I think they're safe there. So it does. They like Ray's completely right. You can't just tomorrow announce we're rebooting and everything, because then you'd almost make it feel like Swamp Thing, where it's we have this show, but we canceled it after one episode aired. So you'd be watching like
they canceled it before the first episode even showed up. It was crazy.
So people would still go,
really good.
People would still see it. But imagine if you went to go see Aquaman 2 knowing, after this, you're never going to see Momoa again. It's done. We're going to have a new actor, new storyline, everything. That would hurt it. People go, oh, why should I see it? So that's the only good thing, is maybe if they want to make a plan, and they don't have to. I'm sure that Zaslav wants someone there, but they don't have to get someone there in the next month or so, because they have stuff ready to come out. They got Black Adam on the rise, and they got Shazam, so they do have some time to play. And I get why people are kind of always in the middle, because like a reboot is fun. Like I'm not in the reboot camp. I'm in like the Days of Future Past camp, where that's always my example. Is that's what they tried, right? Is okay, we're gonna keep some stuff, we're gonna get rid of other stuff, and we're starting a new storyline. Now I didn't really love all the films that preceded, but still I liked that concept of keep some of the old but go a new direction. But I can see why some people want to reboot, because that's always exciting. It's always a new Batman, a new Superman, a new Wonder Woman. Like
that's what it is. The Batman and Superman, those two. Well, Superman probably even more than Batman at this point. But you keep hearing people upset about Keaton being the DCEU Batman. Like they want another Batman, and so between that and wanting a new Superman movie, like those are the two. I think those are the two biggest reasons people that 43% wants a reboot, because they want that again.
You know what? Like kind of irks. All right, so go ahead, Chris. I'm gonna take a little sip. Go ahead.
Oh no, I mean also that this whole Flash controversy, I could say, would be why fandom is splitting and general audience is splitting over it, because a lot of people don't hear the actual story and they're just looking at headlines, and it's making it worse. And it's just, I don't know. As a DC studio head, I'm like, do I want to get into this?
I know.
And then also, when you think about the whole idea of recast or reboot, there's also the situation of like what is the universe? What is the continuity? What matters? What doesn't matter? Like we got all these movies out. We've got two versions of the same movie that came out, and it's like, does someone want to actually try to spend the time and effort to make this make sense, to make this seem cohesive for an audience, or do you just want to wipe the tape? Like, do you want to try to connect the dots, or do you just want to take the paper towel and just wipe the whiteboard clean and start from square one? So at least you know what you're doing. Especially with, like, if you have a new studio head, I could see a new studio head going, well, I don't want to inherit all this crap.
Right.
I just want to, if I'm going to be in charge, I want to do my thing, and we could just start from square one. And so all this stuff that's been causing people to be divisive and arguing with each other, how about we just get rid of that? You can't argue about it if it's not there anymore.
Right. And I listen, if a new studio head comes in and does that, Scott, it will not surprise me. And I'm open-minded enough to be, even though I would be disappointed, I'm open-minded enough to see what they would do. My whole thing is, like I was saying before, is like, it aside from seeing what these new films are going to do, and, like, you know, kind of judging like how successful they might be, and if they are really successful, how can you throw that out? There's also the matter of, and I understand that, like, you know, I do agree that the characters are bigger than the actors. That being said, Gal Gadot is Wonder Woman right now. Jason Momoa is Aquaman right now. Margot Robbie is Harley Quinn right now in live action. Do you want to what you really have to do, what the new studio head has to do, is decide, is it worth it connecting the dots because of what is successful that is there? And let's also be clear, no matter what they do, whether they continue this or reboot, someone's going to be unhappy. There's always going to be.
But then you bring up the Momoa and Gadot. But if you think about a traditional structure that, you know, of film deals, what, you're only going to get like maybe one more movie out of both.
Exactly.
Of them?
That's the thing. Is they're both like Momoa's on a second one. Does he get a third one? See, that's the thing. There's that aspect too. And then another thing too is like what irks me, and like what I just even thought about last night watching the Elvis movie, and going back to the fact that, man, I'm watching a movie that should be released in October, and the trailer that I'm watching for Black Adam should be the movie I'm watching right now because it's a summer blockbuster movie. But naturally, it's like there's something that it didn't test well, so they had to do reshoots, and obviously they needed to take longer. But you know what's crazy too? It's like, you know, because I really enjoyed the Elvis movie, and I don't think it's going to do as well at the box office, sadly, because just where it's placed at. But man, they could have done like this whole thing where you have Black Adam, Shazam's also coming out too, Shazam 2. You have it connected with that. What was the hero that Elvis looked up to when he was a kid? Captain Marvel
Jr.
Why did he have a cape on his jumpsuit that was short, just like Shazam? It was because he was like wanting to be that hero. You could have like somehow did a marketing thing to market like all three of these movies together, but they're like, whatever, just put it right here. You know, this is just, I was like, that's what I was thinking about when it was talking about.
How many times do they reference the Rock of Eternity in the Elvis movie? I mean, seriously,
so many times. I mean, like, they could have just worked it in to these three movies, could have been worked in together and tied to each other in a marketing fashion, but they just, nope. Fucking who cares, you know? I'm like,
it would not surprise me one bit, Dave, if Zaslav literally said that to them, was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like he may have everything you just said. He may have.
It's not Zaslav. Zaslav probably did say that when, like, wait a minute, you have Elvis, the king, like, in his favorite character was Captain Marvel. It's in the fucking movie. He literally, when you see him flashback as a kid, he has the lightning bolt on his chest.
Jeez.
You actually see that, and they talk about it, and they could have actually just did some kind of marketing to link all of it together. But nope. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, you might see the Black Adam trailer before it. That's about it. But it's like they could have had the Shazam. I don't know, man. They could have did something with it. Again,
when you say that's amazing, that if they flip that, just like how you said, if they had Black Adam come out first, Elvis in that date in October, then 2 months after that,
Lead into
Fury
Shazam.
of the Gods.
Yeah.
Right.
And that would have been right in line.
They could have
No,
just
they-
did some kind of marketing like that.
It sounds like another missed opportunity. Sounds like yet another missed opportunity.
Yet
which,
another.
You know, well, it's funny, man, because when I talk about how I'm not in favor of the reboot philosophy, I get at least one or two people that are like, "Stop it, you WB bootlicker! Stop making apologies for Hamada and this new bastardized DCEU." And I'm like, "Do you listen to any of my? Do you listen to anything that I say? I have eviscerated all of those
I can already
assholes.
tell you no.
Oh
no.
my god! I have no. So it's no. Warner Brothers has made so many fucking mistakes with respect to this, and that's why I'm so big on like DC Studios existing, because the ship, whether it's a reboot or not, that ship needs to be righted. Organizationally speaking, it really does.
I mean, just imagine like you have this Elvis movie. I mean, it's about the king, the fucking king, the most selling artist ever. It even says that in the movie.
At the end of the movie.
At the end of the movie, it literally says like no one has outsold Elvis, and it's like, okay, so you have a movie that is Oscar bait, pure fucking Oscar bait. You got Austin Butler, who gives the fucking role, like the performance of his fucking life. I mean, he is just putting his all into it. You have, Baz Luhrmann, who's like, hey, I'm going to do a stylized biopic, and he delivers. Maybe it won't work for everybody, but, for the most part.
I'm going to tell you this, though. It was working for the gray hairs that Heather and I were sitting with, because we single-handedly brought down the age average of the 11:45 showing that we went to.
I'm telling you.
Because I swear there was no one under the age of 60,
yes.
but
I'm telling you, it moves. It moves. It fucking moves.
That speaks to Dave's point. You don't release that movie in June.
You don't. You don't. And I mean, you have all this stuff. Hey, no, you have all this. You have all this here. And then, I mean, but literally, like, again, you have the character who idolizes Captain Marvel. It even says it in the fucking movie, and it's like you have, literally Captain Marvel coming out at the end of the year. I mean, it all could have just kind of worked together in something. You have an Oscar bait movie right there, that's going to that is totally going to be Oscar bait, but it's released in June, which could hurt it. You release it I'm telling you, they just drop the ball.
It sounds like, from what you're saying, and I've seen some people, I've seen some very positive buzz about Austin Butler. It seems like one that, depending on if Warner Brothers, does their politicking right, that that every studio has to do for award season, it sounds like he could survive into the award season. But no, this is too early. You can't do that. Like, you're not helping yourself releasing a movie in June for the next Oscar season. This is why the Batman's going to get screwed over, because if the Batman had stuck to that's another one. Like, this is what I keep thinking when you bring up this date switch, the fact that, and it wasn't totally their fault. The pandemic totally influenced it. But like, imagine if the Batman had come out when it was supposed to in October of 2021, then first of all, the setting of the movie totally fits because of when it happened. It's Halloween, right? Yeah. And then on top of that, it is up for and at least wins one Oscar in the technical awards for this past season, and so it's unfortunate. Yeah,
it is weird when like they release movies. I mean, even going back to what's the NWA movie? I forgot what it's called.
Straight Outta Compton.
Straight Outta Compton. That got released too early too, and I was like, this should be released later on, because this is Oscar bait as well. There are so many good performances. This movie is fucking really great, well directed. Performances, everything, and it was like one of those things too. I mean, that came out in like 2017 or whatever, or 16. I don't remember when it came out, but it was like I was going, well, it only got one nomination for like a best like adaptation or something like that. But I'm like, it should have been nominated for a lot more, but it got released so early on that it didn't get that. And I was like, God damn it! It's like that's what I don't get when it comes to these types of movies. Like, why are you going to release them so early on when we all know that everybody starts, pulling out the jeweler's loop on like the movies, like when it comes to October and on, they start looking at which of these are going to be so great. Sometimes early on movies will pass,
and it's really January.
Yeah,
No, it
like,
is. Yeah, really.
Yeah. And it's just like, oh man, I don't know. It's just they missed an opportunity here when it came to promoting 3 fucking movies. And
well, shit, if there's that much Shazam imagery in it, what the fuck? Like,
dude, I mean, it's not like
it's a lot.
I mean, it's like when
Really?
you show the backstory, when it shows Elvis as a kid, it's predominant like that his character, and he'll say it throughout the movie too, like who his favorite hero was and how he wanted to fly and stuff like that. And then I realized, I'm like, oh, that's the cape. When he does, like, he's on stage and with the jumpsuit, and he does.
I had never even thought about that, honestly, Dave. I had never really even thought about that until you just said it.
I didn't either until I watched the movie. And the cape is not like it goes down to the
it's shorter
ground.
like his.
It's short, just like Shazam's. And I'm like, oh shit.
This feels like when I watch the Elvis movie, I'm gonna get pissed when I see it because I'm just gonna think about what you're saying. Like, why?
Yeah. He was all about Captain Marvel. He was all about Captain Marvel, and I'm like, "Fuck, you guys just totally missed like 3."
That's a horrible miss right there. That's
a really bad miss. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Well, especially when you own it all. See, that's the most frustrating. That's the most frustrating thing for me, I think, as a DC fan, is that I look at what Marvel has done with the pieces that they have. They didn't get to start off with every character that they may wanted to start off with. You know, back in the day, they literally got to, you know, they started with Iron Man, who, when people are honest, they say, like, there's people who like knew of Iron Man, but nobody was like clamoring for Iron Man. I get it. Iron Man has a history that people love Iron Man. You know, obviously there's some classic Iron Man stories, but as far as like the upper echelon of characters, Iron Man wasn't there. But that's, you know, that was the start, man. And they made it work, and they built up from that, and look what they did, you know. But like, we're still in this position where like you said, they've spent all this money and they still don't own all their characters, and now they got all these characters on reserve that it's like people are just like, well, skip all this stuff, just give us your version of the X-Men. Right? So like, people don't want any of this stuff. We don't want any of this stuff right now. We don't care about Miss Marvel. We don't care about this character. We don't care about that character. Just give us your X-Men and Fantastic Four now that you own them. And it's like, they forget that it like took 10 years to get to Endgame, you know, that like it was this build up story. It's like, no, we want it right now. And you know, my son actually came up to me last week, and he said the most profound thing. He's like, you know, Dad, ever since Endgame came out, people just got a lot like less patient. And I looked at him, he's 17 years old, and he's in with all this stuff. Obviously, you know, we do this stuff, and you know, we have these conversations. Our family, that's our family night conversations, right? It's like nerd stuff, you know. And so but I looked at him and I just went, yeah, dude, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, because it's like they got that bubble pop for themselves where it's like, oh my God. And we were looking at actually content creators, you know, some bigger content creators either on YouTube or TikTok or whatever, that it's like all about the moment, you know, like we all want to have that trailer moment where it's like, oh my God, did you see that? And nobody, oh wait, is Garza around? Hold on. That's why, like, Obi-Wan, like I'm sorry, I'm waiting for him to pop out of the back. Obi-Wan. Okay. But thank you. But no, that you know, because we as a family were talking about that, like with Obi-Wan, that like a lot of the complaints that I heard was, well, like, you know, it was all the expectations, right? Like, well, I wanted flashbacks. Well, you got flashbacks, but you know, if you get everything, if they blow their wad in the first 2 episodes, there's nothing else to like for example, tonight on, you know, Herogasm, you know, then you don't appreciate it.
Clip that out tonight on Herogasm.
Yeah, tonight on Herogasm. No, you know, but you don't appreciate it. It's not earned, you know. And it's like, just because you wanted a flashback of Obi-Wan and you know, Anakin, or just because you wanted this big fight, or just because you wanted something to happen, doesn't mean that should be what happens, you know? And so, like, I get that with some things, but like you said, then you look at stuff like this where it's like DC owns everything.
Everything.
They have it all. Warner Brothers owns all these characters. They could do whatever they want. They could make different versions of these characters for TV or movies or whatever. They could split them up. They could do whatever they want. And like you said, you got this great tie-in. Like that's an amazing take, Dave, because like, yeah, you just got this amazing tie-in and you just don't do anything with it. It's like your marketing team checked out. It's like you got people who are just not talking to each other.
You're doing an Elvis biopic, and there's a tie-in to 2 movies that are coming out this year that could just. and I even turned to I was like, by the way, I'm like, Captain Marvel, that's actually Shazam. Remember when we watched that? And Shazam's arch nemesis is Black Adam, the trailer that we just fucking watched.
Kevin Feige will rewrite it where like now the next Captain Marvel movie will have their version of Elvis in their universe looked up to their Captain Marvel.
Played by Brad Pitt.
They'll beat them to it, right?
Yeah.
They'll beat them to it. Just like they're going to I swear to God, man, Marvel just has that way, man. Like look at the you know, like they use these things, man. Like I'm waiting for what is it, Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton to be in the same movie together before DC even does it. You know, like
oh God,
I swear, man, it's gonna happen.
No,
like
it probably will.
You know, that's just the thing. They keep beating. You know, but Feige, everybody's like, oh, Feige doesn't care about DC. Bullshit.
Yeah.
I call bullshit on that all day long.
Totally.
Bullshit on that all day long. Kevin Feige can go on about, we watch Superman the movie every time we sit down to talk about one of our new films. Yeah, and you know what? Don't tell me for a second that they're not going, hey, you know what? We're going to show up DC on this one. Like, because I get it. Yes, if it's all healthy, it makes it for good. But, you know, they still want to be on top. Let's not act like they don't want to be on top of that, you know.
There's nothing wrong with the competition. Friendly competition.
Friendly competition.
Friendly competition. That's the thing.
That's scoreboard mentality.
Not the shit that you see on Twitter. Not the shit you see on fucking Twitter. No. They're all about the friendly competition. It's like, all right, yeah, okay. They're doing that. We're gonna do this and do that, you know. And even Zack Snyder, when he was doing his shit, he goes, hey, we don't need to do what they're doing over there.
Right.
Let's do something different. And he did something fucking different and had a plan. And it was like, I'm gonna do this.
How would you know? You're not a real Zack Snyder fan.
Right? I know. It's not like I've never talked to the guy.
So I got a serious question for you, though. I have a serious question for you, though.
Okay.
What's worse at this point? Is it DC or is it whatever the hell Sony's doing? Like the Craven the Hunter thing, where it's like we're gonna make him an animal lover who loves nature.
Yeah. Chris, what are you saying? What do you think about that?
That's stupid.
Right?
It just makes no sense. I'm like, when is? I'm watching Morbius. I'm like, when is it the point where they're gonna be like that point where he's like, oh, there you go, there's the bad guy. Right. No, I can't. And the post-credit scene is like, we're gonna take on Spider-Man's a good guy like you, apparently.
Right. They're all anti-heroes. How is everybody an effing anti-hero? Like even the people that weren't anti-heroes are now anti. Like the article with what's his name who's playing Craven, like. You know, talked about it and was just like, was talking about how he's Spider-Man's #1 villain. First of all, wrong.
Most iconic villain.
Wrong. Like, we need the drop from Superman Returns. Wrong!
Yeah. Go on the street and ask people who Craven is. And they're gonna be like,
where's it at? Come on.
Sorry, that's not it.
It's still crazy. You want to get nuts? Yeah, come on. It's dumb. It's so dumb. So like, first of all, yeah, he's the most #1 iconic villain, but then at the same token, he's also this anti-hero.
You serious?
He's not an anti-hero. Like, stop it. Morbius. Like, what are the Sinister Six going to do? Take kids? Wrong! Yes! The Sinister Six movie is just going to be these anti-heroes taking kids to like nursery school and like dropping them off for, you know, like different people, you know, helping moms out, single moms out, you know.
For all the problems DC Studios have, every day of the fucking year, I would take them over what Sony's doing. I hate everything they're doing since we started from Venom to now, and they're just keep going and going. They're like your brother who just keeps making bad decisions, but you're like, I can't can only do so much for you. You're on your own now. And I can't stand what they're doing every day. But you know what? They at least give us Spider-Verse, and I'm excited for that. At least I got that little creme de la creme.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, but
Right,
like
right,
with DC, even with
and the people who say that Sony saved No Way Home.
I'm not gonna go.
Who says
I'm
that?
not gonna.
Who says that?
That was in
where
an
does that
article
coming from?
somewhere. That was in an article somewhere that like Sony saved that movie at the last minute because of like their whatever they wanted to put in the film. That's what saved the movie because like it was
Right.
like going off rails or whatever. Like whatever. Like I believe that.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
You know what? Like when the like I don't have the same like I know Kraven the Hunter, but I don't have the same like connection to it at all. So when that news came out and I just like Twitter imploded, like I just it was nothing but bitching like all day. Everyone was just like, "What the fuck is this?" And I was like, "Well, damn, I have no idea." But
It
to
turned
answer the
Craven
que-
into Ace Ventura. Yeah.
to answer the question overall, like, and
I have exorcised the spiders. All the Spider-Mans are out of here. They're gone. I've gotten rid of each one.
I get what you're saying, Ray. It's like it was like it kind of just came out of nowhere. Like what? Yeah.
As somebody who, well, you know, and I mean, there's that, and then you know, whatever the fuck they're doing with the Madam Web movie, that what's her name is
Right,
going to be
that's
in,
happening.
Oh,
right?
he's a good guy.
Another
Hey,
anti-hero.
Hey, wait.
She's
Wait.
running the daycare in that movie.
I don't care. I'm getting Dakota Johnson, Sydney Sweeney,
Okay.
and some other. I'm watching that movie.
I mean,
And
so am I.
let that
So am
movie-
I.
Okay,
So am I.
okay,
So am I.
we're watching it.
No. They need to put Rebecca Ferguson in that movie, and Scott will just
Oh my God.
he'll have 8 herogasms.
I do have a theory though.
Ain't hero guy. I love that that's coming from him, like who hasn't even seen
Who
that
hasn't
scene
even
yet.
seen the episode? No, I have
Yes.
not seen it yet.
Yeah.
I do have
but
a
it's
theory
like-
that
You know
Sydney
what it
Sweeney.
means.
Yeah. I have a theory that Sydney Sweeney's agent is lying to her because if you look at all the quotes she has about this
Oh,
movie,
dude.
I think she thinks she's in the MCU, but she's not, and I don't know if she knows.
You might be right.
Yeah.
You might be right. I commented about that. I commented about that on Wednesday's Film Chucky Live, and I was like, she said, I want to be something part that's bigger than life, and I'm like,
Opportunity of a
Madam
lifetime.
Web?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I'm like,
that's-
Madam Web.
Yeah, and it's like you had Bale this week when he's like, "Oh, I'm reading all
Yes.
this stuff about being in the MCU." He's like, "I just want to do a movie with Taika. Like, I didn't join the MCU. I just like
He didn't even know what the MCU was. He said, like,
and Sydney Sweeney, I can't wait. She's fantastic for it. In years, you're gonna see her in like tons of great stuff. But every quote that comes out is like, "I think your agent wanted to cash in on some Sony money," and she's like, "Oh yeah, you want to be in one of those Marvel movies?" Because just like
100%.
some of the general audience, an actor might hear a Marvel movie and just think, "Oh yeah, those are huge. I'd love to do one of those." And
You're like, bless her heart. Bless
yeah,
her.
yeah, I hope she's great. I hope she's great. Fingers crossed.
And just to answer the ultimate question is like, okay, so and I say this as somebody that likes the first Venom movie. Like I own that movie. Like I legitimately enjoy that movie, and I didn't hate Let There Be Carnage, and I don't hate Morbius.
I did.
But by the same token, the only 2 DCEU movies I don't like are Justice League and Studio Squad. So by process of like mathematics, I will take the DCEU as currently constructed over anything over what Sony is doing, with the exception of Spider-Verse.
Well, we have the
Spider-Verse.
I mean,
Yeah,
well,
Spider-Verse is
we
always
got we got the Batman, which was like, all right, at least we have something that seems something that's going to be okay. We could do something with here. We got the Penguin show. We got the
well, yeah,
Arkham
we got a
show.
murderous Batman who's just committing vehicular manslaughter all over the road. I mean, I love
Stop.
it.
Stop it! Stop it!
I know
dare
RJ's
you.
in the chat, so I know he gets pissed
Yeah,
off
I
every
know,
time
I
I
know,
bring
I know,
every
I
time I
know,
bring up
so.
the vehicular manslaughter that Batman does in the rain, killing parents and children just to get to the guy that was like he knew where he lived and worked. But you know, hey, do what you got to do. But Ben Affleck's Batman is the bad guy. Okay, sure.
God damn it! See, that's one of the things when it comes to the Flash
Those
movie.
guys-
when
those guys,
when
they're
people,
fine. Those guys-
those guys are fine. Like what Zach
Perfectly
said.
fine.
But like when it comes to like the Flash movie, I mean, when people are saying like, "Oh, just scrap it" or just throw on an HBO Max, I'm like,
jeez.
do you guys realize this might be the last time we see Ben Affleck as Batman in this movie? I'm like, I know we got Keaton, but we also have Batfleck. Hello, I mean, like, God damn it, man. I mean, that's what's so intriguing about this movie. Is like we have two
And
Batman.
reportedly Jeremy Irons.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
that's
might
right.
be. There's
Yes.
like a Jeremy Irons presence. There's so much that's happening here, and then not to mention, we actually might get a Batfleck costume that has blue.
Oh, I hadn't heard about this
I
at all,
mean,
Oh, because of that comic cover, right?
yes,
Well, and also because of that comic cover, we all might get
Yeah.
to see Ezra naked.
Yeah, that was
wait,
a little
wait,
interesting.
that was not a resounding ooh.
The comics context.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Kings.
Well,
but
see,
yeah.
if I could address that one, Dave.
Yeah.
Go
ahead. Go ahead.
Because we Scott and I have discussed it. We've discussed this kind of ad nauseum on Squadcast Media in the past, like the difference between adaptation and inspiration. Scott, you even brought that up earlier with respect to The Boys, and it's like fans think it's so easy to adapt from comic panel to screen, and it doesn't translate like seamlessly. Like I'm sorry, not everything is Sin City. Not everything is like the perfect translation. Like there are definitely liberties that have to be taken, and on top, not just because of it doesn't translate one-to-one, but also because, and this is fans hate hearing this. They don't like this. They still don't want to admit it. We are 5% of the general, 5% of the total audience, if that. Which means that when you adapt one of these
Stephen
things,
even said that last week when we were talking about the Ezra stuff. He said that last week. It's like 95% is general audience, and we're just like the 5% kind of thing. Yeah.
So when these movies are made, they have to be primarily made for the 95% to enjoy it, and that means taking liberties with the source material so that it can draw in somebody that's never read it, as opposed to being faithful to somebody that has read it. And you may not like that, but it's the business end of it.
And they're the ones that keep it running too, because if we were just the ones seeing these in theaters, it wouldn't be making the billions or
not
And so like we need the general audience to like some of the stuff and go on. And even like Ben's question earlier when he was asking if anyone cared about the effects of Obi-Wan, and that's where it's like all the people that talk to me about Obi-Wan at work, they don't care about that little minute stuff. They just want to know, did they like the show? Did they not overall? Yeah. And then they move on to the next episode, and then they move on to the next show. They're if they're not on Twitter, if they're not listening to a podcast, they're just looking for, okay, did I enjoy the last one, or did I enjoy something else similar to this genre? Okay, and that's the thing you can. I think that's where tributing the comics, that's the best route. That's the most you can hope for a comic book fan. Is I remember in Civil War when you get that shot of Cap and Iron Man and they clash with the shield and the pulsars, and you get that, and it's a comic book cover. That's what I look for. Where it's like, okay, the Leo thing, right? Like, oh, cool. That's the most. If you want to adapt something, sure, like even Scott, you shout out 300, but even Zack Snyder's Watchmen, to me, like that was close as I can. I'm gonna adapt as close as I can. But I'm going to definitely have to make some changes along the way, and I appreciate that because, I don't expect it to be that way. As close as you can get, sure, and that's why they try and do that with the animated stuff. But even the animated stuff, look at the DC animated movies, they don't even fully adapt, for better or worse. There's stuff where they go bananas changing it.
So, in terms of general audience, it's an interesting question. If anybody here actually met somebody who saw Robert Pattinson as the Batman, would that person be confused when they watch The Flash? Was like, wait, I thought Robert Pattinson is the Batman now. What's going on? Like, how are disconnected?
I would say, Chris, that my mom is much closer to the general audience, but she watches all these movies. She would not be confused. And the only reason I say that she wouldn't be confused is because she would be able to visually tell the difference. Like she, I asked her this. I said, because she saw the Batman and she saw Doctor Strange and she liked both movies. I asked her, subjectively speaking, which did she think was the better movie? She said the Batman, because of the type of movie that it was and the setting that it had. And she likes that type of Fincher-esque feeling that like those types of films. And so there's a delineation there. We're not going to get that tone with The Flash. It's going to be decisively different. So
No, what I mean, like in terms of that, like, did she ever like, oh, is Robert Pattinson the Batman now, or what happened to Ben Affleck Batman? Like, you know how it's if someone were to watch another Iron Man and all of a sudden they change Iron Man, they'll be like,
No,
Tom
it's the same thing as
So
the
I'm
Lightyear
wondering-
toy thing. No, the general audience is not asking about the toy stuff. And the same thing, my mom, who I think is very like what Ray said. My mom's probably very comparable to that, where she keeps up with the stuff, but she's not drenched in it. She never once asked me, "Oh, is this replacing Ben Affleck? What does this mean for the
Right.
future DC?" She's like, "Oh,
Right.
I want to see this Batman movie," and that's it. Like, even look at the '90s. You went from '89 and '92 with Keaton, and then Kilmer came in. Like right away, you just accepted like from the beginning of not time, but like
One
even
of
look
your
at
dad-
Bond. Like you had Bond and then a new actor. Now that was more like someone's taking over. But I think people just kind of look at that now. Of sure, there's some people confused, but most people go, "Oh, this is just a different version. Cool." And if Ben Affleck comes back, oh, cool. You know,
Right, and to that credit, Travis, like my mom will probably really appreciate Keaton being in the Flash.
Oh, my mom too.
She'll probably be like, "Oh, Michael Keaton, put on the cape again." All right, like
my dad would like to make.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna, you know, especially with everything that's happening, and you know, and when it gets to that point, and we still have a year, which is great, and the fact that when it comes to all the shit that's coming out with Ezra, and it's a lot of bullshit. There's some bullshit that's coming out, and bullshit came out this week, and we're very well aware of it. We've seen the people are going, wait a minute, there's some interesting stuff when it comes. It just seems like, you know, when it comes to the media, they're just totally just going full force with it. But when it comes to this time next year, we just kind of go like, all right, hopefully that all dies down and things have been released from Ezra's side, which we are very much sure that's going to be the case by that time. And hopefully, like when it all comes out, we can just be like, all right, we have a Flash movie. They're probably going to market very highly on Michael Keaton coming back as Batman.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's got to.
But they should have done that anyways, though.
Even if there is not a single issue with Ezra ever, Keaton would always be the selling point of this.
And then,
because
and then
Michael
the fact
fucking
that
Keaton
there's
back
also
as
Ben
Batman.
Affleck's Batman, and like people are going to be like, wait a minute, there's two Batmans in this movie as well. And you know, they could really, again, I mean, I have faith, even though right now they dropped the ball with Black Adam, Shazam, and Elvis. I'm like, I have faith that maybe they can learn something when it comes to like, hey, you have a trifecta right here, or at least you have you have two Batman in this movie that you could really sell.
You know what's kind of funny was that John Campea show that Robert Meyer Burnett said like something to the lines of, they should really market Batman. They should just call it Batman Flashpoint. I'm like, wow.
I mean,
I'm like, wow.
You know what? I mean, they're gonna have to market They're gonna have to market Batman big time in the Flash movie.
Yeah.
So bad, so now, especially now. So I mean,
but yeah, Chris, just to like, I've told the guys this before. Like my old boss at my station in my old department, like literally, and I'm not kidding. Like she, on some level, like she watches all the comic book movies, but she doesn't delineate between the MCU or the DCEU. So she's completely convinced that Wonder Woman is an Avenger, and she like is waiting for Spider-Man to show up with the Justice League. I am not joking. This is 100% real.
This is why when you go into those those fake toy stores in the mall that have like the fucking Avengers and it has Batman, Wolverine, and all that. Yeah, they don't know. People don't know. They're just like, we're just selling this shit because
Darth Vader.
Yeah, they have Darth Vader in there. They have fucking Felix the cat somehow in there too. It's like they just sell it because they know like people might buy this because they have no fucking clue. Well, like who's in the Avengers,
and they don't care either. That's the other thing. They don't care. Like
they just care. Did I get my money's worth out of the $12 I spent? And if they did, they'll come see another one. And if they didn't, then maybe when they see another same title that character, they might go, But at the same time, they'll watch it streaming, or a new actor sometimes helps that because same thing. If someone didn't like the Batman, then they see a Batman with Michael Keaton or Ben Affleck, and they go, okay, I come back to this. Same thing with Joker 2. If you didn't like Joker, there'll be another Joker around, or vice versa.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason, for the $20 super chat. But yeah, even Ben Affleck said that some of the best scenes that he ever, and that's what sucks too, is like we have Ben Affleck, who is, one of our, he's a good Batman. He's a great Batman. We love his Batman. And he's going, hey, some of the best scenes I shot were in this Flash movie. Hopefully they keep it intact.
Confirmed. Batfleck hates Zack Snyder.
Oh, I know, right?
Confirmed.
Yep.
Yeah, confirmed.
Batfleck is a snake.
If I'm not mistaken, I think most people who were online are saying that the test screens for the Flash is better than the other movies. Like,
yes,
this is
I did a whole stream about that. I did a whole stream about that. I was like, why aren't people talking about the fact that the Flash is testing better than Black Adam when it came to the test screenings? And I'm like, and nothing against Black Adam. I really hope it's going to be something great. But at the same time, when I'm watching it, I'm like, man, Dwayne Johnson, what Dwayne Johnson really has to realize is the fact that you've built your acting career on franchises that already exist. And you've done a good job. You're very likable. You're very inspirational. I mean, Jesus Christ, when I, look at Dwayne Johnson's Instagram and he's like, yeah, just fucking out, just did a bunch of little, look at my fucking thighs, look at my delts, look at this. And I'm like going, Jesus Christ, this guy's almost 50. And I'm sitting here on my couch, like, I'm like Saturday morning eating a breakfast burrito going, Jesus Christ, this guy's like up like at 4:00 in the morning, like working out. I'm like, yeah. I'm going, where does he find the energy? Sure. But at the same time, I'm like money. Going, but I'm at the same time.
If I had that same money, I'd be fucking at 4 a.m. doing the same thing.
That's the thing. He does have that money. That does help. But at the same time, I'm just going like, I'm like, sure, that's cool. But at the same time, and I'm like going, but when you had an action movie that was an original that you tried to pull off, which was that the Die Hard type movie. What was that movie?
What was that? No, it was the one where he had one leg and it was really Die Hard.
I forgot exactly what it was called.
He's like trapped in a building with his family.
Yes, it was almost like an updated Die Hard.
It totally looked like it.
I totally forgot.
Yes,
the building even kind of looked like Nakatomi.
Yes,
yeah, skyscraper, high rise, some generic skyscraper. I actually forgot that movie comes out. This feels like a fake movie. You're telling me, like a Tropic Thunder movie right now.
And he's got one leg.
Yeah,
and he's got one leg.
But it feels like a fake movie.
Oh my God, it's coming back to me.
That's right. And he's got one leg. Don't forget, he's got one leg.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And he still jumps from building to building with it.
Mm-hmm. I still mix that up with the one where he's in a helicopter, and there's a
that's San Andreas. That one's San Andreas with the earthquakes.
It seems the same.
Yeah,
you can just put them all together. They all go to the same place.
His own cinematic universe. Yeah,
all the jungle.
That's
movies,
the thing,
and
that's what we were talking about with Black Adam. It's like he played it still too safe. He played it safe.
Yep.
If he were to play, I was talking about this with somebody. I was like, man, if he were to play Black Adam, where it's like, all right, and I think he's toying with it when you watch that trailer, especially when he comes face to face with Hawkman. He goes like, heroes don't kill people, and he goes, well, I do, and it's like, all right. So you better just keep that. I mean, if you're trying to build towards a Legion of Doom or something like that, that could really work because that has really never been done. But it seems like he's still
an
trying
anti-hero.
to be a hero. Yeah, but he's still trying.
They literally use the word in that trailer. It's like so on the nose, like he's an anti-hero.
He's an anti-hero, but I don't think it's gonna grow. The Rock, if you look at the way he's cultivated his whole career, he's very much about his brand, and I do feel there's part of him that feels he'll maybe play this Black Adam character with a tiny bit of an edge, but I feel like he feels if he changes it too much, people may reboot against it, like his fan base.
I don't know, man.
They I know, but I'm talking the general audience when they just pay to see a Rock film, that charismatic, the eyebrow raise, and if they go say, "Oh, he's kind of trying to be a bit dark, he's trying to be serious," that's not why I'm here for the Rock.
I think he thinks he's Superman. I think he thinks he got cast as Superman.
But I think some fans, and I think some fans will think that too when they see that trailer, like, "Oh, he's just playing a Superman type."
And I agree with Travis. Whether it's he's thinking of his brand or not, he is playing this as though it is a comic book film in the Rock's universe, not necessarily in the DCEU. So the idea is that fans of Faster, fans of San Andreas, fans of The Rundown, fans of Gridiron, whatever he's been in, those fans
Man,
even him
we're
and
not
Fast, you know.
That's why I keep tweeting at The Rock, dude. Dwayne, I have to. Every time he says something, I keep tweeting him. I just keep saying, you know what? You can say all this, you know, the hierarchy of DC is going to change, the BS, whatever. But if you do not face Henry Cavill's Superman in a film, and it can't be another Superman, it can't be a recast Superman, all that BS. You can't do that, because at this point, then it's not changing the hierarchy. You're just going off and making your own thing then, and just say, well, we're doing this other thing. To say you're changing the hierarchy, and he called out the DC heroes who were already established at Fandom, right, a couple years ago, right? He called them out specifically. He said, I'm coming for you. So if you do that and you do not face Henry Cavill's Superman, it's all for naught. And
but
you
again,
didn't do anything.
only we are talking about that, though.
Maybe.
You know, my mom's not like, I wonder if he could beat up Batman, Superman. He'll be the true hierarchy of the DC. No, they're just like, oh, cool. The Rock had his big muscles in a movie. He's gonna make me laugh.
I tend to agree with that, Travis. But I do think on some level, based on how he plays it, somebody could be like, be curious, right? Like maybe not even thinking of Cavill, just like, oh, would. He said, "Wonder if he could. Wonder what happened if he fought Superman."
But again, they might be asking. I wonder if he thought Thanos. They might not know. You know, they're not going to know for sure. Like we have. What else is tying this so far, other than the Rock's promotion in the actual trailer? Other than the DC logo, is there something that alludes to other DC movies? And I'm not saying this in a bad way. I don't remember the trailer.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Jennifer Howland's in it.
Is she in the trailer?
She's not. No, I didn't see her.
Okay.
She's not in the trailer.
No, that's what I meant though. Like when you look at that trailer, there's nothing that ties it to anything else for the GA right now, as far as knowing. Oh, he could be in the Cavill universe. He could be that. Right now, it's just The Rock could be doing an Image comic book superhero for all the people know. And same thing, Dr. Fate, Ab Smasher. These aren't characters people know and stuff like that. So, I think The Rock kind of picked that on purpose because he gets to play in his own sandbox. But again, he gets to make the rules.
What I even said earlier, Travis, was like, I had my mom sitting next to me during, watching the trailer, and she, when that first soundbite came, that narration of the trailer, she goes, "Was that Pierce Brosnan?" And I looked at her, I was like, "Good job!" And all of a sudden, he showed up on the screen. She was like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, "Good job, Mom, Mama Film Junkie over here. I've taught you well. You recognized Pierce Brosnan." I'm like, all right. So when it comes to the next trailer, you better have a pretty good amount of Pierce Brosnan in there. Yeah. I'm just saying.
Scott, he had a successful Bond run,
Yeah,
like he's been.
Scott, I've seen that, Scott. Yes. What he just.
Sorry.
Dave is watching Herogasm again.
Yeah, I clicked on what Scott said.
He's having a Herogasm right now.
Yeah,
he turned the lights off.
He's having a Herogasm right now.
I have totally. If people have not seen that clip that he just dropped in the in the chat, it's actually really well done. It is a really well done clip.
Very well done.
How did somebody do that? How did somebody do this? I mean, it is amazing. I mean, if anybody who this is what was shared
this
right
is the
here.
good side of the internet, like this.
Yeah, exactly.
This is where the internet wins.
You got Tuco, like you got this right here, and it's like, what the fuck? I mean, look at how flawless that looks.
Great.
Look at how flawless that looks.
Yeah. No,
I'm watching it right now. This is absolutely amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's funny.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, like how I mean that had to be like frame by frame,
right?
Because it looked really good.
And it's great on its own, but it's so much better if you've seen the show.
Oh yeah. If you've seen, look at that.
Look at that. Whoa. Whoa.
Look at that. He's holding the hammer. I knew it. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Like whoever made this, amazing.
So he's confirmed for Love and Thunder, right? That's what that clip means.
Okay, listen. I'll tell you what. It is
Bully McGuire.
Huh?
I don't know.
What'd you say?
What?
What'd you say, Ray? Sorry.
No, what were you saying?
Oh no, I thought it was. I was just wondering if they're the same guys who did Bully McGuire.
Could because those are some good ones.
Really? It could have been.
Yeah.
Could have been.
No, I was gonna say, Travis, if Tuco is in Love and Thunder, my anticipation for it will rise because I don't have. I'm gonna see it, but I don't have high expectations.
Okay.
for
That
Love
could
and
be the
Thunder.
last topic that we talk about in this stream right here. How's everybody feeling about Love and Thunder? I'm gonna go.
I'm going for Jane, and that's it. Truthfully.
I love how Scott was like, "Hey, I'm good."
But Scott has the right response there because what I've seen, like, so I'm someone I'm seeing it. I have like a right amount of level of excitement. I like Ragnarok. I'm excited for Bale because I think Bale's the greatest actor of all time. I'm excited for Natalie Portman. I like some of the jokes in Ragnarok. I'll say I actually like a 60%. Like I've always said this before, like I like the Thor Ragnarok movie better if it's not an MCU movie. I know you can't do that, but if by itself as just some sort of weird Taika comedy movie, it works for me. Yeah, exactly. But when it is the greater MCU, I think the comedy is a little too much. But I like it enough, and I'm hoping after Jojo Rabbit that there's certain storylines they'll tackle here that he gets to bring some of that more dramatic side. I don't want to spoil it for people know the comic books of like stuff that could happen with Jane. So I think there's some things he could do. I think if you did not like the first one, you're probably not going to like this. And that's where it's like, so clips have been coming out this week. And there's been so many people like, oh my God, this looks awful. I don't think I'm going to see it anymore. Most of those people were still saying that when they announced Taika was coming back. You're like, oh, they're like, and even Taika, before there was even clips shown, he said, oh yeah, I'm going to make this one like 100 times more wilder than the last one. So every sign like the past year and a half has been, if you didn't like Ragnarok or it's not for you, definitely don't see this movie. Just skip it like Scott's doing. And even if Scott sees at one point, it might be streaming in like 3 years from now or something like that. That's the fun. But people be like, oh, I had my tickets, but now I'm going to return them. Oh, fuck off. You didn't have your tickets or you're still going to see it and you're going to say something else. It's weird because it's just like, it's what Taika did in Ragnarok and he's doing it again. You're not going to like it. It's the same way people
I know I'm not going to like it. So I don't comment on anything because I have nothing to add to the conversation because I have made it very public my feelings about Ragnarok and really Taika in general. I have seen Taika's other work. I don't like his stuff. And so I mean I even saw Jojo. I had hopes. I had hopes personally for Jojo Rabbit. I watched Jojo Rabbit and went, no. So I just realized that he's a director that I don't like. And I was really, and to be honest, I was afraid that him being in Lightyear was going to ruin part of Lightyear for me. But thankfully, what he did in Lightyear was like, no, okay, that's
that's the bar.
It is funny though, because like I totally forgot that he was one of the voices in Lightyear, and when I heard it, I was like, Jesus Christ, is this guy like in every fucking thing? Like,
right?
Because you know what the my least favorite thing of Free Guy, and I really like Free Guy. What was my least thing of Free Guy? It was Taika Waititi because he was like obviously the antagonist, and he was over the top, and I was like, all right, but it's not ruining because I really like this movie. Everything else is working for me, but it's just like, but at the same time, I don't share the same thing that you said, Scott. When it came to Jojo Rabbit, I actually was impressed. I went, oh, okay, so this guy, okay, he can actually make something that has got a little bit more. Yeah, I didn't like it fully. I mean, like, of course he had to play Hitler himself. And that's a little over the top, sure. But at the same time, it didn't ruin it for me. And I was like actually really impressed by the movie. And I went, okay, this guy can actually make something that's good. And I like, but when it came to Ragnarok, I was not a fan. And what I've seen for Love and Thunder, I'm only hoping that, I'm going to see it for Natalie Portman, naturally, because she looks amazing. And then, obviously Christian Bale also. So I'm hoping that gives me a better experience than I had on Ragnarok. Because
like the thing, sorry, but the thing that I don't dislike Ragnarok. Scott feels more strongly about it than I do, but it's third on my Thor list, right? Because the thing that worries me about Bale, to be very honest with you, is like, and I have to keep my streak up anyway, Travis. I've seen all the MCU movies in the theater.
And I was going to make going to make a quick point before you go to like break the fourth wall. I also don't usually mean it at content creators because like this is what you do. Yeah, that's how
Right,
you keep your
that's-
channel going. That's
fair
things like
enough.
I saw a fucking Detective Pikachu because it's like that's what I do. Like at Geek First, we're literally listed as a small business. It is now one of my jobs to go see movies if I don't really want to because I get them written off now. But like the content creators, I understand that point of view. I mean more people that are just fans and they
Right.
see it for the love of the game. You're not loving this game, But now Ray,
All right,
continue. Anyways, yeah.
All right. By the way, we like Detective Pikachu. Anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
But
I saw it twice in theaters, once by
yeah.
myself, and then
I
was to actually
enjoyed it.
take and then I actually went by myself, and then went the second time with my son who loves Pokemon. He was like, "Now you can watch it with me. Now that I've seen it myself."
That's a good call. Yeah.
No, but
and it was really funny. Travis was seeing it the second time, and my son spent the whole time going, "Hey, Daddy, that's a this or that," and "Daddy, that's a this or that," and then there was someone going, "Yes, son, I know.
Yeah,
Yes, son." And there were a few that was like, "Oh, really? Cool."
It's scary
Oh, I
when they
didn't know what
start
that
to.
was. Thank you.
It's scary when they start to know more than you on certain topics. Like, oh my god, and that's the other
Right.
thing too. I'm taking my 5-year-old daughter to see Thor Ragnarok, and I know, Thor: Love and Thunder, and I know she's gonna love the shit out of Mighty Jane Thor. Like, that's gonna be so much fun. Like I've said this before on the podcast, where I've watched Spider-Man 3 with my kids, and it's like their end game because there's so much cool shit they're seeing for the first time. Like a movie that has Sandman, a Venom, a Spider-Man, like all this stuff. So also seeing it with kids, that makes almost the worst movies better too as an experience.
Yeah, no, I could buy that for sure. But no, the thing that worries me with Bale is like, okay, so like a year before Thor Ragnarok came out, I remember I wrote a piece. I wrote a piece on Ragnarok when they announced the cast, and it was like Kate Blanchett, Carl Urban, Jeff Goldblum, and it was like, what the hell? And so I wrote this piece on the Flightcast. One of my first pieces about is Marvel trying to win an Oscar? And then a year later, it's like, no, the fucking weren't. That was not the point of the movie at all. And so I'm not gonna get fooled again with Bale. You fooled me with what you did with Kate in Ragnarok. Exactly. You're not going to fool me again with Bale on this one. And listen, he could surprise me. I'm open to that. He could totally surprise me, and he could be completely better than what they did with her as Hela. But I am not going into the movie with the expectation of that.
Oh, and even if, like, for me, I think Mads Mikkelsen is one of the greatest actors around right now.
Oh, yeah.
And for me, in Doctor Strange, he's like a complete waste. He has a few
Yeah,
good
he was
scenes.
underused.
Yeah,
He was
and you have
underused.
this, like, great actor, so that can
And I love that
easily-
movie too, by the way, which is funny. Like, but he was underused. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, and that can easily happen with Bale. And I also just do not want. And again, that's where I hope Taika will reel it back. What they've set up with Gore, the God Butcher. If you don't much know about him, it's like he lost his family and he blames the gods, so he's gonna kill them all. I don't want this character quipping. I don't want him to be funny. I don't want little snide comments and stuff like that. If you get the Thanos route of he has some kind of very dark humor, okay, I can roll with that. But same thing as Hela and Thor Ragnarok, where that was a low point for me, where she would, it almost felt like you could tell there was reshot scenes like, hey, we got to add a joke here. And yeah, that's definitely a worry. And that's where with Ragnarok, that's why it's like in my middle bottom of MCU, because the humor just overrides it. I wonder if you took that film and you took it down like 40% with humor, like what you could actually get out of it. But that's his style, right? And that's what they like.
Right.
And it's not like it was bad for them box office wise with Ragnarok. People
No, it was
respond
very
to
successful.
That's the thing. That's the thing. If it works, and I've always said that too. I was like, I don't like Thor Ragnarok. I understand why they chose to go that direction.
Yes.
Business wise, a fucking smart move.
And why they brought
Did it
it
work
back,
for me?
too.
Did it work for me? No. And I'm gonna fucking make fun of it and be like, that's not what I was hoping for. I didn't need to see Hulk's ass and shit like that. I was like, that wasn't for me. And I can't. And when I rewatched it, I was like, nope. It's not a rewatch value for me. It's not one of those movies where I watched it for a second time and I'm gonna, oh my god, I was wrong when I came out of the theater. No, I didn't like it more, to be honest. But I'm just going like, I get it. And if that works, totally fine. And I see that with Thor: Love and Thunder. I'm still gonna go see it opening night. I'm still gonna review it. Still gonna give my opinion because that's what I do, and that's perfectly fine. You don't have to take, I always say, hey, if you want to go watch it, fine, perfectly fine. I'm probably not going to enjoy it. I hope I enjoy it more than Ragnarok. And I think I might, because there's a little more, there's more players in this one that I think I'll maybe enjoy it more. But Don't
I
you
feel
know?
like-
And I'm already knowing that I'm gonna. Yeah, Chris, go ahead. Give your opinion on this.
Right, well, I feel like Thor: Love and Thunder. So, like, I like the first Thor. I like how they were going.
Oh yeah, so do I. The first with
I feel
Kenneth
like-
Branagh. Yeah,
Right,
underrated.
yeah.
First one's fantastic. Yes.
But I feel like Ragnarok was two different movies for me when I watched it. You had that Thor. They tried to do a little bit of that serious Thor, but then Taika really wanted to do that cosmic space adventure, and so it's like two different things. So for me, I didn't mind. Like for me, I disconnected the space adventure for the actual Thor. Like if it was just that cosmic adventure, I could say this is disconnected. This is the type of tone. It's like an 80s, you know, sci-fi, crazy kind of adventure, ice pirates, whatever.
Flash
you know,
Gordon.
I don't mind that. And so I think for me, if I'm into Thor: Love and Thunder, I think that's when Taika just ripped off the Band-Aid. Kevin Feige's like, you can do whatever the fuck you want. And he's going to go full cosmic adventure. It's going to be comedy. You already see the reactions. And for that, like I'd have to. So I'm going to try to say I have to place my mindset in a certain. I need to have a certain mindset in order to go into this movie to enjoy it for what it is. And so if I'm already in that 80s science fiction, raunchy comedy, whatever, you know, badass, you know, he's already wearing the tank top. You can see him. He looks like Kurt Russell from Big Trouble Little China.
Yes.
You know, I got that mindset.
Yeah, I'll give props to that.
It's no longer the first Thor movie. They killed him. He's already dead. That one's already dead in Ragnarok. That's over. Ragnarok literally destroyed that version of Thor.
just like Darth Vader destroyed Anakin.
Well, and to Chris's point, it's kind of like Ragnarok can be looked as like that.
Let's not go back to Obi-Wan.
No. But Ragnarok can kind of be that turnover because that's Taika's first time working with Marvel, right? Where it goes well, and if they're happy, and the dude just won an Oscar a year ago, which obviously in Hollywood they like that type of stuff. So it's like,
of course,
I think you will get more of the Now that's going to not be good for some people, but like Chris was saying, I think you will get more of just that space, very wacky, random type of comedy, and less of the, you know, Odin and Loki on the hilltop talking about life and stuff like that. Like, I think they're just going to go balls to the walls, which I think will be better for people that like the Taika stuff, but then maybe worse for the people that don't like that stuff. But again, just skip it, because even if you're a Marvel fan, you got Miss Marvel, you got She-Hulk, you got Black Panther in
You have more than enough.
Hopefully, yeah. It's like it's not like the day and age where you got, you know, X-Men Origin Wolverines and you're like, oh, this is all it is for the year. You know, it's like, no, you have like between DC and Marvel and the shows, you have multiple shows, animated shows. Like, there's so much. Skip Thor, and there'll be something else for you. You know, maybe Thor will pop up in a crossover because, you know.
And Travis, and to your point, you know, because we talked about I think on Fans Without Borders back in the day about, you know, we think we even call the episode "It's Okay Not to Like Them All." Like we talked about, where we've reached the point now where we can't skip stuff. Well, now with the I know that Feige has been saying that, oh, you're about to find out what our next saga is going to be. But right now, movies feel skippable.
Yeah,
like movies like this does not feel like the Infinity Saga era where you felt the need that you had to see.
The shows feel skippable too.
Every single movie, no matter.
Oh, keep going. Sorry. Scott, your video's in a delay. Sorry.
No, I understand that you guys have been delaying for a while.
Yeah.
So, but it's the idea that if I'm not interested in the shows, I feel like I can skip the shows. If if I am not interested in the movies, I feel like I can skip the movies. And if I do want to watch the movies, since they're all dropping them on Disney Plus, great. That's not going to cost me anything to watch it on Disney Plus. You know, and even then, I still haven't seen some of those. Like literally, the Marvel movies that I have seen have been either one that I rented at Redbox, and the rest were ones that I actually wanted to see in theaters, so I went and saw them.
Yeah.
And even those, it's like, I don't feel like I'm missing anything with the ones I skipped.
Yeah.
Because they're not so tightly woven the way the Infinity Saga movies felt, where one led into the next one that led.
Right. It's not
the next
not
one.
nearly
Even
like
the end credit scene
of episodes.
Yes, it's not.
I wish I would have skipped Hawkeye.
Yeah, I liked Hawkeye. You know,
I just don't like Hawkeye. I can't stand that guy. And look, as a man, as a parent, and as a husband, I freaking hate Hawkeye. You're going to tell me you can't go home for Christmas, but you can spend your Christmas with a 22-year-old brunette in your room teaching her cool things, but you can't get to your kids. No,
You had to get the
shut
Black
up.
Ronin
And then you
suit.
tell your wife, sorry, but I'm still pining for my best friend who was a hot redheaded Scarlett Johansson. I mean Black Widow. Shut up. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here with that.
But in that
okay,
sense,
okay. But Enosh, are you watching Miss Marvel?
I am. Actually, you know what? I'm very surprised how much I like Miss Marvel.
There
I
it
had no I had no business watching that show. Like I was just like, I don't want to watch this show. And then Tiffany and I literally had watched everything that we had on our list of stuff. And we were sitting there and I had like an hour or so. And I said, have you watched Miss Marvel yet? And she goes, no, I was waiting for Isaac. And I said, okay, I'll watch it. And we watched that first episode and I was like, all right.
Yeah.
This is fun.
Surprising,
Okay.
right? I mean,
yeah, I was
that's
like,
the
this
thing
is
about-
good. I like this. This is cool.
Yeah, Miss Marvel. Like I was like, when I watched the trailer, I went, this is not for me. Not. This is not aimed for me. This feels very like teenage CW kind of stuff. But then I was like, I'm still gonna watch it. And when I watched it, I went, oh, never mind. This is very much not like what I thought it was gonna be. And it's actually very enjoyable. It's charming. She is very charming. Like she's adorable, and like the characters are great. And yeah, I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, you know, I mean, it's not perfect, of course, but I still have gripes. But at the same time, I'm going, all right, I'm gonna watch this show to the very finale because you got me hooked. So
yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. I really, really enjoyed the show, and I'm really surprised that I like the show because I didn't like Moon Knight.
And I like that. I like it when that happens.
See, Moon Knight was the one that surprised me. I really like Moon Knight.
Really?
Oh, yeah, so did I.
I wanted to like Moon Knight. I thought I was gonna like Moon Knight. Everybody told me I was gonna like Moon Knight, and then I watched it. And I was like, "What in the world is this?" You know?
And honestly, that's what's happening to me with Miss Marvel. Everyone around me is loving it, and I just have not locked into it. It feels like a chore for me to watch sometimes, and I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. I think Amon is. I cannot wait to see her interact with the character. I think all the stuff with the culture is great because I'm learning, but the rest of the stuff, it feels like, and this is because I saw in the chat, no CW hate. I'm not saying CW. I'm saying, you know how there's like three versions of CW where you got like the worst of it and you got the best of it, but then even the best times there's those seasons where there's like 4 to 6 episodes where like, you could have cut this and we didn't need a whole 24 season. That's what Miss Marvel feels like to me, that CW, where it's not bad stuff, it's just I've seen this all before. It's all, other than the culture stuff, it's all teen drama. It's all Boy Meets World, Lizzie McGuire.
You said Boy Meets World. You just hit a soft spot, Travis.
I love Boy Meets World. I own every season on DVD. But I'm saying I've seen it, and it's
I feel like we're all the Boy Meets World generation. Seriously,
I'm telling you. You know what's gonna end up happening one of these days? We're gonna have a Boy Meets World like episode by episode podcast, and you guys can find it. I'm just saying, because I love that fucking show.
Fantastic,
so much.
yeah.
But it'll be the first time I ever watched an episode of Boy Meets World.
All I know, all I know is that they're doing like there's a new project that's coming out with the actress who played Topanga, and I'm interested just because it's her.
Who didn't have a crush on Topanga?
I didn't watch the show, and I still knew who Topanga was. I mean, come on.
But yeah,
I watched a couple episodes.
We have stuff like a character's like, oh, I have to move, and oh, you really have to move, but I didn't have, like, it's all the teen stuff you've seen before.
It
and
is. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's where it's just like I'm waiting for that hook. I'm waiting to be
I got accepted to Caltech. Oh shit.
Yeah.
See, but as you know, as resident CW defender of the
God,
because
Selena needs it. Yeah, she's saying, yeah.
But no, I probably would. I haven't dove into Ms. Marvel yet either, but no,
Mr. Feeney.
I have enjoyed
RJ in the chat going, I didn't feel Miss Marvel was too kiddie personally. That's because you're a child.
No,
sorry.
but,
Go ahead.
I've been taking heat all night long from him. So
no, but I have enjoyed the Marvel. I have enjoyed the Disney Plus Marvel shows, but largely, like I think probably the one that I like the least at this point probably would be Hawkeye. It would just by process of elimination, but the ones that I like, the psychological study and seriously, like Oscar Isaac, his acting in
Oh,
Moon
yeah.
Knight.
Exactly.
Like,
That's the thing.
just
Moon Knight.
Just how it's difficult enough to play off of other characters, but having to play off of yourself like that.
No,
Like
yeah.
it's like
I
a
agree.
dramatic version of what Keaton did in Multiplicity. It's insane.
Oh my
Like,
God. Okay.
You know, so
Ray, I want to kiss you right now for bringing up Multi-fucking-plicity. Everybody needs to watch that movie right now. when
it's
we're
one of
done with
Keaton's
this.
best movies.
Fucking
It is
A,
one of Keaton's
man.
best
I
movies.
love that is my favorite Michael Keaton movie, even more than Beetlejuice. Or well, maybe not.
Okay, I'm not going that far. I'm not going that far.
I don't know.
Beetlejuice is still my favorite.
I know. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, is it better than Beetlejuice or Batman? That might be. Yeah, I might be stretching a little bit, but nobody needs to sleep on fucking Multiplicity. I tell you what, if you have not watched that movie, holy shit, such a great movie, and that paved the way.
I'm the
look at
Flash. I'm
that.
here to say yes. Selena Kyle is right. My Flash writing is on point again. It took long enough, but we're back on.
Is that Grant? Is that Grant Gustin Flash?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah,
it's I think it's first season Grant. That looks like the leather suit.
It's second season. It's second season because it's white.
Well, it's white. You're right. It's white logo.
yes.
You're right. Yep.
Oh, that's
I
right,
picked
because
that
he
up
had the
because
red.
it's-
He had the red logo.
the red in
in
season
season
one.
one.
Yep.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Oh man, can people stop talking about that when it comes to the Ezra Miller thing? Just replace him with Grant Gustin. Stop it with that shit.
Oh,
I
my
hate that.
God.
I hate that so much.
It is so lazy.
Not even Grant Gustin would
Seriously.
want to do that.
No, I
mean,
don't know.
Stop it. He would not want to be like, oh yeah, I'll be the movie guy. No, he wants to move on and do what he
Dog
wants
movies
to.
on Netflix.
Yeah.
real quick, I gotta go. So
Okay, yeah, we're gonna
Alright,
probably end
moving
it
on.
soon anyways.
I'll see you
Yeah.
guys later.
See you, Travis.
All right, take
All
it
right.
easy, Chris.
Chris, thank you for joining, man. It's always good to catch up with you. Ping pong, flicks.
Ping pong flicks. Yes.
Yeah, ping pong flicks. Have a good weekend.
Congratulations
Bye,
on
Chris.
50,000 too, by the
Bye,
way.
Chris.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. I know. Like he needs any promotion. It's like,
Right.
damn, guy's killing it right now. You know, so but anyways, I'm glad that Chris actually showed up tonight. I was surprised. I was like, oh, yeah, cool. Chris is gonna
When I
show
saw in the chat, I was like,
yeah.
woo!
I was like, oh man. I mean, it was like like I said, it was like getting the band back together, like
Well, Dave,
you know.
I'm hoping that like because we're all selling out, that we'll all get to where Chris is because we know how Chris got there.
Yeah, he sold out. He sold out. He sold out. That's right. And he posted, he's anti-Snyder and all that stuff.
That's all it took, man. That's all it really
all it
takes.
took. That's all it took. Yeah, man. Yeah, but yeah, thank you to Chris and all that stuff. But yeah, when it comes to Flash, stop with the Grant Gustin fucking casting. Not even Grant Gustin wants that. I hate that whole. Anytime that Ezra Miller is trending, I always see Grant Gustin ends up trending too, and I'm like, oh, good lord.
I know, man. It's frustrating. You know what I thought of today? I was in the store today, right? And we talked a lot about like our little bubble of like what we think is important, or what Twitter thinks is important, or whatever. And there's a lot of people who obviously they know about the Ezra Miller thing, right? But there's a lot of people who don't.
Exactly.
And we were in the line today, and I realized something. I still have yet to see Ezra Miller appear on like the tabloid stuff that's like, it was like, it was still like Britney stuff today, right? It was like, Britney is, in her secret affair or something like that, right? And I was
Again, Jesus.
yeah, right. I know. I was just like, but I was sitting there thinking like,
Oops, she did it again.
yeah, it's on TMZ. It's on TMZ. It's on TMZ. We get all these Twitter things, and of course the tribe has its own newspaper, so it's going to put that out every couple of days. Like when the people running the newspaper like are involved with the actual case.
Yes.
Probably don't use that as a source. Just
Don't
saying.
use that. That's what's been happening with the Rolling Stones article, right? Kind of.
Yes, I think that was one of those sources. But no, Enosh, to your point, it's something that I've been observing at work too, right? Because we run ET and Inside Edition like every night at 7 and 7:30, and they have not mentioned him once. They've gone back and talked about Amber Heard 1,000 times every day.
Oh yeah, that was public, and that was Johnny Depp, and
right. So no, and that's why I tell people, it's like when it gets to that level, when I go to work and I see it on ET or Inside Edition, then Warner Brothers will have to say something.
What I see is a lot of YouTubers, a lot of TikTokers trying to use it to boost views. right?
Yes.
And and there's a guy that I even like that like runs in our circles and stuff like that who has it like today, like he posted like a video, and I get it, it's funny, right? It like I can laugh at things, and I know it's tongue in cheek, but like posted the whole like today I was marked safe from Ezra Miller thing, like when a tragedy happens and you're like,
Right.
I marked myself safe from whatever, and but even then I was just like, oh man, and it's like, well, it was a joke, and I'm like, I get it, but we're talking about real people here, and real things, and we're still waiting for information, and it's just like every time I see that, it just kind of, I don't know. It's like I'm not trying to be like the buzzkill and like don't laugh about things, don't have a sense of humor about things, but I just think it just goes too far sometimes. And obviously, this whole story has gone so far where we're not even getting real information anymore. It's regurgitated information with a new little twist on it, a new little spin on it, or whatever, and like every headline is this really damning headline until you actually kind of like read the body of work, and then somewhere buried way down in here is like, well, it's not quite yet, they still have a court date and and whatnot. It's just and then somebody will talk about Grant Gustin, and it's just I'm so over it. Like now I'm just so sick of like don't send me any more articles. Don't send me any more things. I see them all. I keep trying to tell people
I get those.
It's not a surprise. Don't worry about it. I'm good. Like I don't need you to send it to me.
And it's when that Stones piece came out the other day, it just like it's starting to get predictable in terms of like, okay, every week someone says something and one of the trades runs with it. It would not surprise me one bit if next week, like Fox
there's
News
gonna probably be something.
runs an interview with an aggrieved husband who claims that Ezra Miller forced his wife to get an abortion.
Oh dear God.
Oh man, you went.
It took them across state lines to New York where they could have one.
Yeah. Well, he's on the run, or they're on the run.
Oh,
right?
the run on the run! Oh my God!
Well, I know the pun is right there, right? Like it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
No, it's
kidnapping on the run. Why haven't I seen that headline?
Yeah,
kidnapping people, taking them, places they don't want to be, putting everybody in danger. It's like one person. Like, look, man, if one person is doing all that stuff, man, yeah, I guess, but like, why would that person be running free? Like, no pun intended, but you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make any sense. It just. Oh my gosh, it's just I'm so sick of just seeing these like really hyperbolic things. It's just like it's so over the top, and every headline and every person who talks about it has to give a little spin to it or put the thing on it that gets you to tune in and and see, oh, what's Ezra doing now? I think I posted to you guys earlier just like that one thing. This is like Ezra Miller runs through crowd or something like that, or and kills
Oh yeah,
people, and it got me at first because I was like, "What the heck now?" Right? Ezra Miller's responsible for multiple deaths. And I'm like, "What the heck?" And then I'm like, "Oh, okay, I get it. It's a it's a
troll account.
It's a troll account. I mean, like it's just
at this point, I'm sick of it too. Like, you know what I mean? It's I'm sick of talking about it.
We're all seeing it. We are. Yeah, I know. It gets to the point, but it's like, all right, if it's out there, it's like, then people start blasting you about it. It's like, hey, did you see this? It's like,
oh yeah,
Jesus Christ. And then you have to address it, and then I keep on telling people, hey, just wait for more information. It's going to be coming out, and then I get people, well, when it's going to come out? And I'm like, yeah, I get it. We're in the age of like, we need stuff now. We need stuff now.
Dave, I got a question.
Okay.
Are you running out of thumbnail ideas for Ezra yet?
Probably. I know. I've had a lot of thumbnails, and I'm going.
You gotta be.
No.
I imagine, right?
Dude, there's times where I'm like, all right, I've already used that image of him. I gotta use. Yeah. I know
I'll
exactly.
Flip it horizontally. I'll flip it. It looks different.
I actually have an idea for like an action figure theater thing where it's like going to be like the real world, but it's all going to be like a bunch of different versions of the Flash.
Yeah. That's
and like,
cool.
Watch when Ezra Miller shows up. Just saying.
There you go.
No, yeah. It gets. I'm like, fuck, I gotta talk about Ezra again, and then I'm like, all right, I can't use the same fucking shot, and I gotta like cut him out again on another shot.
Oh, I do. I got 2 shots of Ezra, and I'm just like, that's it. Every once in a while I throw in a third one, but I got it all in the same thing. I'm just like, I just drag it over.
But then I'm like, I've already used that like twice, and I'm
I
like,
know.
I can't use that again. I'm like, damn it.
Dude,
Yeah,
I was
it's all crazy.
Like when I was still, because I discovered this week that I have to go back to like my just weekend shows. Like I was doing 2 a week can work when you're not working a 9 to 5, but when you're working a 9 to 5, the midweek just cuts into
Working
that.
9 to 5.
But I was trying to, yes.
Did you get your cup of ambition?
My cup of Well done. Nicely played.
I got a
Nicely
38
played.
out there in my purse, and that's got. I will blow your. What'd she say? I will blow your.
I'll
turn you. I'll turn you from a rooster to a hen in one shot.
It has been so long since I've seen that movie, but
I own that movie. I love 9 to 5. 9 to 5 is one of my favorite movies of all time.
It is a classic. It is definitely an 80s classic. But no,
Yeah.
I was in the middle of recording. I was doing the hexagon segment for my feedback on my show, and like in the middle of it, like I go to start it, and usually there's a pause, and like I'll go to open the email, and that's when the Rolling Stones story came up, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Well, what I love right now is like all the people who are like all the videos that have been made now, and I'm on TikTok a lot, so I'm seeing all these TikTokers, and they all say the same thing. WB has announced that Ezra Miller will no longer be the Flash after this next movie. WB has officially come out, and it's like WB hasn't officially said squat, and neither will they. Like some source said it, and now it's all become This is absolutely
We talked about it last week. Even Steven was like, he was like, what future DC slate that they have? And I brought that up again on, Film Junkie Live. I was like, hey, yeah, there's no slate. So what the fuck future is there right now? There's no future exactly right now. Yeah.
And there's part of me that just thinks of all those years of doing Squadcast, and it's like, Tim and I tried so hard to educate people on how to read an article. And I'm glad to know that all that time was
well spent.
Spent. Okay, moving.
Like
I know.
I know that Dave gets this a lot, but I mean, I don't know if you guys do, but I mean, it's like the thing is like you say something, you just tell people, and Dave and I have both done this, is just tell people, look, just wait for the information to come out. Like I have never once said the guy's innocent. I've never once said that, try to defend anything that he's been accused of. All we've done is like look at the facts, look at like what it is. But you got people who look at like getting in a barroom scuffle is somehow the equivalent to killing somebody, and like I had one guy who got onto me like because he thought that because you get into a barroom fight, you should go to prison. And I'm like, that's not how it was outside of the country and, outside of the US. And so I was like, well, that's not how our system works here. You don't go to prison for even if you hit somebody, so you didn't even hit anybody. But it's just been such a game of telephone where it's just like it one-ups. I have a friend in real life. Now, this guy, I'll be honest with you, it turns out like I had to kind of kick him out of my life, not just because of Ezra, but because like he turned out to be like a real bigot, like weirdo. But he sat here in my kitchen a few weeks ago, like telling me that he had seen video footage from the first bar that, the karaoke bar that Ezra had been in, video footage from the closed caption or, closed circuit, video surveillance stuff. And I'm like, I'm like, dude, that hasn't come out. And he's like, yes, it has. I saw it. And I'm like, no, it hasn't. Like, dude, I just spent 20 hours this week, like talking about this, researching it, like talking with other people, looking at every bit of video. I said, dude, and trust me, there's enough people who hate me right now that if that video existed of him because he was saying that like in the video he hits a woman. I'm like, that wasn't even part of the allegations. I'm like, so dude, that doesn't exist. And he's just like telling me, yes, I saw it. And I said, okay, then please show it to me. Just show it to me. And he goes, okay. So he gets out his phone and he does this for like 2 seconds. And he's like, well, I can't find it right now, but it was on there. I saw it. And I'm just like, okay. And then I brought out my laptop and I showed him the 3 videos that were available at the time. And I said, that right there. Like, dude, trust me, I've spent way too much time. And I said, and even if that video did exist, the people who don't like me would have literally already like bombarded me with that video, right?
Yeah.
I said, so, but, and then like, he went on this whole, homophobic, thing. And so like we had to part ways because of that kind of stuff. But I just, God, like you said, Scott, I don't understand like why people just can't read something. Why the sky is falling every minute that they read something new or they see a new allegation or they act like an allegation is somehow an admittance of guilt. People can have allegations, build up, but I see people, like, oh, he's been arrested like 4 or 5 times now. No, he's not. Like, and the times
He's on the run. He kidnapped somebody. It's
oh
like,
my gosh,
what?
he's on the run, but like they don't like literally a little bit of research into it. Like I said to one guy, I said, well, do you, he's saying all these things. Well, how do you know this, Enosh? And I said, well, here's the thing. Have you seen the stuff that like the people who are around him say? Well, who's that? And I'm like, well, that's the problem, right? Because if you follow the story closely, if you're really wanting to report the story, I got no problem with people reporting the story. But like, if you're going to be true journalistic justice, right? What do? You follow him on Instagram, or follow, Ezra on Instagram. You see the people that are around them, and you see the things that they're posting. That they're saying, hey, this is what happened. This is where we were. They're obviously connected to Ezra. They're obviously connected with the situation, and nobody's looking into that stuff. And then they're asking, well, where do you get that? I'm like, well, if that's the question that you're asking, you've obviously not done enough of your own homework to be able to speak on this. And if you haven't done the homework to speak on it, maybe you shouldn't be reporting something, just regurgitating something that you don't even understand. Like, because it looks bad, you regurgitate that and you talk about that and you act like that is a thing. And I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry all at the same time, because if people are going to do that, then they need somebody to look back at them and go, no, that's not how the real world works. That's not how this works. You know what? One time Ezra was arrested. He spent 4 hours being detained. Just enough time to be taken in, talk about it. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Okay. And then leave. Like, that's not somebody who's on the run that the police or the authorities are like, that it's he's kidnapping kids and taking them over state lines and doing all these things and stuff, like that's not how somebody like that is treated, that they're just like processed. Oh yeah. Okay. And you go out, like it's just a lack of knowledge,
It's also, we need to normalize this statement. I do not have enough information to have an opinion.
Thank you.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Thank you. There is nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
But nowadays, not so much.
It is perfectly okay to acknowledge I am ignorant on the topic, thus I am not qualified to have an opinion on the topic.
Yeah.
Do not take my lack of opinion as a negative or as a sign of whatever. It's just, I don't know enough. It's what I think Einstein said, true knowledge is knowing what you don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
no, and it's, last time with ZRJ, one of my other listeners like asked, he's like, this is the last time I'm gonna ask the question, because he's sick of like all the Ezra Miller stuff too. And like, I spent my response to him was like 52 minutes long. It was a little lengthy.
Yes, it was.
But
it was a little lengthy. Yes, it was.
But how many times in the response, Scott, did I say that I'm not like, I'm not defending the situation? Like, what the way that it looks to me, like all I can give you is like from my perspective, like what it seems like to me, which is like, well, they seem like they always have a shield up and they like getting into fights to defend things. Because there's the problem. The other problem is like you hear the like you say the regurgitators, Enosh.
Yeah.
A lot of times those regurgitators won't even read the article. They'll just read the headline. And they'll regurgitate the headline, right? Like the Rolling Stone piece is a perfect example. The headline was all about, this house full of guns and a 1-year-old that swallowed a bullet. Right?
Yeah, like and what's a popular debate right now, but like politically, like one of the things, well, not after today, but I'm talking about before. It's like guns,
Right.
guns.
Right. Well, but so then you read the first two paragraphs, right? And it's for the father's account, right? And buried in like the fourth or fifth paragraph is what the mom's actually saying.
Yep.
And it's like, are you okay? So that wasn't important. And the regurgitators, like all the like discussing film, all those others, they just ran with the headline. And ignored the complete other side of the story that actually does exist in this particular article. It's like, okay, what are we doing here?
Yeah,
what are we doing? Seriously. So
Dan, you're right. Yeah, the actual people who are involved aren't being heard. Even when Gibson came out and made their video, it was like, because everything was like, they need to say something. They need to say something. They need to say. So then somebody does come out and say something. And then it's like,
they're under drugs.
They were under stress. They were drugged or they're being controlled. Obviously, they're looking at somebody. Somebody's controlling, telling them what to say. And they were the one groomed anyway. So like, you can't trust that. And everything. It's like, but then they want Ezra to literally come out and make a statement. But yet, if Ezra made a statement tomorrow, we all know how that would go. The people
it would be bad.
It would be bad. It's the worst decision that you can make. Like when you are accused of something, it is not on you to defend yourself in public opinion. It is on you to put your case together of why you didn't do whatever it is you're accused of and go to court, have your day in court. Listen, that's why all these accusers, like, that's the first place they go is the court of public opinion, because they're trying to get ahead of the curve, because then you soil the ability of them to have people who can come into that, if you end up going to a jury or something like that, you soil the opinions of people, right, to one side. And listen, like I said, again, they could even be right? I mean, look, it's a smart tactic. I'm not saying it's not a smart tactic, but I'm just saying, like, all these people who are like, well, Ezra needs to come out and say something. No, that's not how it works. It's the same thing. It's the same kind of concept with Ray Fisher a couple years ago, right? It was like, Ray needs to show us everything that he's got and tell us everything that he's got. No, he doesn't. Because first of all, it's not even our business. I get it. They're celebrities or whatever, but it's not even our business. But the thing is like even Ray said, if we do go to court, I've got things. I'm prepared to go to court. I'm prepared to do whatever. But you don't put all that out there so that everybody just knows what you got, knows what you're going to say, knows what you're going to do, and then builds an offense against that. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's
that's why there's discovery.
Right.
Like that's when you let them know what you have.
Right.
Yeah. It's like I'm sorry. It's like how many courtroom shows have I watched? I mean, I'm watching fiction. And fiction has taught me this. Matlock taught me this. Law and Order taught me this. The Lincoln Lawyer taught me this. And
I don't know that. I don't know that last one. The Lincoln Lawyer.
The Lincoln Lawyer.
McConaughey.
Oh, it's a new. Right? There's a Netflix show on Netflix.
And
then there's the McConaughey movie.
Netflix show. It's based on a series of books. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all based on a series of books in the same universe as the Bosch books.
Oh, that's in the same universe? I didn't know that. Okay.
The same universe.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
I keep hearing good things about Bosch, and yeah, it's on my list. So no, it's all like I keep on saying, just be patient. There's more things that are going to be coming out, and when people are already canceling the Flash movie or trying to fucking recast him with Grant Gustin, it's like shut up.
See, but that's the other thing, Dave, and that's one of the other things I brought up is like I'm tired of all the agendas with this. Because the reality of the situation is like what Enoch said. These are people, and these are people and like personal situations going on. But everybody that is coming at this from one side or the other is coming at it from the perspective of the fucking movie. And listen, as much as I would like to see that movie, when it comes to like serious stuff like this, fuck the movie. It's not about the movie. Like that shouldn't be your starting. Right. That shouldn't be your starting point for caring about what the deal is with Ezra Miller, not whether or not the Flash gets to be released.
Right.
That is so incredibly selfish and ridiculous.
Yep. Or even trying to cancel the Flash or whatever. None of that makes it's like it's all about, a person and people that are involved in this whole thing and actually getting the right information out there and everything, where it's like, hey, can we just do that? Can we just do that, people?
And you don't win anything. Again, to those people,
You
to those people who come at, I know Dave and Chris and me and others, like, just because we're trying to be a rational voice. Listen, if it comes out that he's guilty of something, that Ezra, did something wrong or whatever, listen, we don't, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do a show on Poindexter Lounge about it. We're going to show what happened. We're going to talk about it. We're going to be like, hey, look at this. This is what came out. This is what happened. This is what Ezra did. This is what they found him guilty of. Wow, I learned something today. And you know what? Then we're going to go on and we're going to talk about movie news that comes out the next day or the day after that. Yeah. You don't win anything for like being ahead of the curve and being like, "Oh, I knew that Ezra was, guilty or whatever." Yeah. You don't win any brownie points. We're not bad people. We're not supporters of horrible things that, like I've told many people, like, if people, well, probably.
I'm Canadian, that's why.
Well, yes. I've played. I played in a band. I played in a band with a Canadian for long enough, man, that he came across the border. He lived in Sarnia and he used to come over and stuff. And that guy tried to bleed me dry of everything I had every time, trying to charge me for his McDonald's that he wanted to.
I don't even work. I just steal money from people. People think Ezra's bad. Wait till you see what I'm doing over here.
Oh my God.
I'm like, wait
Can we shift the focus over to Travis, please?
Yeah. Cancel me. I'll do great for numbers.
Travis is using my YouTube channel for what?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm taking all the views and teleporting in the ether. No, I'm the same thing as Scott. That's why I hadn't said much, because I'm just in the. I will wait till there's more information. I was done with the topic 3 weeks ago because it's the revolving door of the same thing, and there's not much for me to say. I will wait to make more official statements once more comes out on either side. So.
Yeah. And that's good. And it sucks too, because when something comes out, I'm like, fuck. And I get blasted. I'm like, oh, can I have another topic that's going to be the main topic? No, let's just do Ezra Miller. Why not? Because that's the hot button issue. And then I'm sitting here trying to be like, all right, just wait. We got this right here. Let's wait. And, and then people go like, well, how long is it going to be till, Ezra's side says something? I'm like, I don't know. I'm only this person right here. Yes,
call him up.
I might be connected to people who are more than and are talking to them. Sure. But at the same time, I'm like, all right, I'm just doing what I'm doing. I'm like, all right, what do you guys need me to report? And I'm trying to do my best to be like, hey, what do you want me to report? That's what I'm going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about everything, obviously, because there's some things that can't be revealed that are in the works or whatever the fuck, it's and that I think Enosh runs into that too, where it's that's what we run into, is the fact that it's we might know some stuff behind the scenes, but there's things where you're like, oh, we can't report that quite yet, but we just kind of go, hey, wait guys, just wait a little bit.
Right.
When it comes to this whole thing, and then when people go, what about the Flash? What about the Flash? I'm like, hey, it's still a year. A year. Don't worry about that. There's still a year, and hopefully maybe, we'll get to a point where everything is kind of calmed down and everything's good. And then when the marketing comes with the Flash, Ezra will be in a good space. We hope for that. But right now we're just kind of going, let's relax. We can't predict what's going to happen in not even a year, but maybe 11 months, because obviously the marketing is going to start a month at least before it comes out. We can't predict what's going to happen. So
and we can't predict what those things are going to say. We don't, like you said, it's frustrating sometimes, because people think that they're putting something in our face sometimes, right? Oh, but did you see this? And we're just like, well,
I'm like,
always the have you seen this tweets?
Have you seen that? Have you seen that? I'm like, yes. I've literally answered people in my DMs. I just go, yes. I just say yes.
Right.
What are your thoughts? And I just don't respond. I'm like, yes, I saw it. Yes, I saw it. And I'm like,
and then if something comes up that we know or we knew, right?
Yeah.
So then we were able to talk about that or whatever, because it's out there in the public or whatever. But it's like the whole thing. He's Ezra's running from the cops. Well, Ezra was in contact with authorities a week before all that. But that was the thing. Ezra's running from the cops. They can't find him. It's like, well, they knew where he was at.
was
but
working.
it got all bent out of shape, and and like over reported that Ezra's like I don't know what it's like a freaking movie, man. I swear, it's like
it really is.
Like this Hollywood celebrity turns crazy, and all of a sudden he's kidnapping kids that and
he's
taking
fucking
them.
Charlie Sheen in The Chase. He kidnapped Christy Swanson. Anybody remember that movie? Anybody?
Yes.
Come on,
yes,
it's a great
yes,
movie.
Yes.
Great movie.
Yes, because it was freaking. It was freaking Henry Rollins was the cop chasing him.
Oh yeah.
Come on,
and even
come on, Hammond, just give me one. Flea and Anthony Kiedis. Yes.
Oh God, I love that movie. Anybody? All right.
Movie.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great movie. The Chase. Charlie Sheen, Christy Swanson.
It is incredibly implausible in terms of like what happens. Even real highway chases. Absolutely not.
He somehow kidnapped her with a candy bar, guys.
Yes, with a Snickers and like
held it to the back of her, to her back. It felt like a gun, but it was a candy bar.
It is a pretty solid job of like spoofing and poking fun at like how ridiculous media coverage is.
Oh yeah,
when something like that they spoof it.
This was back in the '90s, before the internet. Too.
It was. Dude, it was before OJ. Was it before OJ?
Oh yeah.
It had to be. Like there was
no, I think it was after.
Was it after?
I think it was after OJ.
Okay, it might have been after OJ. Okay.
Yeah, it was after OJ because I think it was like it was mid '90s. I think it was just after. I think it was just after OJ, but still pre-internet. Do yourself a favor, watch that and enjoy yourselves. But that just hit my brain right now. But anyways, I think we're going to wrap this up right now. Great conversation, great Vodka stream as per usual. And, thank you to Garza. Thank you to Mr. Edwards. Thank you, Mr. Colbert, everybody who showed up. And we're going to go around the horn. Naturally, Scott, you'll be last. So, because you just sent us off so well. And I won't forget you like I did that one time that my mom never lets me forget. But
love you.
Yeah, she totally never lets me forget that. But all right, we'll start with Ray. Go ahead and promote yourself.
On Twitter at the Flightcast, my blog and my now back to weekly podcast can be found at theflightcast.com or Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, all that good stuff. And yeah, that's at some point. Actually, you know what, Scott? I can say this now because I apologize. I did see your messages the other day.
You ghosted me, by the way.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Get used to it, Scott. Get used to it, Scott. He ghosts me all the time.
I'm shamed. So I just every time I just feel like shame. But
it's a simple message, man. I'm 10 minutes away, bro. Like, hey, Enosh, you want to go see that movie that we're talking about like this Friday on the Vodka stream?
Yeah,
that'd be great. That'd be great.
I'm waiting for the crossover. I'm waiting for the crossover.
Yeah. All right.
He's like, it's not gonna happen, Dave.
No,
you can't make me like Enosh. You can't do it.
Yeah, when we go off air, Ray's gonna yell at Dave, "Don't you ever do that on air again?" They expect me to
do caca boo boo.
It's terrible because Enosh thinks I hate it, but I don't hate it.
I've told you so many times not to try to talk about Enosh to me.
Yeah.
We don't talk about Enosh.
Give me a heads up when he's getting on the stream.
I just want to see Ray in the Poindexter Lounge. In that beautiful fucking, it's gonna happen. You got to make it.
It
happen.
is. No, it's gonna happen. It's gonna. happen.
I'll call Ezra. We'll kidnap him.
What do you finally tell
I was gonna say no. We still need to do the baseball show.
Yes.
Hey.
Oh, Ray. Ray. So hey, this is real. Have you guys seen professional wiffle ball?
No.
There's a professional wiffle ball?
Well, it's not like they're wiffle ball leagues, right? Look it up on YouTube. It's the most amazing thing. They have commentary, they've got graphics and everything. And these people are making these wiffle ball stadiums in their backyard that are amazing. There's one guy who made one. I think he's up in Maine, and it looks just like Fenway. It's got a green monster.
Do you watch John Boy Media?
Yes. No. I've seen John Boy.
Oh, Enosh. Do yourself a favor, watch John Boy Media. He's great. They do wiffle ball stuff too. And yeah, I'm telling you, John Boy
So
Media, like, yeah.
I'm telling
him.
you
He
this,
does-
Ray, because
yeah.
I have a I've got a huge couple pieces of land that we are putting in. We're going to do a wiffle ball tournament to start, and then if that does well, because all you need is like 4 people. Right,
Ray
you
versus
come in-
Enosh and wiffle
so
ball.
I'm telling you
gotta
what, man,
stream it.
you
gotta stream
get it. We're gonna get like 10 teams of like 4 people, and we're gonna set it up, and we're gonna do this wiffle ball tournament thing. And then if that goes well, we might like try to expand it into like a league. Like, dude, dude, it looks amazing. Look that stuff up. It's so much fun. So much fun.
I've seen some of that. Even like I said, John Boy Media also does the wiffle ball stuff too. So yeah, it's really it looks fun.
That was a brand new thing. Did not know about that. But no, what I was gonna say is Scott, next week, because Superman and Lois is finally season 2 is finally coming to an end next week. Yes,
finally.
So at some point within the next week, Scott and I will be talking that and Young Justice Phantoms on DC TV's broadcast.
Cool.
All
right,
we'll get that set up.
Cheers. All right, Travis, go ahead.
You can find me at Traspy Snail. I'm on the podcast talking too much, but usually about 4 to 5 times a week and reviewing something, talking
You need
something.
to get your boys back on this shit, man.
I got to. One works weekends now. It sucks, and maybe one's always scared. But they're always different. They love being
Which one's scared? That's what I'm curious about.
It's not Kirkland. Kirkland's not. Is it Kirkland?
No, they always feel Kirkland and Taylor, but like no, they always feel they love being on, but like this Ezra stuff, they know zero. Like they know they see a headline that they fall very, so they always never want to feel like they're a
Taylor's always pretty quiet, but Kirkland's always pretty,
he can get a little roused.
When he chimes in, I'm like, oh, that guy's sharp.
I'm gonna screen record this. I'm gonna send this to me. So you bastards, you gotta get on, or I'm gonna leave Geekverse and take my 25% shares.
I want him back on, dude. I like those guys, man.
It was fun. In a couple of weeks, we actually have our 7-year anniversary, and that's always a fun cast because we have a bunch of people send questions, and we get all the original members together. And it was good. It's a wild night. Very random, great topics. It was great to podcast with Scott again because every time I come on, Scott just fucking leaves and ducks me as always. He wants nothing to do with me. He sees Traspy step up, say, "Oh, I gotta go. So tonight, no, I tricked him by coming in late, but I was happy to punch.
You didn't trick shit.
But I was happy to be back.
I even had a text from my wife that said, "Could you please ninja daddy it and put a blanket over Callum?" And I waited while Garza was talking because I'm not gonna miss much. And then I walked upstairs.
Just a couple F Kenobis.
He's still saying that at
home. I think that was a deleted scene with General Grievous. It's supposed to be like General Kenobi, F General Kenobi.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Travis, and then of course you got Enosh.
You can find me at Poindexter Lounge on all of your major media sites. We're just taking over. We will be talking this week, especially about blue lights.
16-hour stream on blue lights.
Yes, and how they reacted in Kenobi, and it totally ruined the series for me.
1 out of 10.
Yes. No, but you can find us on there just talking about lots of fun stuff and having a good time. So there you go.
See, Ray, I mean, look at how giddy you are. You need to do a
seriously, like it was a life preserver because he came in and just I'm like, does anyone else like this show,
dude? Okay, that's the thing. It's like I knew, like when this whole stream started, I was like, oh shit. I'm like, okay, we got some people that, Garza was going to go buck wild. He was going to go scorched earth. I knew Garza was going to go scorched earth. Ben was going to be okay. He was going to be a little pulled back. Me, I was mid. I knew Scott and I kind of felt the same about Obi-Wan. I knew Steven was going to show up and he was a little bit more. I was like, oh shit. And I was like, oh, Ray is kind of almost alone on being just like, and then I saw
not a position he's unfamiliar with.
No, he's not. And then I saw
okay.
Enosh in the chat and I was like, oh shit, Enosh. And I like hit him up. I'm like,
I saw your reaction. I saw you immediately go,
Yeah, I was like, oh,
And then I saw the
like,
link come in. I was like, that's awesome.
I was like, Ray needs somebody on his side right now. I was trying to balance it as much as possible, and I was like, oh shit, I
didn't see up to that point.
Yeah.
So was it that bad?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was getting to that point.
It was
like I had just tuned in, and I heard I mid whatever funny comment that I made.
I was seeing people in the chat go like, "Oh man, poor Ray," and I was like, "Oh shit." I was like, but at the same time, I was like, "Man, we're still on the side of Ray, but not as much."
I mean, it was, but seriously, like, but it was like, fuck Obi-Wan, fuck Reva, fuck the blue lights.
Dude, I knew.
Oh, it's rough.
When Garza said he was coming on and he was gonna fucking rip it anew, and I was like, oh fuck. I was like, oh man, we need some more people to be like, to support the positive side of it. So that's why I was like, when I saw you comment in the chat, I was like, oh shit, I was like, I wasn't sure if you wanted to come on tonight. And then I was like, oh shit. And then I sent you the link. I was like, hey, you want to join? And I was like, boom. I was like, all right, we need some more defense on that side. Because again, me and this guy were like, kind of like I said, we were like, hey, we enjoyed it, but there was some, we were in the middle. We were in the middle of the argument. Yeah, we were kind of in the middle. I think Scott and I felt the same about the series, but it that's what I liked about this whole thing. It was like, I was kind of worried. I was like, oh shit, is it gonna get to like a bloodbath here? Oh my god. It ended up being okay.
Order
Nice.
No, I just Garza, I was just like, okay, fine. Joker's Two-Face, whatever.
Yeah. Dude, when you brought that up, I totally forgot about that, and that was good. That was good.
I've never forgotten about that.
You did that. I was like, oh, that's good. That's good stuff. And
I'm impressed with myself with that whole like F Kenobi thing, and like, well, who are you gonna marry and who are you gonna kill?
Oh, dude, you had me walk out of my chair when you fucking did that. Good on you. That got me. That really got me. So it was overall great stream. Everything's good.
Yes.
Opinions are opinions. We're all friends. Garza was fine.
It's all subjective.
We're all good.
We're all good.
We're all good. And then, all right, then we're gonna send us off with Mr. Scott McClellan right here.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, for podcast can be found where we will be continuing our scene-by-scene discussion of The Batman. The Car Garage is next, guys. Car Garage is next.
Thumb
drive.
And there may...
Love that freeze.
Drive. This guy is hilarious.
Have you talked about his car killing ways yet?
Oh, not yet. Not yet.
Well, they got a ways to go before they get there.
Yeah.
Definitely tuning in for that one.
It's a 3-hour movie, man. And you can also find us on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the Tavern Network Show at squadcastmedia.com. And as always, you can find us Sunday nights here on Film Junkee discussing every episode of Batman the Animated Series on the Fanimated stream. This Sunday, we will be talking about paging the crime doctor.
Paging.
Ooh. All right.
There we go. Miss Tompkins coming back into
Leslie.
And I'm going to tease this for you right now, Dave. For you and the audience. There is a Marvel DC crossover that happens in that episode.
Oh, I can't.
Guess what? There's also a Star Trek DC crossover that happens in that episode.
Oh, there it is. Oh, wow. You guys should talk. Yeah. We'll be talking about that. And anything else, Scott? Are you good? That's it. I love that. He's so cool. Anyways, guys. All right. Great Vodka stream. Thank you to Garza. Thank you to Everett. Thank you to Mr. Colbert for showing up. Colbert, I should say, not Colbert. Colbert. For talking tonight, and this has been great, guys. Thank you to Scott, thank you to Ray, thank you to Travis, thank you to Enosh. This has been all fantastic. Thank you to the super chat and everything, and everybody who donated. And make sure you smash that like, thumbs up before you leave. Subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell. Join if you want to become a member, and all the links are provided down below. Get some sleep, everybody. We will talk to you later.